101. The turmoil in the outside world made Tony a little uneasy. As a superhero, Tony felt that he still had to go out and have a look. If it was a robbery, he could give the other party a small lesson. Thinking of this, Tony grabbed the mechanical suitcase on the sofa and was about to open the door and walk towards the outside world. But a terrifying impact force came from outside the door. Tony, who couldn't dodge in time, was knocked out a few meters in an instant. What exactly is going on? Tony clutched his chest in pain and slumped against the wall. The fishy sweetness in his throat made his chest feel tight and extremely uncomfortable. Right in front of him, the reinforced wall was knocked out by a lot of holes. In the smoke and dust that has not yet dissipated, a giant insect head is screaming at him. Robot insects. The screams of the robotic insects made Tony shudder. No one knows better than him the brutality of these robotic monsters. Because he is so far the first ordinary people who survived from these monsters. Tony grabbed the mechanical suitcase that fell to the side in horror and ran towards the house. Although he still doesn't know why this kind of monster appears in Monaco. But judging from the appearance of this robot insect, it is obviously aimed at him. Is it? Wong changed your mind? Tony doesn't know 22 and doesn't have time to think about it. Because the most important thing now is how to get out of here. Just when Tony got up and fled, the robotic insects outside directly stretched out their claws, trying to grab the fleeing food. But Tony rolled on the spot, dodging dangerously and dangerously. He stepped back hastily. Until the robot insects couldn't reach the place where the claws couldn't reach, he was relieved. After, he placed the mechanical suitcase in his hand on the ground. After activating the start switch, the silver-red two-color steel armor is quickly put on. This is him, a portable battlesuit specially prepared in order to guard against Wong Quan. Did not expect. In this trip, it really came in handy. This time, I'm not afraid of you. After wearing the armor, Tony shoots a palm cannon directly at the claws of the robot insect. This is his nightmare. For this day, he spared no expense to strengthen the armor's protection and increase the power of his weapons. Even for this portable armor, he used expensive vibranium, because he knows only in this way can he make up for the gap in body size between him and the shape-shifting King Kong. The golden light lit up the whole room. The claw of the robot insect was cut in half in an instant and broke in the room. The pain-eating robot insect made a shrill scream, and it was not intelligent enough to hit the wall with its head again and again. Get ready to carve out a big hole to let yourself in and nibble on the prey inside. I have to get it out. Tony looked at the room, the flickering lights, and the violent shaking of the ground. If this monster demolishes the load-bearing wall, I am afraid the entire hotel will collapse. The number of casualties at that time may be beyond imagination. After all, this is Monaco. It is the place where the top super-rich people in the world gather. Tourists who come to travel here, even if they are injured a little, will cause a lot of public opinion on the internet. Realizing this, Tony smashed the glass behind him directly and flew into the night sky outside. Now that the robot insect is targeting him, then he's in the sky, solving the battle. He is very clear. These ferocious big guys can fly, and the speed is not slow. Only, Tony doesn't know. The robotic insect that attacked him has been seriously injured by Captain Marvel and has long since lost his flight ability. In case of energy shortage, it doesn't even have the power to shape-shift. It's not easy for it to just climb all the way here. Eat, give me. Robot insects, weakly screeching. Hungry and anxious, it slammed into the load-bearing wall again and again. Cracks and cracks began to spread around. The whole building was shaking violently. Under the harsh noise of a burst of steel bars breaking, this extravagant hotel was cut in half directly from the air. The upper part of the fracture, under the influence of gravity, smashed towards the ground below. Just hear a loud bang. The splash of smoke and dust shattered the glass of the entire street. Tony is sluggish. He was suspended in the sky, but he could only watch this tragedy happen in front of him. Because he is not a Superman, he does not have the strength to carry the building. Even this armor has a power limit. Not to mention, he also has to watch out for sneak attacks from robot insects, ITT. However, ordinary mortals who put themselves in iron armor. In front of these robot insects, it is not easy to protect yourself. Crap. 99 Pepper, it's still inside. 35 Trapped in a trance. Tony suddenly woke up. His lover should still be in the hotel. JRVS. Search Pepper's whereabouts now. Immediately. Tony, who was suspended in midair, growled eagerly. He was suspended in the air, ready to rush down. But the collapsed building caused a series of explosions. The powerful impact directly knocked Tony out. Tony panicked, controlling his balance. At the moment comes from the voice of intelligent butler, JRVS, but it makes his emotions instantly reach the bottom. JRVS. Sir, Miss Pepper's location has been confirmed. JRVS. However, no vital signs were detected at the scene. A report from JRVS broke Tony, the last hope in my heart. It's not really. Tony murmured in a dream. A man in his 40s, his eyes instantly turned red. Ignoring the scorching heat below, he rushed into the sea of fire, searching for his lover. According to the coordinates provided by JRVS, Tony roared and lifted a wall. Looking at the corpse below, Tony held his head in despair and fell to his knees. It's not true. JRVS, help me connect with the best hospital. Help me connect with the best doctor. Stephen Strange. Right. Quickly help me contact him. He is the best surgeon. If it is his, there must be a way. Tony said in a trembling voice. He sobbed in pain, tears falling from the corners of his eyes, soaking the corners of his clothes. JRVS. Sir, Miss Pepper has. As a smart housekeeper, JRVS does not care about human emotions. He just wants to remind his husband kindly. Miss Pepper died of a building collapse, with 20 broken bones in her body, extensive damage to her internal organs, and severe internal and external bleeding. As early as when the building collapsed, there was no sign of life. Shut up. I tell you to do it, and you do it. Tony growled angrily. At the moment, he has lost his mind, knelt on the ground, holding his lover's cold corpse, like a lone wolf. 9:30 at the same time. The hatred for Wong Quan in his heart has reached a new height again. Hey, trapped in a mad Tony, at the moment didn't know? Just at an altitude of several thousand meters, a Quinjet activated optical camouflage. I was watching silently what was happening below. Director, the plan was successful. Through the telescope, Hill saw the scene below and immediately reported to Nick Fury via wireless communication. Very good. Let the ground team immediately ahead of the scene. Don't let the mad Tony destroy the corpse of robot insect. After all, it's a precious research body, and I want Tony to analyze the mystery for me. Nick Fury said with a smile, no guilt at all. He was driven to a dead end by pressure, and he didn't even bother to pretend. As ordered, Hill sighed complicatedly. The tragic situation below made her shed a few crocodile tears. But as a high-level agent, she thought of a hypocritical excuse to convince herself long before she acted. All of these, it's all for righteousness. In order for Tony Stark to grow, it's a little help out of kindness for him. One day, this immature man will be grateful to SHILD. At the moment, the lounge at the hive base, Wong Quan, who was sleeping, was suddenly awakened by the system's news. He comforted Alex beside him and looked at the photon screen suspiciously. You and Iron Man are inseparable. Congratulations, trigger the reward. You have obtained the final stage reward, Cyborg number 18. 102. What happened? Wong Quan froze in place, looking at the final reward in front of him, and fell into a sluggish moment. He obviously didn't do anything. Alright, he plans to use Vank father and son to make new arc reactor. At this Stark Technology exhibition, stimulate the super genius. This deepens the hatred between Tony and obtains the arrival of the next level 1 segment. But didn't expect. He hasn't even shot yet, and the final reward will be delivered to the door. Could it be that there is a good thing about dropping the pie in the sky? Wong Quan, who was confused, quickly realized it. There must be something wrong with Tony Stark. Definitely. It could also be that someone is trying to frame him, so that Tony Stark and Wong Quan are inseparable. To clarify the situation, Wong Quan communicated directly with the Tinder of Sonic. Sonic, what happened tonight? Wong Quan frowned and asked suspiciously. He just slept for a while. Why does it feel like the outside world is about to change? Soon. Sonic reported to Wong Quan what happened tonight. A Quinjet escorting robot insects deviates from the intended course. In the sky above Monaco, the robot insect suddenly woke up and broke free. It happened to land in the hotel where Tony Stark was and crashed into the load-bearing wall. The collapsed building took the life of Tony's lover. Tony Stark, who was kept in the dark, blamed all this on Wong Quan. E.T. It's all over. After learning about the details, even Wong Quan couldn't help but complain. In terms of not being human, you still have to look at the lighthouse man. The heart is vicious, and even his own people are unwilling to let go. However, he has new doubts. Why did Starscream, who stayed behind at the Dark Peak, let S.H.I.E.L.D. to capture the seriously injured robot insects? For the Decepticons, this is an absolute shame. Wong Quan ended the conversation with Sonic, grabbed the clothes scattered on the ground, and began to put them on. So much happened tonight. He had to figure it out one by one before he could sleep peacefully. 10 minutes later, dressed Wong Quan, through the portal opened by Soundwave, he personally descended to the Peak of Darkness. Dark Peaks. Wong Quan was lying on the throne of darkness, looking down at Starscream below. Starscream, you better explain it to me. Why are the robot insects captured by the people of S.H.I.E.L.D., but you are not moved? 35. Don't tell me. You do this deliberately. Wong Quan looked down at Starscream with a hint of ill will in his tone. Hearing Wong Quan's questioning, Starscream immediately bent down, rubbed his palms uneasily, with a flattering smile on his face. Your Majesty, I did it on purpose, Starscream said respectfully. Seeing that Wong Quan's face became ugly, he quickly explained. Your Majesty, don't get angry. Please listen to me explain it to you. I did this because I wanted to. Starscream's cunning look made Wong Quan roll his eyes on the spot. He almost forgot. This guy, Starscream, has always had a unique ability when it comes to crooked ways. With the level of human technology, it is impossible to create a real shape-shifting King Kong, even if they are smart enough to use the shape-shifting gears of robotic insects. 35. But the final product is just a clumsy, large mecha. Because they don't even know. Real Cybertron life forms have the existence of fire seeds. Starscream said here. He suddenly raised his hand and pointed in the direction of Digging Tiger. Do you remember, my lord? Before you resurrected the Digger Squad, they were just 6 ordinary construction vehicles. What's the difference between those artificial diamonds and engineering vehicles? The smile on Starscream's face became more and more smug. I see. Wong Quan smiled thoughtfully. Obviously, he already understood the meaning of Starscream. Your Majesty, think about it. If that group of humans, to build own shape-shifting warriors, what materials will they use, and what vehicles will they use as the body? If it were me, I would definitely take out the treasure at the bottom of the box, take out the best weapon, and maximize the power, said here. Starscream clenched his fists in excitement. You're doing well, Starscream, and you're my lieutenant. 39. After understanding what Starscream meant, Wong Quan laughed excitedly. If only the mice from S.H.I.E.L.D. dared to take out their artificial diamonds. The scene at that time will definitely be very exciting. Very good. As a person, I am afraid that only Nick Fury can be compared with you. Starscream, you are doing well. You are doing well. Wong Quan applauded and praised that even he had never thought that the trick can be played like this. Nick Fury? Your Majesty, is it possible he is your human subordinate? Starscream scratched his chin and probed curiously. As a little master of infighting, he began to worry whether the other party would shake his position in Wong Quan's heart. Hee-ha-ha. Hearing Starscream's question, Wong Quan couldn't bear it any longer. Sitting on the throne of darkness, he burst into laughter. He remembered the face of Nick Fury now. Not anger, nor, promisingly, disgust, but moved. Looking back on the past 6 months, Nick Fury's various performances can only be described as a loyal him. Hashtag, Wong Quan is beginning to suspect. Has this product been given to possessing others' body by a certain Decepticon? That's right. 35. In the future, Nick Fury's tombstone will definitely be engraved with "Honor Decepticons." These words. He deserves this identity. Wong Quan said with a big laugh. His voice traveled far, far under the loudspeaker. From this moment on, the name Nick Fury was spread in the Decepticons. After becoming Starscream, another object of ridicule and leisure time, just don't know. One day in the future, Nick Fury, what kind of mood will he feel when he finds out about this? 103. Inside the villa, Wong Quan returns to his bedroom. After lowering the alloy steel plate for defense, the room was completely isolated from the outside world. After, he opened the system's backpack. With one hand, he gently placed a giant biological cabin weighing more than 10 tons in front of him. In the biological cabin, 5 meters long, 3 meters wide, and 4 meters high, a blonde Wani-san lay quietly. She is still in an inactive state, with a shallow smile on her face, as if she is having a happy dream. That is, cyborg number 18. Wong Quan pressed the start button of the biological cabin after verifying his fingerprints and pupil identification. The giant machine in front of him roared. The bulky cabin door slowly opened, and in a fragrant white smoke, the activated blonde woman opened her eyes blankly. Inside the white smoke enveloped, the blonde woman raised her hands lazily and stretched lazily in front of Wong Quan. She grabbed her short blonde hair and yawned cutely like a kitten. Walking out of the cabin, she raised her pretty face and looked at the tall master in front of her. "Before I work for you, Master, can you give me a set of clothes first?" The newly awakened number 18, without an inch of thread, still maintained the attitude of a newborn, looked at the neat bedroom in front of him, and pleaded with a smile on his face. She has absolute confidence in her appearance. At the same time, this clever woman also firmly believes in 930. No man can refuse. A beautiful, powerful, loyal, and well-behaved girl. 35. Wong Quan turned sideways with a smile on his face and raised his hand very gentlemanly. He gestured to number 18 and looked at the clothes he placed on the sofa. Then, maid. The corners of number 18's mouth twitched stiffly. She didn't expect her master to have such a bad taste under the dignified and cold exterior. "That's right. From today, you are my personal maid." With a serious expression, Wong Quan told number 18, who was changing clothes, about her arrangement. "Honestly, this joke is not funny at all. I am a cyborg that was created as a super soldier. If you want me to be a good wife and good mother, and give you a baby, by the way, I advise you not to have too many illusions. Because I don't even believe in myself. Do I have the ability to?" Number 18 bent over, clumsily wearing black stockings, and complained to Wong Quan. "Hey, in essence, she doesn't like fighting at all. But for things like fate, she is often not allowed to make too many choices. Besides, even number 18, I feel, it would be a waste for a super soldier like her to be a maid or something." To this, Wong Quan smiled nonchalantly. "My dark forces have taken root on this planet. 99 on this planet, except for those 2 women. Basically, my subordinates can solve all the troubles, and I don't need you, so I will do it myself." 39. Wong Quan said confidently. "Yes. No wonder you come up with this. This kind of baggy skirt with cutout silk is for people like me." This clumsy blonde woman picked up the loose skirt of the maid, feeling the smooth and cold silk material, and rolled her eyes reluctantly. Because of the system, the units summoned are absolutely loyal. Even an absolute powerhouse like robot number 18, who can smash a planet with just a wave of his hand, is no exception. If you don't like it, you can naturally replace it. I don't care about money. How about the hundreds of billions of dollars in my name? How about you squander it? Wong Quan walked in front of number 18, raised her chin, and the strong temperament of a domineering president was dripping and delicate at the moment. This. Number 18 was stunned, although she was an android. But she is also an artificial human being transformed by human beings, and there is still some basic common sense in life. She is very clear about the concept of hundreds of billions of dollars. Rich, domineering, manly, is a trustworthy, dependable, ideal good man. This is number 18, in the first contact, the first image of this masterpiece. Wong Quan exclaimed from the bottom of his heart. Under the close contact, he was extremely satisfied with the cyborg number 18 in front of him, and there was nothing but admiration and shock in his heart. All civilizations develop to a certain degree. There will be 2 completely different development paths. The first route is Wong Quan, the route chosen, gene source, through various gene medicines, We can enhance the potential of the human body, obtain a stronger body, and a longer life. Krypton. There is no doubt that it is the representative of genetic ascension. The other route is full of thorns, even contrary to humanity. Flesh is weak, machinery soars. Digitize biological consciousness, abandon fragile bodies, and use cold machinery to achieve the goal of immortality. The android number 18 is an outstanding work. The same touch as human beings, with emotions. As long as the data backup is still there, it will never die. The beautiful face will not grow old with the erosion of the years. In addition to her own powerful combat power, she even has the ability to give birth. Her presence really can only be described as perfect. There is no doubt that she is the ideal human appearance after choosing mechanical ascension. Just when Wong Quan wanted to learn more about the magical structure of the Android 18. On the other side of the blue star, the Western European Principality, Monaco, where the rich gather. Tony, who had lost his love, gradually regained his senses, holding Pepper's stiff, cold body. With red eyes, he looked at the corpse of robot insect. JRVS, max power. Tony ordered the intelligent butler, JRVS, just as he raised his left hand tremblingly, ready to use the loaded palm cannon to blow up the corpse. A palm, but pressed on his armor. Feel sorry. We come too late. As the leader of SHIELD's Special Operations Squad, Brock Rumlow, I regretfully sighed. Go away. Tony ignored this man. In his heart now, there is only hatred for Wong Quan. What you have in front of you is just a pile of scrap iron, and even if you smelled it into molten iron, you are just incapable of venting .99, but if you can crack the secrets of robot insects, you can use that man's technology to avenge your lover with your own hands. Bullock said earnestly. As a high-level agent, he naturally knew how to appease the grieving man in front of him. As predicted, recharged palm cannon, restore calm. Tony hugged the corpse in his arms tightly, staring at the remains of the machine insects in the ruins, and said almost through gritted teeth, Tell Nick Fury that I intend to work with him. 104. A week later, from the peak of darkness, the good news of Vank and his son came. After a week of experimentation, with the help of knocking down the Decepticon doctor, they really made new elements. And, using new elements as energy, new arc reactor was created. Then, they were shocked by the energy power of the new arc reactor. Although the volume, only fist file size. However, the conversion power of the new element energy is equivalent to the power of a canyon dam for 1 year. You can say it without hesitation. The energy provided by this new arc reactor is equivalent to the energy provided by 15 nuclear power plants in 1 year. Even Cybertron, such a terrifying energy source, has never been seen before. And all this, it is not the crystallization of science and technology of human beings. It is the new element used in this new arc reactor. As long as they are equipped with this new energy, all the Decepticon warriors will have their strengths greatly improved. 3 researchers, after realizing this, then, nonstop, report this to Wong Quan. From their perspective, the significance of this new element even surpasses the research results of the new arc reactor. They have a hunch. Do not. It should be called confidence. The use of this new element will become the hope for the revival of Cybertron. Villa. Wong Quan, who was chatting with number 18, suddenly received a prompt from the system. A photon screen suspended in front of Wong Quan. Report to him. The plot reward. Iron Man 2. The story mission is over. Made. New arc reactor. Meet the mission conditions. Congratulations. Get the final reward. Colossus. Colossus, the super weapon among the stars, with the terrifying power that can destroy the entire planet. Looking at the reward in front of him, Wong Quan picked up the phone with satisfaction and gave an order to Sonic. Sonic, open the land bridge. Let everyone go to the Dark Peak, to assemble immediately. End of command. Wong Quan sighed complicatedly. There are some things, and it is time to let these subordinates know about it. After the order is given, all the forces under Wong Quan receive the assembly order immediately. Midnight. In a mansion in Twisted City. 26 elites in the Twisted Upper Class Society. They are gathering in this mansion, conspiring to discuss how to assassinate Wang Quan. This group of arrogant top elites agreed that a Daxiao man should not be the emperor of the dark world. Not because of age, not because of seniority, but because pedigree. This is a great shame for the pretentious white people. So, they have hired the best killer in the world, Master Ninja, Lei Xiaogu. Come on, the assassination mission. But the Master Ninja made a request. If you want him to take action, you must first meet all the employers. That's it, this parliament tonight. In order to hide their identities, these wise upper elites even put on masks in the masquerade party. All of them were dressed in sharp black suits, and they were sprayed with the most expensive men's perfumes, including the gold watch on the wrist and the leather shoes under the feet. Every detail is extremely perfect. This deliberate move. It seems that I am afraid of myself and my performance is not high enough. Being confused with the poor and humble commoners. The wind tonight, more noisy than ever. The tightly closed door was suddenly shaken open by the strong wind, which frightened this group of timid elites. When the door was shaken open, a silver flash broke into the meeting site before the storm came. In an instant, this group of arrogant elites looked at the heads of their comrades and fell from their necks, turning into abstract flesh and blood fountains. They looked terrified and wanted to scream. However, he found that his head also fell from his neck, and he was reduced to the same fate as his companions. Flowers these 26 pretentious upper-class elites. Almost at the same second, he died unexpectedly at the hands of a 13-year-old silver-haired boy. Mission completed. The little Quicksilver looked indifferent and threw the blood-stained dagger towards him handsomely. Let the blood of these elites leave a splendid arc on the wall behind you. Master, the mission is complete. 26 pigs, none of them fell. Quicksilver took out his smartphone from his pocket and made a triumphant gesture. And record a video behind him and send it to his tutor. You did very well. Come back quickly. The Lord issued an order to urgently gather. Zero in the Bluetooth headset. The complicated emotion of Master Ninja came. After 5 months of training, Quicksilver has grown into the most terrifying assassin in the Assassin League. Apart from fighting skills and strength, there are still some deficiencies. Even this ninja master has nothing, can be taught. What? Emergency assembly. Big brother. Why did he do this? Little Quicksilver scratched his head suspiciously. With his clever little head, he couldn't really look like what his guardian was going to do. It seems that on this planet, except for SHIELD at present, it doesn't seem to exist. The forces that can threaten him exist. Anyway, come back soon. The portal has been opened, and the goal is Dark Peak. The ninja master said kindly, showing his love for little Quicksilver. Yeah, 35 little Quicksilver agreed excitedly. At this meeting, he will definitely let the Guardian see how strong he is now. Before the voice fell, he turned into silver flashes again, blending into the violent disappeared at the scene of the murder in the strong wind. But he didn't know yet. Tonight's actions will become terrifying in this city, according to people's word of mouth, a legend about the Court of Owls for a long time. 105. Dark Peaks. All the Decepticon warriors were ready for war and gathered on the square excitedly. The scientific and technological civilization of mankind is too backward for them. In their eyes, the weapons they rely on are just toys. The Decepticons can reproduce the strongest supersonic fighter with just one look and turn on the vehicle form. Their consciousness can even invade the network, directly control the enemy's military base, wake up the nuclear bombs sleeping in the silo, and clear the obstacles for their great cause first. Even the shock wave that was far away from Cybertron came here on purpose. He even did a good job and released the giant army that had been cultivated in the cultivation tank. Below them, as the female supervisor of Hive, Alex Wesker 930 also arrived at the scene. King Ada, who had nothing to do, also came as her companion with the mentality of eating melons. Then, it's Estes and the Red Queen in a red dress and cute little Wanda. Behind them, Vank and his son are still discussing the research work of new elements in a low voice. Another one, the portal opens. Quicksilver, who was wearing a combat uniform with his hands behind his head, arrived at the scene with Rexiigu and Talia and his daughter. They are representatives of various forces under Wang Quan. At the moment, sitting high on the throne of darkness, Wang Quan looked down at the subordinates below with a satisfied smile on his face. At his feet, a ferocious giant was lying on the ground meekly and resting. On his right, the intimate 18th is playing his valet. Everyone is waiting for the order from His Majesty. Today summon all the ministers to come. I want to tell you about a secret that existed when the universe first opened. Wang Quan got up from the throne and said in a flat tone. He slowly raised his powerful left hand, activated the ability to control the magnetic field, and turned the dust falling from the sky into 6 shining gems. When these 6 gems appeared, they attracted everyone's attention. They have a hunch. The true bodies of these 6 gems and the origin of they is the secret that Wang Quan will tell next. In the universe, before it was born, in the chaotic infinite void, there are 6 singularities. They are time, space, power, soul, mind, reality. These 6 singularities are the origin of the universe and contain the power of the infinite source. And with the beginning of creation, the Big Bang came. The embryonic form of a new universe is born, and new gods are also emerging. 35. But the endless nothingness has not completely disappeared. The 4 supreme gods have absorbed the remaining energy of the original source in the 6 singularities. In infinite years, forged 6 infinite gems. Wang Quan's voice said here, and there was a shock at the scene. Roar. Apparently, these Decepticons have realized the terrible value contained in these infinite gems. However, in the melee of 1 trillion years, they have long been scattered in every corner of the universe. The power of these 6 infinite gems is too powerful, and it is definitely not an ordinary life, a treasure that can be controlled. 5. In infinite years, those who come into contact with gems. The vast majority will be counterattacked by divine power. 66. The end of the body and mind is burnt, and the soul is dissipated. 35. When Wang Quan told this, the Decepticons below began to whisper again. No matter how strong the power is, if it cannot be used for oneself, what is the difference between it and waste? But only. Vank father and son, and knocked down. Looking at the new arc reactor, I fell into a state of absent-mindedness. A bold idea, almost simultaneously, came to their minds. This far-sighted His Majesty asked them to study the new element, the energy of a certain infinite gems. No, it's such a coincidence. The crowd below began to discuss. But Wang Quan didn't stop them, because these Decepticons, like Cybertron, came from another universe. For them, it's a big, big secret. 18. The origin of the infinite gems and their existence is nothing new to the Marvel Universe. God King of the 9 realms, Sorcerer Supreme, including the World Destroyer on the other side of the galaxy, all have infinite gems in their hands. These infinite gems are either sealed somewhere or for personal use. As an ambitious and powerful man, Wang Quan also yearns for this supreme infinite divine power. So, he's always been there, waiting for an opportunity. Take 6 infinite gems for yourself and use their power to bring Cybertron to life. The reason why I tell you these secrets, I want to tell you the quickest way to revive Cybertron. So, at all costs, get infinite gems. When Cybertron is reborn, you are the heroes of Cybertron, and your achievements will be recorded in history. And your fire, with me, will witness immortality. Wang Quan roared impassively. Although he is a cruel monarch, he has always been kind to his subordinates. Especially for those who have made meritorious deeds, it is even more rewarding. After hearing the promise made by the Decepticon King to his 4.8s, all the Decepticons raised their fists in excitement. Hail your Majesty, roar. Your Majesty, hail. Starscream's voice was shaking with excitement. If he could shed tears like human beings, I am afraid that he has already burst into tears now. So similar. At the moment, Wang Quan is very much like the original Megatron, the unparalleled hero who dared to lead the oppressed them and overthrow the brutal rule in the endless darkness. Your Majesty, hail. A more passionate voice sounded from the Decepticons. Not only Starscream, but Sonic, Shockwave, and even the big, awkward train felt it. came back. Everything is back. Under the leadership of this new king, the new Decepticons are destined to be invincible. 106. Shield. Tony, whose face was pale, sat on the reclining chair with red and swollen eyes. He hasn't slept his eyes for 2 whole days. He relied only on coffee to get his spirits up. On the CNC platform in front of him, there is a shape-shifting gear that has just been dissected from the heart of the robotic insect. This super genius in the American comic universe can be seen almost at a glance. This shape-shifting gear at the core, it is an important tool for those robot insects that can switch forms. In order to prove his conjecture, he still needs to disassemble more body. Without electromagnetic anesthesia, use laser weapons directly to cut robot insects. From wings, claws, and then heads, remove every piece of their body. The screams of robotic insects prove that they, like humans, can also perceive pain. But for Tony at the moment, their screams are better than any kind of wonderful music in this world. Only in this way can Tony temporarily forget the sorrow of losing his lover. Distance. Tony came to S.H.I.E.L.D22. It's been a week. He left everything behind and devoted all his energy to researching robot insects. Then, this amazing mechanical creature. In the process of dismantling, his cognition was subverted again and again. For the first time in his life, Tony realized the distance between humans and gods. So precise. Every piece of tissue unloaded from this robot insect is worthy of countless scientists' lifetime research. Unfortunately, there's not much time left for Tony. The detection instrument he dropped on the ground was showing his at the moment state. Blood toxicity, 3.7%. The palladium poisoning in his body has spread again, and his life is less than half a year left. In less than half a year, he will reverse engineer robot insects and create new mechanical creatures. It's like, let an ordinary person, like a god, create an imaginary creature in half a year. Is it possible? Even Tony doesn't have this ability. Outside the lab, Nick Fury frowned, his face extremely gloomy. He thought that as long as Tony was there to help him, and these machine insects were used as research bodies. With Tony's genius mind, he can create a mechanical army for him. But the narrow-minded Nick Fury is just a lazy toad. I don't know the origin of these robot insects at all. I don't even know. These big guys, just like humans, they are all intelligent races, living beings scattered in the universe. Humans have not even studied their own life genes thoroughly. What's more, what about the cosmic races from beyond the vast starry sky? Just as Nick Fury was holding his stomach full of fire, Hill suddenly walked by. Director, Tony's situation is already bad. 35, should we take away Howard's relics? Hill tries to offer his advice to Nick Fury. But before the words were finished, Nick Fury's vicious eyes made him swallow again. What are you kidding? Howard, the old fox, hid his most outstanding research in his relic. Our people have been cracking for decades, but haven't discovered the mystery. How can you make me willing? Nick Fury lowered his voice and reprimanded the subordinate in front of him. Tony's father, Howard Stark, has been hiding from the start. He is a cunning businessman after all, and even his assistants can be ruthlessly framed. How can such an old fox contribute his research results for free? So, even if SHIELD, thinking about it, breaks my head, I still don't know what legacy this cunning old fox left his son. But SHIELD is even more vicious. Since Howard refused to contribute, then his son can't get it either. But the situation is different now. SHIELD is facing an unprecedented crisis, and the genius mind of Tony Stark is their only hope. If this super genius died of palladium poisoning, then who would study robot insects? Who will create a powerful artificial diamond for Nick Fury? Nick Fury's face is getting ugly. After a difficult decision, Tony's importance exceeds the legacy left by his father, Howard. Howard Stark, scientific research hidden in those relics. Maybe it's the last hope to save Tony. He'll just do as you say. Transfer Howard's legacy to Tony Stark. Nick Fury, speaking with a painful expression, punched unwillingly and slammed into the wall beside him. He thinks to himself that the agency is exhausted. But he was defeated by Howard's calculation and finally passed his inheritance to his son. I'll do it right now. 933 Hillside complicatedly, then quickened his pace and left the scene. This is the intrigue and disgusting inside S.H.I.E.L.D. But as an agent, she has no choice. All she can do is walk on the cusp of the storm. Do your best to protect yourself, and then take care of others around you, or other things. Pepper's death makes her feel guilty, so she would propose to return Howard's legacy to his son. To make up for it, she owes and sympathizes with this couple in her heart. Too bad they don't know. Howard's secret has long been cracked by Wong Quan. They have even begun to invest in research and use. Anyway, thanks to Nick Fury. It was he who made the decision to dedicate the equity of Obadiah to Wong Quan. Wong Quan was able to enter the Stark industry with integrity. As a major shareholder, in the name of Stark Exhibition, get the drawings of the architectural model from Tony's hands. Loyalty so loyal. Obviously, both sides are still enemies. But the outstanding contributions made by Nick Fury have surpassed Wong Quan and all his subordinates so far. 107. Cybertron. Countless Decepticons kneeled respectfully on the ground, ready to welcome their new king. Do not. He is the savior of Cybertron, the great incarnation of Yuanshi Tianzuan. Wearing a black coat, Wong Quan, with his hands behind his back, floated in midair, looking down majestically at the Decepticons below. Finally, he turned his eyes to the Shockwave. Shockwave, I have a pet that is temporarily unsuitable and is kept on Blue Star. I'll take care of you. Take care of me for a while. Wong Quan looked down at the Shockwave, who was kneeling on the ground, and said with a smile on his face. Although Wong Quan's tone sounded very polite, but the Shockwave did not dare to be slighted, and immediately replied, "Your order is above all else." 35 Shockwave replied respectfully. He is a Decepticon who pays attention to logic, so he will not be carried away by emotions. Therefore, he knows the importance of this majesty to Cybertron better than all the Decepticons. Wong Quan's orders, regardless of file size, are worthy of his serious consideration. After hearing Shockwave's reply, Wong Quan showed a satisfied smile, then raised his head and looked at the vast starry sky above. It's time. Since even Meng Da Shui has been resurrected. As his enemy, you must have already can't stand it anymore. Wong Quan whispered softly, but these words made Shockwave's body tremble, obviously aware of it. This majesty, what is the pet that I referred to before? And why this pet can't be kept on Blue Star? His Majesty, Shockwave, just about to speak. But Wong Quan's cold eyes made him bow his head knowingly, not daring to complain anymore. After, Wong Quan opened the system backpack. Take out Iron Man 2, the plot reward obtained. Colossus, start up. A dazzling star, rising from Wong Quan's fingertips. Under the watchful eyes of all the Decepticons below, ascend to an altitude of tens of thousands of meters. In the process of soaring, the light it emits becomes more and more dazzling, and the volume becomes larger and larger. 10 meters, 100 meters, kilometers, 10,000 meters, 100,000 meters. This bright starlight continues to grow. It is like a sun, shining on the city of Seixing below, dispelling the haze of the night. This dazzling star, and the stars in the sky, merge into one. Colossus weapon, successfully deployed. The prompts of the system are displayed in front of Wong Quan in the form of a photon screen. The Colossus deployed in the sky has become a satellite orbiting the Cybertron planet, just like the relationship between Moon and Blue Star. Colossus weapon. In that game, according to the official description, it is only a little smaller than the Moon. It is a super weapon to destroy the planet. That's the only reason it exists. Different from the cumbersome settings in the game, from the moment of activation, a variety of super weapons are deployed, respectively. Type 1, Earth Blast. This is the true Star Destroyer. After the energy is charged, it will launch a very high-temperature heat energy flow to the target planet, penetrating and detonating the core of the planet. Physically, completely destroy the surface structure of the planet, and trigger a smaller impact, blowing the entire planet into pieces. Under the high-temperature dissolution, the debris of the planet will also produce rare minerals. It can be said that it is a beautiful thing that can be done in one fell swoop. The second, neutron kill. After the energy is charged, It will shoot a beam of accelerated neutron radiation plume towards the target planet. Within a minute of finishing firing, a blue wave of light made up of a stream of neutrons sweeps the entire planet from top to bottom, thereby destroy the vast majority of biological tissues, destroy the organisms on the planet. Even the mechanic races are not spared. The planet that has been cleaned, except for life. All buildings will be perfectly preserved. Some see this, the annihilation of all life and the preservation of only inorganic matter, as an evil war crime. And it's called efficient. The third, nanoplague. After charging, it will spread a large number of nanorobots into the atmosphere of the target planet. These nanorobots will invade organic life and transform themselves into controlling implants. Transform a completely unaware host into a mechanical life form controlled by a terminal. Make it a member of the mechanical empire. In a sense, it is not a weapon, but a sublimator. Flesh is weak, machinery soars. The fourth, Tianhong, is mighty. Strictly speaking, he is not a conventional weapon, but a planet transformation device. The cosmic particles are condensed into a materialized tsunami that falls from the sky. Use the most direct method to forcibly transform the locked target planet into an ocean planet. If a creature does not have the aquatic ability, it will be completely wiped out. Fifth, God's judgment. This is an extremely terrifying psionic projection device that projects great truths onto the target planet. Transform the believing creatures on the planet into fanatics and destroy other unbelievers. The sixth type, Anal Angel. Compared with the previous 5 superweapons, Anal Angel can be said to be the most kind and humane superweapon, because it does not destroy the planet, nor does it kill any living thing. After charging, it will emit a beam of energy like the target planet. On the periphery of the planet, a permanent and insurmountable energy barrier is formed. The attacked planet will become a barrier planet, thus losing the ability to explore the outside world. But everything has 2 sides. Angel's other side just corresponds to the devil. Anal Angel, for the attacked planet, is also the most cruel superweapon. Because of a degree of civilization development, the overexploitation of energy and energy will always be spent. Lost the right to explore the starry sky, and the resources cannot be regenerated. When the resources are about to be exhausted, the desperate intelligent life will inevitably start a tragic war to compete for the last resources. And it goes on in an infinite loop until the day when all life is extinct. No promise above. These are the 6 weapons that the Colossus is equipped with. There is no need to meet cumbersome conditions. As long as sufficient energy is provided, you can use it as you like. Why? It will be used as a plot reward for Iron Man 2. I am afraid it is because, with the current human civilization, we want to drive this behemoth. Only the arc reactor that uses new elements as energy can have this ability. After Colossus weapons, deployment is complete. Hanging in the air, Wong Quan opened his arms excitedly, looking up at the bright stars in the vast night sky. In front of all the Decepticons below, he said solemnly and loudly, "In the name of Yuanshi Tianzuan, Iron-Armored Dragon, Resurrection." Another dazzling spark flew out from Wong Quan's body. Under the blessing of the power of Yuanshi Tianzuan, it has become larger and more prosperous than before. Under the gaze of the Decepticons, he flew towards the Colossus outside the sky. 108. When the bright spark integrates with the Colossus, the honest and dull voice resounded through the entire Cybertron instantly, causing a lot of turmoil. Iron-Armored Dragon. Again resurrected, simple and honest voice, like a naughty child, revealing the deep joy for the newborn. The ironclad dragon is a fool, and even wants to shape-shifting in space. But the current reserve energy of the Colossus limits it. Iron-Armored Dragon, hungry. Stomach pain, hungry. The Iron-Armored Dragon grumbled reluctantly. Before it could adapt to its new body, it began to cry out that it was hungry. 18. It's too big. Under the strengthening of the power of Yuanshi Tianzuan, the Iron-Armored Dragon with the Colossus, as the body, is even more outrageous than the Big Marshal. 20. Foster this giant beast in Cybertron. I am afraid that the few energy sources on Saishing will be swallowed up by it. As the commander-in-chief of Saishing and the chief scientist of the Decepticons, Shockwave quickly realized this. Your Majesty, this is exactly what worries me. I am afraid that with our current energy, it is difficult to satisfy the appetite of the iron-armored dragon. Shockwave said regretfully. But Wong 933 Quan didn't care. He believed that this iron-armored dragon would come in handy soon. The most important thing at the moment is to mass-produce the new arc reactor as soon as possible. Shockwave, I order you to, from now on, lead all scientists to participate in this work together. The sooner the better. Wong Quan gave the shockwave after giving the order. He raised his head again, looked at the vast starry sky, and looked at the irritable, iron-armored dragon. I'll fill you up, but before that, you have to be good to me. Iron-armored dragon, did you hear it? Wong Quan asked the iron-armored dragon. Just like an elder, his voice was majestic. Listen, understood. I, iron-armored dragon, will be obedient. Master, you have to believe me. The iron-armored dragon replied with some grievance, like a lost child. Although its IQ is not as good as that of Meng Da Shui, as a base King Kong, it is also the same as Meng Da Shui. Can perceive, the heavenly venerate divine power that nourishes its fire. Know the true identity of the owner. With a simple personality, it is even purer than Meng Da Shui. #Al. What Wong Quan said, the iron-armored dragon would do it 100% without considering the consequences. It will turn all of these into casual games, and even have a lot of fun. After settling the ironclad dragon, Wong Quan's Star Tour has come to an end. In the farewell of the Decepticons, through this space bridge to return to Blue Star again. Current stage. Wong Quan doesn't want to have any contact with the Autobots, and he doesn't bother to pay attention to these messengers of justice. His purpose is to dominate the Blue Star. Then, get those 6 infinite gems and revive Cybertron. Thus activate the Yuanshi Tianzuan form and achieve immortality. Blue Star. The next morning, the alarm clock went off on time. Tony woke up from his sleep and was about to go to wash up. But he found that while he was sleeping, someone else had entered the laboratory. And, beside him, a cardboard box was left. All kinds of debris are piled up in the alley, and even a thick layer of dust has accumulated. But a brand new piece of paper, with beautiful fonts, has a paragraph written on it. Howard Stark's legacy, to a troubled Tony. Tony froze for a moment, then couldn't help laughing. He crumpled the note into a ball and threw it into the trash can. After, he observed the storage box in front of him. Tony is not stupid. He knows that the relic in front of him should have been delivered to him decades ago. 18. The hypocritical guys, SHILD, have been detained without authorization. I am afraid. His shrewd father must, say, have left some incredible secrets in these inheritances. Moreover, those greedy villains have not yet been cracked. Thinking of this, Tony took out the relics and hurriedly wiped the dust on them with his sleeves. Somewhere, he has a special feeling, perhaps. The secrets hidden in these inheritances can help him get through this difficult time smoothly. Even, let him have the capital that can compete with that man. Thinking of this, Tony stopped everything, including the robotic insects under study. I began to look through the various notes left by my father, as well as those videotapes. Perhaps because of the death of his lover, Tony, who was alone, longed for affection more than ever. The father in the videotape is more cordial than ever. Tony looked at it carefully. As his son, he quickly realized the key. Stark Industrial Exhibition. It was his father's unfulfilled dream, full of too many regrets. TXT. Tony suddenly thought again. Previously, Wong Quan asked his legal counsel to ask him for the design drawings of the Stark exhibition. There must be some connection between the two. His father's legacy to him is apparently hidden in the blueprints for the Stark exhibition. Thinking of this, Tony immediately asked the intelligent butler, JRVS, to call up the design drawings of the exhibition for him. At first, when Wong Quan asked for such a thing, Tony kept an eye on it and asked JRVS to prepare a special copy. At the moment, really this document, when it comes in handy, when the Azure three-dimensional projection unfolded in front of Tony, he immediately noticed something was wrong. The past and the future are linked together at this moment. just like Wong Quan some time ago, dismantling these maps and piecing together new elements. Although Tony's movements are much more sluggish, there are many steps to go through and careful consideration before a judgment can be made. But after half an hour, he successfully synthesized the new element. I need a particle accelerator. 35 need it now. Tony clenched his fists excitedly, as long as he synthesized new elements through the particle accelerator. #BL. He will definitely be able to replace palladium and become a new energy source for arc reactor. Fundamentally, solve the problems he is currently facing. SHIELD's command room. Through the surveillance cameras in the lab, Nick Fury saw the whole scene. Although he is unwilling, but for the long-term interests, he can only endure it first. If only. Tony builds artificial diamond for him. It's SHIELD when he launched a counterattack against that man. 109. A week later, Tony, who developed a new generation of arc reactor, successfully cured his palladium poisoning symptoms. But before he was happy, he learned from SHIELD. 3 days ago, the Vank father and son have already demonstrated this achievement at the Stark Industry exhibition. And new steel armor claims stronger, and more safer than Iron Man. They even generously said, as long as Tony needs, they are willing to provide him with technical guidance. Look at the affection of his father, Howard Stark, and every country in the world also got in touch with Vank father and son at the first time. Want to buy their armor patents, and even promise huge benefits. After hearing the news, Tony's newfound joy was gone. He can only turn grief and anger into strength and continue to invest in the research structure of machine insects. SHIELD's weapons lab. Nick Fury, Hill, was watching nervously at the super genius in front of him. The two top commanders of the helicopter carrier were shocked by Tony's remarks. What did you say? These, shape-shifting King Kong, is a race of alien civilizations? Nick Fury, with his mouth open in shock, questioned again in a trembling voice. All along, he naively believed that these mechanical monsters were all creations of that man. Since he can create it, then Tony, who is also a genius, can definitely do it. But when I heard that they were an alien race, Nick Fury already knows he may never be able to have his own synthetic King Kong Legion. Tony sighed. He took out a purple liquid energy body from his pocket and showed it in front of the two of them. Yes, I found this liquid energy body from inside the corpse. 39. He flows through the body of the robot insect like blood, but this liquid energy body contains terrifying energy, which has a strong interference effect on equipment. 39. I guess this should be their energy. Tony put the liquid energy body back in his pocket again, then raised his hand and pointed to the CNC platform beside him. These monsters all have energy conversion devices in their bodies. The Blue Star resources that can be eaten are converted into liquid energy bodies and stored in a specific space. This kind of behavior is like swarm or ants. Speaking of this, Tony's hands are shaking. He has an extremely ridiculous speculation. Nick Fury, looking puzzled. Obviously, his IQ is not enough to understand such a profound mystery. Rather, Hill, who was listening intently, sensed the meaning of Tony's words. You mean, this group of robotic insects is the same group as bees and ants? For flowers, they eat everywhere, cause havoc, and slaughter human beings, just like bees gathering honey and ants foraging. It's for breeding the population. Hill's words can't be said halfway through. She covered her mouth in horror, her delicate body trembling instinctively. If this conjecture is correct, that is to say, somewhere on this planet, there must be a nest of robot insects. There may be countless robot insect babies hatching inside. They follow the most primitive instincts. Since it came to Blue Star, it has been secretly constructing its own mother's nest, hiding in the dark to develop power. Now, it's been half a year. According to the Blue Star, the terrifying reproduction rate of insects. To what extent will this group of mechanical monsters with known natural enemies on the Blue Star flood? Hill said Tony's speculation so frightened Nick Fury, a pea-sized cold sweat immediately appeared on his egg-colored forehead. But even more terrifying is yet to come. Actually, When I met that man for the first time, I found out that there is a female insect type, shape-shifting King Kong following that man. But, in the years that followed, she just disappeared out of thin air. Tony uttered another mystery. Knowing little about robot insects, he successfully threw a smoke bomb. Put Nick Fury in a panic. Long. 110. Damn it. Why didn't you tell me about this earlier? Nick Fury angrily reprimanded Tony for withholding such important information. Even the best agent organization in the world. It took decades to return my father's relics. Compared with you, my speed is many times faster. 35. The arrogant Tony, not Fury's subordinate, sneered unceremoniously. Humph. Nick Fury, no quibble. After all, in this matter, he had no firm foothold on the moral level from the beginning. He knew it from the beginning. We will definitely do whatever it takes to summon Captain Marvel. Killing this devil, Nine San-Chi, from hell in the cradle will never let him grow and develop. He is so greedy. Greed Wong Quan's shape-shifting King Kong, trying to steal that man's research data. In this way, he will build his mechanical legion and continue to stabilize the detached status of Lighthouse Country. But he miscalculated. One wrong step, every step is wrong. Today's Wong Quan, the dark forces have become large. If you want to do something to him, it will definitely lead to the Third World War. Nick Fury, completely lost, the possibility of destroying Wong Quan's forces. The atmosphere in the laboratory dropped to freezing point for a while. Then what good ideas do you have now? Nick Fury asked curiously. This invincible, arrogant super genius in front of me can be said to be the last hope of SHIELD. Tony touched the unshaven chin and looked at the shape-shifting gear in the laboratory. After a brief thought, he told Nick Fury the details. Although I can't help it, I can directly create this kind of life form. 99. But in the process of dismantling, I also have a general understanding. 95. This shape-shifting gear is their important core. As long as the shape-shifting gear is inserted into another container, it should be possible to create a shape-shifting mecha. 99. Tony said his conjecture. He thinks there is a lot to do. But how do we control them? Nick Fury asked again. He is a very cautious man, and he will never do business in compensation. Artificial intelligence. When Tony said this, he snapped his fingers. On the screen in front of the two, an orange, virtual digital light group appeared for a day. This is the consciousness projection of Intelligent Butler, JRVS, to this world. JRVS is one of the most advanced artificial intelligence. I don't think it's right. I believe in humans more than artificial intelligence. Nick Fury, without thinking, shook his head in rejection. Then, the slime mouse continued. Since you can invent the steel battle suit, it shouldn't be difficult to build a cab in this shape-shifting mecha that is more than 10 meters high. 5. Nick Fury's rhetorical question made Tony's face gloomy. The original plan was to use artificial intelligence to directly control the artificial diamond, without the hands of others, so as to gain more benefits for himself. Obviously, spotted by Nick Fury, the slime mouse. Although, SHIELD and Tony, seemingly allies on one front. But in fact, both sides have their own calculations and use each other. There are so many shape-shifting gears, only 5. Nick Fury didn't want to, so he made shape-shifting King Kong, cheaper than Tony Stark in front of him. Go ahead now, get ready for work. 35. I want to use the world's strongest military vehicles in the shortest possible time to take on their new bodies. Nick Fury said excitedly. Only so. In the next insect extermination action, you can kill the robot insects to get more shape-shifting gears. Form a mechanical army loyal to SHIELD. In response to the request made by SHIELD, the official action of the Lighthouse Country is extremely fast. In less than half a day, the good things at the bottom of the press box were taken out from various weapon laboratories. Nick Fury and Tony went to the scene in person. After their contemplation, they chose 5 military vehicles as the carrier of the shape-shifting gear, respectively. The first vehicle to be selected is a missile trailer loaded with Stark missiles. It can adapt to almost any terrain, and its extremely powerful firepower can blow up a mountain thousands of miles away. The second selected vehicle is an upgraded M1A3 armored tank. It is 10 meters long and weighs more than 60 tons. It adopts the strongest composite armor and can resist 120mm shells on the front. From the moment it starts, it's a heavy-fire mobile fortress. Just one shot. It can penetrate 2 kilometers away, dozens of centimeters, thick steel armor. The third vehicle selected was a modified Apache gunship. After the performance improvement, it has a top speed of nearly 400 kilometers per hour. The combat radius exceeds 480 kilometers. Loaded with a 30mm caliber Vulcan cannon, the ammunition is as high as 1,600 rounds. There are 4 external hardpoints on both sides, which can carry up to 16 Hellfire missiles, which is a war machine in the absolute sense. The fourth selected vehicle is much more ordinary. It's an 8-wheeled armored vehicle. His main task is to be responsible for ground reconnaissance and intercept the enemy's communication model. The special 4.8 body structure allows it to be driven freely in various environments. As for the final vehicle, Nick Fury, after much deliberation, decided to come up with a Quinjet. Vertical takeoff and landing, optical camouflage, laser weapons, interstellar travel, gravity system. Under the guidance of an alien race, the technology contained in this space fighter has long exceeded human cognition. It is also one of the whole cards that SHIELD is proud of and can play. In this regard, 5 vehicles, ready to complete. Over the next few days, shape-shifting gears will be implanted inside these vehicles. Even excited Nick Fury gave this shape-shifting King Kong squad a resounding name on the spot. Battle Car Team 111. After half a month, the Vank father and son gained Wong Quan's appreciation for their new arc reactor and steel battle suit technology. After receiving tens of billions of dollars in subsidies, the father and son acquired the Hammer Industries, which was on the verge of bankruptcy, and established a firm foothold in the international city of New York. It is worth mentioning that, originally in the plot of Iron Man 2, Justin Hammer, who was imprisoned as a big injustice. As early as half a month ago, in a private mansion, he was assassinated. This opportunistic shrewd businessman and the other 25 decedents were brutally beheaded by the murderer. No clues left at the murder scene. This can't help but make the police think about half a year ago. In this city, the leader of the file-size organization died on the same morning in a bizarre case of assassination. For self-defense, they hid all the truth and lied that it was a gas accident. But 2 bizarre large-scale serial cases are linked by people with a heart. After half a month of fermentation, gradually began to spread among the crowd, inducing infinite conjectures from the public. It also lays the groundwork for the appearance of Owl Court 22 in the future. Wong Quan's villa. Wong Quan, who was sunbathing, suddenly received an urgent communication from Black Widow. Just half an hour ago, SHIELD's artificial King Kong has successfully completed shape-shifting. 5 high-level agents are responsible for driving control. Because of the power of the container body, this chariot team showed extremely terrifying combat power. Say it without hesitation. They are even more powerful than the elite warriors under Wong Quan. And the ordinary Decepticons, in front of the battle team, can only be tortured and killed. The chariot team, Wong Quan murmured, this name has special meaning to him. In shape-shifting King Kong, there was a civil war under the command of the Decepticons. Starscream, who defected from Megatron, was exiled to a deserted island. He took advantage of the weapon wreckage scattered on the island during World War II by the Lighthouse country to create a powerful chariot team. Because it is in the form of a military vehicle, their combat power and terrifying firepower suppression can suppress almost any opponent. Worse yet, they can also 5-in-1, shape-shifting into a Hun Tian leopard. Even Shockwave and Megatron have suffered a lot in fighting team. Now, in this world, they have not escaped the arrangement of fate after all. Wong Quan even began to look forward to seeing this team as soon as possible. Anything else interesting? Wong Quan continued, asking about Black Widow. This Scorpion beauty, as a Decepticon, lurks an important insider of SHIELD. The shrewd Black Widow, by virtue of his identity as a high-level agent, can access the detailed information of almost all missions. Your Majesty, there is another, very strange rumor. Just today, in the wilderness of New Mexico, a hammer was dropped. A lot of people have tried, but that hammer, even when pulled by a trailer, doesn't move. 99. According to the patterns and legends to speculate. This is very likely the legendary Mjolnir. SHIELD has dispatched Phil Coulson to the scene. This is all the information I know so far. Black Widow reports in detail. After hearing the news, Wong Quan immediately thought that following Iron Man 2 was the plot of Thor. I am afraid Thor, at the moment, has been demoted to the mortal world and lost his powers. Why don't let me go? If that hammer doesn't obey, I'll destroy it. As a personal maid, number 18 heard the whole process and immediately patted his chest and said in a frivolous tone, "Recently, she is so busy. She is a fighting android who can destroy the world." But since he woke up, he was either cleaning or doing laundry and cooking. Although she didn't hate it, such an easy way of life. But if you don't do something about it, number 18 always feels that he is a little sorry for the powerful strength he possesses. It's just a small pseudo-god. I'm afraid it won't get into your eyes. Wong Quan raised his hand and scratched number 18's nose. This intimacy caused the girl's pretty face to show two smudges of embarrassment. In order to start story missions, get story rewards. Wong Quan is ready to go to the scene in person. If he can pull out Mjolnir before Thor, the scene at that time, it must be, is very exciting. Thinking of this, Wong Quan got up from the beach chair, exercising his majestic muscles, lazily moving his muscles and bones, and letting his joints make crisp sounds. The Red Queen, who had been sitting on the edge of the swimming pool and eavesdropping on the conversation between the two, immediately ran over with a smile and hugged Wong Quan's arm. She wants to go there too. Humans may not be able to pick up a hammer, but robots, not necessarily. Master, can I go with you? Don't forget, I'm also a strong general under your command. The Red Queen raised her head somewhat ignorantly and immediately made number 18 laugh out loud. But .937. Her body is the strongest Terminator. Ordinary Aegis agents against her will only end in a dead end. Not to mention how useful she can be in battle, but at least she has the ability to protect herself. All right, Red Queen, you're sending a message to the Great Train. 5. Let him come and see me. It's been so long since we've rested. It's time to exercise. Wong Quan laughed at himself with emotion. The battle with humans has come to an end for the time being. I just hope that the group of false gods in Asgard can bring him more surprises in terms of combat. Soon, the big train that came through the portal was shape-shifting into a space shuttle form. Then, carrying Wong Quan, number 18, the Red Queen. There was also a box of extravagant snacks, flying in the direction of New Mexico State. At the moment, when the monitoring satellite of SHIELD detects the flight signal of Big Train, he immediately deduced that the direction of Wong Quan and his party was New Mexico. Let the fight team assemble immediately. 39. By the way, notify Captain Marvel and let her go to the deck to meet Nick Fury, standing in front of the podium, giving orders to his subordinates. This time, SHIELD, under his leadership, will surely be disgraced. 112. New Mexico State. In the deserted suburbs, a silver-gray forging hammer is being placed in the ring-shaped giant pit. It fell last night and caused quite a stir. The town residents living here thought it was an extraterrestrial meteor, in line with the fine tradition of whoever discovers it first. Since last night, there are quite a few people who came here by car on purpose, wanting to take this forging hammer away. Result: they thought of almost everything they could think of, but they all failed. Unwilling to leave, they squatted here and started camping in the wilderness, waiting to see other people and make a joke. 11 helicopters descended from the sky. The Aegis agent Phil Coulson, in a black suit, with a group of subordinates armed with firearms, walked towards the crowd in a mighty manner. "You have 10 minutes to get out of here," Phil Coulson said without a smile. Then he opened his sleeves with a smile and looked at the smartwatch on his wrist. The 10-minute countdown has begun. He took a fancy to Sven, who looked like a good old man, but his methods were very ruthless. The agent beside him directly aimed his weapon at the group of people in front. Every year, many of them disappeared inexplicably on the suburban roads of New Mexico, and the victims were never found again. He does not suggest that these people in front of him also become one of them. The civilians who are in panic can no longer care about the things on the ground. They got into the car and fled the scene. After expelling irrelevant personnel, he immediately initiated communication with SHIELD. "This is Phil Coulson. I've arrived at the scene. The legendary hammer has been discovered." Phil Coulson's eyes, looking at the annular crater, flashed a hint of yearning in his eyes. 20. This hammer is really the one in mythology. So if you lift it up, will you have the power of Thor? Just like this sword in the stone in Celtic mythology, as long as you can pull it out, you can become the king of Britain. Think here. Phil Coulson took a step forward subconsciously, just as the greedy man wanted to step up and lift the hammer. On the phone, Nick Fury came, some gloomy orders. "Phil Coulson, that man, is heading your way. You must evacuate immediately. Captain Marvel, on the way, she will support you." 35 Nick Fury's order made Phil Coulson pale, and he immediately recruited Roar and his subordinates and ran in the direction of the helicopter. The cold-blooded and cruel tyrant, even Captain Marvel, was almost killed. It is definitely not an existence that ordinary people like them can provoke. They stay here, and there is only a dead end. But just as Phil Coulson and his party ran towards the direction of the helicopter, the sky in the distance, a small black spot, was rapidly magnifying. It was a purple-gray space shuttle. Its flight speed is very fast, and it is obviously aimed at Mjolnir. "Quick! 35, the enemy has come." After Phil Coulson boarded the plane, he ordered the pilot to start the helicopter quickly. All the agents of SHIELD know how cruel Wong Quan is. Right at the moment, a splendid bright light, like a shooting star, dragged a colorful flame, flying from the sky above this group of frightened Aegis agents. That's Captain Marvel. At the moment, she has crazy killing intent in her eyes. The vast energy forms a protective barrier on the battle suit on her body. She quickly rammed in the direction of the space shuttle at dozens of times the speed of sound. Apparently, she is ready to kill the enemy ahead like the spaceship that destroyed the Kree. Even if the body of the big train in front of you is strong, you will only end up falling when you meet her. Oops. The big train looked at the rushing Captain Marvel, and his soul flew out for a while. The speed of the other party is too fast. He wanted to change the flight path, but it was too late. Just when the big train, not knowing what to do, was about to ask for help from His Majesty in the cabin, the voice from number 18 sounded one step ahead. "If I guess right, the woman outside, the resentful woman. It should be one of the two you are referring to." Number 18 blinked the corners of his eyes, and the corners of his mouth raised a charming smile. Wong Quan did not speak, and in the face of the imminent danger, he was still closing his eyes, but a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Really?" Number 18 spoke contentedly, and she got the answer from Wong Quan's smile. Then, she got up from her seat, moved her body lazily, and gave orders to the big train. "Open the hatch. That woman is my prey." 35 number 18 moved his arms, but this made Skirt seem to get in the way. But, even so, she didn't show any nervousness. "Okay, I'll do it. The big train crisis is at hand, and there is no time to worry too much." The heavy cabin door slowly opened, and the blistering wind was blowing number 18, who had dazzling golden shoulder-length short hair. This super-strong cyborg warrior has sexy lips and a playful smile. As if in bad taste, he raised his slender left hand. She made a gun gesture, locked onto the flying Captain Marvel, and said softly, "Boom." The voice of number 18 fell, and a blue flash flew out from her fingertips, crash into the flying Captain Marvel at an infinitely close speed to light. Captain Marvel didn't react for a while. "I just feel a dazzling light flashing in front of my eyes." Then, boom, one by one, a loud bang resounded through the heavens and the earth, and a terrible shockwave splashed, so that the big train in the space shuttle form was affected. The aerospace armor around the entire fuselage is shaking violently, and Captain Marvel, who was at the core of the explosion, screamed horribly, was blown away by the shockwave, and fell towards the wilderness below. She glided all the way on the ground, in the open wilderness, leaving a narrow and long ditch of 3,000 meters. It was difficult to stop the figure. Too strong. Even the Star Destroyer cannon of the Kree is only as powerful as that. Hateful, Captain Marvel said angrily, punching the ground with a punch. After she got up from the ground and looked at the damaged battle suit on her body, she immediately showed an embarrassed expression. Shame. Nua Hao Zhao, that man is so bad. Wong Quan. This time I will absolutely. I will never let you go. 35 Captain Marvel, growling angrily. But these words sounded unconvincing. On the contrary, it is a bit like, before entering the examination room, the students cheer for themselves. Obviously, after taking this blow, the terrifying energy attack, Captain Marvel, who is sober-minded, doesn't have much confidence in whether he can defeat Wong Quan. However, a contemptuous magnetic female voice sounded from above her. When Captain Marvel raised her head and looked at the opponent, she showed a surprised expression. At the moment, number 18, wearing a black and white maid's dress with her arms wrapped around her chest, was looking down at the prey below with a playful smile. I'm afraid you're going to be disappointed. My master didn't accompany you, the rambunctious Yaxing messenger, to deal with a stupid woman like you. I can easily handle it. 113. On the battlefield outside the suburbs, Captain Marvel, from the ruins, rose again. She looked up at the blonde girl floating in the sky with a dissatisfied expression, clenching her fists hard. What a joke. That man, he didn't even dare to appear in front of me. Captain Marvel, growling angrily. Judging from her at the moment demeanor, she obviously did not take number 18 in her eyes. After all, a pretty girl who looks so pretty and wears a maid's skirt, no matter how you look at it, she doesn't have the demeanor of a strong man. Stop putting gold on your face. As that maid, isn't it my duty to clean up the trash? 35 18th put one hand on his hip and yawned contemptuously. Even provocatively, he hooked his fingers towards Captain Marvel below. Too deceiving. 99. Why are you a woman with such a vicious mouth? Captain Marvel replied angrily, and her calf slammed into the sky again. The right fist shone with bright stars, rushing towards the door of number 18. She wants this eloquent vixen to see how powerful she is. However, 18 moves faster. She directly lifted her left leg and slashed down with a swift blow, hitting Captain Marvel's eyebrows. 940. This kick, a terrifying power erupts. Directly let Captain Marvel, like a kite with a broken string, quickly fall towards the bottom. Boom! There was another loud noise, and the impact shattered the ground hundreds of meters in a radius, and a large amount of smoke and dust rose into the air. 18. From the core of the fall, the shining energy shows that Captain Marvel has not fallen. Didn't want to do that, Captain Marvel said in a low voice. Her pupils have disappeared, replaced by the vast energy that has overflowed from her eyes. The energy that enveloped her whole body was as bright as a vast sea of stars. Under the combat strength test on the 18th, his power, constantly rising, quickly broke through one critical point after another. Just like the Saya clan can change form to enhance their combat power. Captain Marvel, you can also enter the double star form. In double star form, her own two energies will be fully released, turning herself into an energy receiver, constantly absorbing energy from the outside world, and use this energy to heal and strengthen your own attributes. That is to say, the next battle, as long as the time drags on, the better it will be for her, say. Because in the double star form, her combat power will continue to increase until she defeats her opponent. 18, with one hand on his hips, looked down at Captain Marvel below with a smile of interest. That's interesting too. 18 smiled and murmured, if the opponent was too weak, she would be disappointed. Although, she looked like a weak girl wearing a nasty maid outfit. 18, her true strength is a super fighter that surpasses Super Saiyan. The infinite energy device in her body can give her infinite physical energy, and she can fight tirelessly to the death. This is actually very similar to Captain Marvel. The only difference, Captain Marvel's double star form is an active skill, and number 18 is a permanent passive effect. Enter Captain Marvel in double star form, tens of thousands of times faster than before. So close that even the most advanced electronic eyes can't capture her. She was quick, as if she had disappeared from sight. Speed of light, the flow of time, under her perception, has slowed down countless times. Everything fell into a static state, as if she was the only one who could keep moving normally. Die? 35 Captain Marvel, who has been humiliated twice, now just wants to kill this woman and seek revenge for that man. But Captain Marvel's fist equivalent to the speed of light was taken by number 18 with one hand. Not only that, Azure's huge energy is revived from number 18's body. Her dazzling golden shoulder-length short hair, windless and automatic, floats in the air gracefully. Gas. In the Dragon Ball universe, the cognition of energy, the profound meanings realized. With the blessing of Chi, the real powerhouse can destroy the stars with a touch of a finger. Speed of light. In the eyes of number 18, he is just a clumsy child who has just learned to walk. Seeing number 18 above, I underestimate it, and take a blow at the speed of light. Captain Marvel's eyes widened in shock. As a cosmic hero, she never thought that on a planet like Blue Star, there actually exists such a terrifying powerhouse. How is this possible? What the hell? Are you what monster? Captain Marvel murmured in horror. The shock that this woman brought her has surpassed that man. Can a terrifying powerhouse like her still respectfully calls that man master? And no shame or reluctance. It feels so natural, as if for a reason. Don't get distracted. The battle is still going on. Number 18, showing a belligerent look, her slender left hand folded in front of Captain Marvel. Then a punch hit the woman in the face. Captain Marvel, turned into shining star dust, flew towards the town 20 kilometers away. Captain Marvel, who has no time to adjust the balance, can only despair and fall towards the town below. Next moment, a roar resounded through the heavens and the earth, splashing the sky with fire. A small town where tens of thousands of people live turned into a ring-shaped crater. Except for Captain Marvel, who rose from the ruins, no creature survived in the thousands of degrees of heat. You, Captain Marvel, looking at the surrounding ruins, wants to reprimand. But number 18, like teleportation, appeared below her. Don't forget, you started all this. If it wasn't for you, you had to provoke me. The people here will not die. 18th, ahead of Captain Marvel, scolds this hypocritical woman. Afterwards, use the charged left fist to unleash a powerful uppercut. Hit Captain Marvel in the jaw. The powerful force directly makes Captain Marvel free from gravity. Gradually accelerating, like a rocket that lifted off into the sky, she knocked the atmosphere out of a terrifying void. I haven't had enough fun yet. Number 18 moved his stiff neck and said excitedly. The half-month cleaning, laundry, and cooking have accumulated a lot of pressure on her. At the moment is a good opportunity to release. She tapped the ground with her toes. A blue light appeared on her body and flew out of the blue star along the trajectory of Captain Marvel, ready to pull the battle into space. The other side. Because perception is not enough for the battle between Captain Marvel and number 18. The confident Nick Fury thought that Captain Marvel had already contained that man. How dare he let go of such a God-given opportunity? After all, after tasting the sweetness of artificial King Kong, Nick Fury, who is full of confidence, has been greedy for the big train, 3 transformed King Kong for a long time. At the moment, it's time for the Chariot team to attack the remaining enemies. Troops, attack. 114. On the barren frontier, roars whistling helicopter, sweeping across the ground at a low altitude. Above it is a Quinjet flying at a constant speed on the ground. The 8-wheeled armored combat vehicle was driving at extreme speed, searching for the enemy's landing site. Behind it, the rapid rotation of the crawler sounded, the roaring sound that shook the soul. Last of the last. It is a missile trailer with a Stark missile. Battle team. Designed by Tony Operator Stark. SHIELD provides military vehicles, and finally completed the artificial King Kong. Their outstanding performance in practice shocked everyone. To this, Nick Fury very satisfied. He regards this Chariot team as his own sharp blade. In order to confuse the group of Decepticons and make them mistakenly think that the Chariot team is their own, it is convenient for them to launch surprise attacks in the future. Nick Fury, a smart little head melon, has a flash of inspiration. On the body of the Chariot team, the mark of the Decepticon was personally engraved. 04. This chariot team is fully dispatched. Under the leadership of Iron Man, they are driving at full speed towards the landing site of the big train. SHIELD's command room. Nick Fury smiled and even opened a bottle of champagne in preparation for his upcoming victory. Let the chariot team catch me alive. As long as there is the shape-shifting gear of that big train. 99. With our current technology, we will be able to use his shape-shifting gear to create a larger and stronger artificial diamond. 9. Nick Fury said excitedly. Holding champagne, he stared at the chariot team that was getting closer and closer to the target location on the big screen. Excited like a dream. Hey, Bill, the commander of the aircraft carrier, felt a little uneasy for some reason. Do not know why. She always felt that it was all going so well. Maybe it was because she was under too much pressure recently, which eventually led to the hallucination, wilderness. Wong Quan, who walked out of the cabin, watched the chariot team approaching, and the corners of his mouth gradually rose. Behind him, the big train quickly completes shape-shifting. This group of gatekeepers actually dare to do this. The big train. No mercy, these humans. 99. The tall and burly big train looks at the artificial King Kong, rushing towards itself, and sets up weapons in anger. He can feel it. There is no tinder on this chariot team. They are like walking corpses parasitized by parasites, which makes the big train as a Decepticon truly disgusted. 18. Wong Quan raised his hand and stopped the big train. Big train, I can understand your mood. So, this chariot team is the last puzzle missing. It's up to me to do it. Wong Quan raised his head with a light smile, looked at the chariot team in the distance, and comforted the big train behind him. He has no reason not to accept this great gift delivered to his lips. The other side. The chariot team that was rushing to the battlefield found the target ahead. As the driver of Quinjet turned on the scanning function and locked the big train in robot form. But below the big train, he has detected 2 human units. Then, he was horrified to discover that the person being held back by Captain Marvel was not that man. That brutal man, at the moment, is below, waiting for them to come. Here is number 3, the target person, who hasn't left. Realizing this, he immediately reported to SHIELD. Even if there are artificial shape-shifting King Kong, with their current strength, they are definitely not the opponents of that man. However, to the 5 drivers, the surprise was, the plan remains the same. No matter what, get the shape-shifting gear of the big train. Nick Fury gave the order nonchalantly. But the pilot of the Quinjet wanted to continue explaining. Shut up. You have no right to refuse. Don't forget, the bombs implanted under your skin can shatter your heads remotely as long as I press the button. 39. Nick Fury, looking at the champagne in his hand, ordered with a gloomy expression. This is the first appearance of fighting team. If he leaves in such a bleak way, how can he be reconciled? Number 1. Understand. For Flowers' Stark missile launch. As the driver of the missile trailer, when he heard the order of SHIELD, he was stunned on the spot. This Stark missile deployed on the trailer locked Wong Quan's position. The agent in the cockpit pressed the missile launch button hard. Moment. 6 Stark missiles, with blood-colored tail flames, flew in the direction of Wong Quan. But his reckless behavior has not won the applause of others. On the contrary, the Iron Man, who was traveling with him, turned pale and bloodless. Oops, these weapons have not been degaussed yet. Foreshadowing bad Tony immediately increased the speed of the steel battle suit, ready to catch up with those missiles. But don't forget, Point Zero, that man, the most terrifying ability is not melee combat, but he has the ability to control the planet magnetic field. Missiles that have not been degaussed are just toys in his eyes. Just when Tony worried, Wong Quan raised a finger to control the ability of planet magnetic field and activated it instantly. The 6 Stark missiles that flew towards him hovered steadily in the air. After, with the rotation of Wong Quan's fingers, the 6 Stark missiles also began to circle in the air. A cruel smile appeared on Wong Quan's face. He pointed his hand directly to the most populous city in New Mexico. Under his traction, the 6 Stark missiles in the air turned on their power and flew straight towards the city. Damn, you people in SHIELD, what a bunch of troublemakers. Tony passed the communication system, cursing angrily the idiot-like driver. He looked at the wife-killing enemy below and finally gritted his teeth and chased after the 6 Stark missiles. Before these missiles turned that city into a sea of fire, he must be one step ahead, in midair, to complete the interception. Wong Quan ignored it, and Tony, who flew from above. Instead, he focused his attention on the chariot team that was speeding toward him without reducing its speed. Then, Majestic opened the mouth to give orders. In the name of Yuanshi Tianzuan, 35 Fight Team, Resurrection, Long, 115, on the vast wilderness. Driving towards Wong Quan's chariot team, I suddenly felt a dazzling light strike. Then, the driver inside was horrified to discover the internal control system actually failed. The vehicle they were driving, as if they had their own minds, actually began to change their shape-shifting state without authorization. Roar is called headquarters. The artificial diamond is out of control. We can't take back control. These monsters are going to rampage. Damn it. Stop it. Launch. Launch. Shoot me a missile. A terrified Roar called out. They don't know what happened, but after the light disappeared, these clumsy big guys completely lost control. Next moment, when the chariot team was shape-shifting, 5 noisy drivers screamed, and 943 was ruthlessly kicked out of the cockpit. The pilot of the Quinjet, screaming in despair, fell from a height of several thousand meters and turned into a pool of blood on the ground. And the driver of the Apache gunship has an even more tragic end. He was ejected from the cockpit and slammed into the rapidly spinning helicopter blades. In the shrill screams, it was twisted into a splash of meat. The driver on the ground is not much better. The runaway M1A3 armored tank ran over directly from the driver. In front of the tank, the armored combat vehicle that has already completed shape-shifting will stomp the driver below with 1 foot, adapting to the new body. Hey! The missile trailer carrying the Stark missile was also shape-shifted into a robot form and hold the driver in the body directly in the hand. You have to pay the price for your disrespect. Humanity. A dull voice came from the mouth of the Decepticon. The reckless driver, looking at his tragically dead companion, begged for mercy in horror. Don't kill me. I'll say anything. 99, please, don't kill. Unfortunately, before he could finish his words, his head exploded instantly, and blood spattered on the armor of Assault. Let this Decepticon add a touch of terror. Madness. The giant robot sighed in disappointment. After the plan to interrogate the hostages failed, he crushed the headless corpse in his hands and threw it into the wilderness behind him. Let Vulture fall from the sky and eat the deformed corpse. After, he and other companions knelt down on one knee in the direction of Wong Quan. To their king, swear allegiance. The big train, once again shape-shifting into a space shuttle shape, carrying Wong Quan, was suspended above the battle team. Wong Quan looked down at the 5 Decepticon warriors with satisfaction and recognized their identities. The vehicle is a member of the combat team with a missile trailer named Assault. He is the commander of this chariot team. When it comes to shape-shifting, it acts as the body of the 100 Sky Leopard, and his body shape is also stronger than his companions. The vehicle is a member of the chariot team of Quinjet, named Explosion. It serves as the right arm of the 100 Leopard during the shape-shifting of the fusion. The vehicle is a member of the chariot team of Apache armed fighter, named Whirlwind. It acts as the left arm of the 100 Leopard during shape-shifting. The vehicle is a member of the combat team of M1A3 armored tank, named Noisy. During shape-shifting, it serves as the left leg of the 100 Leopard. The vehicle is a member of the chariot team with the 8-wheeled armored fighting vehicle, named Fraud. Acts as the right leg of the 100 Leopard during shape-shifting. That's it. This human-made chariot team completed the last puzzle after integrating Tinder. The power of heavenly venerate bestowed by Wong Quan makes this chariot team possess the ability of shape-shifting. The feeling of being resurrected again is undoubtedly wonderful. All the members of the chariot team have nothing but gratitude in their hearts and awe engraved in their souls. Get up. Wang Quan raised his hand with a light smile and motioned for the new subordinate in front of him to get up. At this time, the fraud, whose body is an 8-wheeled armored combat vehicle, stood up again, but opened his mouth excitedly and urgently reported to His Majesty above. Your Majesty, our communication with that group of humans has not been interrupted yet. Do you have any instructions? A cunning deceit, immediately courteous to Wang Quan. Oh, 99. Hearing the voice of fraud, Wang Quan became interested for a while. He looked at the chariot team in front of him, and the smile on his face gradually became cruel. Tony Stark, and your group of rats hiding in the dark. 35. Open your eyes and give me a good look. The chariot team is used like this. When Wang Quan's voice fell, he waved to the bottom and motioned for the entire chariot team to board the space shuttle. He will drop a chariot team in the nearest city. Let the narrow-eyed mice in SHIELD experience the true power of integrated King Kong. At the same time, on SHIELD's helicarrier, Hill lifted his finger from the detonation button slowly. It was she who detonated the bomb under the skin of the driver, stopped the driver, and leaked the information of SHIELD. As a high-level agent, she has no guilt, but the biggest problem facing SHIELD now is how to deal with the chariot team. They spent tens of billions of dollars, plus the top military vehicles, to form this chariot team and this artificial diamond. But before the battle started, he slaughtered his own driver and pledged his 4.8 loyalty to the biggest enemy of SHIELD. This blow came so suddenly. Even this group of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents are in self-doubt and messed up. Director, what should we do now? Hill asked in a trembling voice, looking in Nick Fury's direction with worried eyes. Respond to her. It was the sound of the wine glass falling to the ground and breaking into pieces. The angry Nick Fury spit out a mouthful of stench of black blood and the funny face of the bitter egg color, like a chimpanzee teased by humans. King, what? Under the watchful eyes of a group of agents, Nick Fury clutched his chest in pain and collapsed on the wet and cold floor. He is wise enough to accept cruel blows. Dizzy on the spot. 116. Over the city of Albuquerque. 6 Stark missiles struck, immediately causing the whole city to sound the air defense alarm. The superweapon of Stark Industries. Its core technology, designed by the Iron Man himself, can blow up a mountain with just one piece. The purpose of this weapon was to directly paralyze the enemy's combat system at the least cost. The sub-warheads loaded inside can carry out carpet bombing on the whole area. Relying on this technology, the superhero has made a lot of money. And the Lighthouse Nation has also achieved a lot of victories in the local war. But now, their proud weapons are aimed at themselves. Although the speed of the 4th-generation steel battle suit has been increased to the limit, it still can't catch up with those missiles. Because that was the missile he personally modified 3 days ago. Greater range damage, faster flight speed. It's the super weapon he designed to destroy the robot insect, Mother's Nest. No chance. Seeing these missiles, 22 in sight, flying farther and farther. In Tony's heart, there is nothing but desolation and endless remorse. When the Stark missiles entered the fire coverage range, small missiles flew out of the body. These missiles turn on the induction system and lock the large buildings below. Afterwards, a dazzling arc was drawn in the sky, like a rain of death, hitting each building with precision. In an instant, 1/3 of the city turned into a sea of fire. Under the high temperature of thousands of degrees, the shrill screams cut through the sky and resounded through the sky. It's over, Tony muttered absent-mindedly. A speeding space shuttle flew from behind and knocked him out. Tony, who was hit hard, quickly adjusted his balance. Then, Tony watched from below. The purple-gray space shuttle flew towards the city. Do not. Tony immediately sensed the man's purpose. Battle team. That man, ready to let the chariot team destroy the entire city. I won't let you succeed. Tony accelerated immediately, followed the space shuttle, and flew towards the city. This is the devil he created with his own hands, and should have been sent back to hell by him. The heavy hatch opened slowly. Amidst a piercing warning sound, a group of 5 people from the chariot team walked to the front of the hatch. Brothers, in order to celebrate the new life, let's do it. The fiery explosion, looking down at the city below, said excitedly. Great idea, I can't wait. The cruel whirlwind responded immediately and began to stretch his muscles and bones. Head, give the order quickly, and let His Majesty see our strength. The grumpy, noisy looked at the attack behind him and couldn't wait to speak. In the Decepticon camp where the strong are respected, only strength is everything. It's a pity to destroy this place. Hey, why don't we just... The treacherous scam looked down at the city below and let out a greedy laugh. But before he could finish speaking, an iron fist hit Scam in the face, preventing him from continuing to speak. It was the commander of the chariot team who attacked. As a rare strategist among the Decepticons, Assault is far more composed than his subordinates. The reason why he beat Scam is to make this greedy be D clearer. Not here, the Cybertron millions of years ago. The new king they are loyal to is not a soft-hearted person like Megatron. There will never be a third time in their lives. Team, fit shapeshifting. With a deep voice, the attack gave the shapeshifting command. Then, in the expectant gaze of Wang Quan, 5 members of the chariot team, led by the attack, jumped down from the air. From the tank vehicle mode, the noisy shapeshifting again turns into a thick left leg. From the armored fighting vehicle form, after completing the shapeshifting scam, you will become a strong right leg. With their weight, they landed on the ground at the fastest speed. The viaducts collapsed, turning the surrounding buildings into ruins. Immediately after, from the missile trailer form, shapeshifting is the attack of the body's torso, and the 2 mechanical legs on the ground are connected together. The head of the leopard, extending from the torso, let out a dull growl. In the form of a gunship, the whirlwind hovering in the sky, connected to the left side of the 100 Sky Leopard, turned into the left arm of the 100 Sky Leopard, and the other side. In the form of Quinjet, the explosion that launches the missile towards the city is also connected to the right side of the 100 Sky Leopard and becomes the right arm of the 100 Sky Leopard. That's it. Amid the desperate screams of the citizens, the 100 Sky Leopard has completed its fusion. I'm a leopard. Your remains will be used to pave the way for my king's conquest. The integrated King Kong Huntian leopard roared through the sky. This giant fusion King Kong is even a head taller than Hercules. After shapeshifting is done, the tyrannical 100 Sky Leopard switched its right arm to a laser transmitter and shot a purple atomic beam towards the building ahead. A dazzling beam of light that runs through the world and quickly sweep the building ahead. The high-rise buildings in the whole city were instantly cut in half by the atomic beam and collapsed towards the ground below, causing a series of explosions. Ha! Huntian Leopard looked at his masterpiece and laughed excitedly. His tyrannical laughter even overshadowed the screams of the citizens. And this, it is the real 943 Huntian Leopard, and it is also a fusion of King Kong, the real strength. You must know that the 5 people who make up the chariot team are criminals that even the Decepticons hate. If I had to describe it, in Blue Star parlance, it's probably, these vicious criminals are no longer satisfied with ordinary torture. It's broken. The ant's nest is filled with boiling water, and the earthworms are cut in half vertically. Even the puppies who eat melons passing by will be slapped twice. Even the former leader, Megatron, was very speechless to them. Before they create a bigger disaster, they can only dig out their fire and imprison them in the Decepticons' prison. But now, the new king of the Decepticons has resurrected them again, the strongest military vehicle from Blue Star, and it gives them the combat power far exceeding that of ordinary Decepticons. This ferocious demon is resurrected again. He will never stop until the entire city is turned into a death purgatory. Far away, witness the terrifying destructive power displayed by the shape-shifting of the fight team. Tony's face turned pale and bloodless. The combination of King Kong below has exceeded the range that this armor can fight against. The only thing he can do, it was to take advantage of the tyrannical Huntian Leopard to withdraw from the battlefield before he found him. Escape this catastrophe. 117. Over the city, Wang Quan applauded applaudingly as he witnessed the massive destruction of the Hun Tian leopard. Shape-shifting King Kong's vehicle body, to a certain extent, determines their combat power. Just like the diggers of the engineering vehicle, they Hercules after the shape-shifting fit. It is definitely not the same as the opponent of Hun Tian leopard. The naive big train heard the applause from the cabin, and for a while, he also thought of competing for credit. But he wasn't stupid enough to make a few gestures with Hun Tian leopard. So, in line with the good Decepticon style of persimmons should be soft, he set his sights on the Iron Man who was running. "Your Majesty, that human is going to run," the big train said eagerly. He didn't want to let go of any enemies. "That's it. It would be more valuable to me to keep him alive." Wang Quan changed to a more comfortable sitting position, looked at Tony fleeing through the window, and the smile on his face became more playful. He suddenly began to look forward to what Nick Fury would look like now. At the same time, he's also looking forward to the next time Tony comes on the scene. We'll send him another, what kind of gift? After receiving Wang Quan's order, the honest train did not dare to complain. "Your Majesty, where are we going now?" the big train asked curiously. Seeing the 100 Sky Leopard being destroyed so happily, and even being praised by His Majesty, he wanted to show it. "Don't forget the real purpose of this trip. Go find that hammer." Wang Quan shook his head helplessly and issued a new order to the big train. Although under his iron fist, the current Decepticons, at least on the bright side, have united as one. But the nature has not changed. For the Decepticons, seeing other people's meritorious deeds is even more uncomfortable than being punished themselves. "Follow your orders," the big train replied happily. Then increase the flight speed, head towards the landing spot of Mjolnir, and drive quickly. 10 minutes later, the purple-gray space shuttle landed steadily on the ground. Doors open. Wang Quan walked out from the inside and walked in the direction of Mjolnir. Sudden, a photon screen unfolded in front of him. Thor, the story mission begins. Congratulations, triggering the fate decision. Choice 1. Assist Thor and pass Odin's test. Reward. Odin sends favor. Choose 2. Stop Thor and defeat the destroyer armor. Reward. The Spear of Longinus. Hint. Your choice will directly affect the direction of your destiny. Please choose carefully. The pop-up window of the system suddenly appeared. Wang Quan just glanced at it indifferently, and there was a sneer at the corner of his mouth. "Odin, what is that? It's just a mere pseudo-god. Who gave him the courage to sit with me on an equal footing?" Wang Quan said with a sneer. He connected his consciousness to Cybertron and entered the mode of overclocking. The dark hair had a few strands of white highlights. Let Wang Quan, who is handsome and extraordinary, add a bit of extra-worldly divinity. Without saying a word, he walked in the direction of Mjolnir, as if aware of what is going to happen next. The originally clear sky suddenly turned dark clouds. The sound of thunder and thunder continued to sound from the clouds, as if to warn the mortals below, don't be too presumptuous. However, Wang Quan was unmoved and even showed a sarcastic smile. He hasn't acted yet, but a guy who calls himself God is already anxious. The god who is far away in Asgard seems to be aware of this mortal's provocation. A thunder fell from the sky, carrying the power of destruction, slammed to Wang Quan. And all this, it's all in Wang Quan's expectation, and he has already thought out a strategy to deal with it. At stand, fully open. Invisible energy stance, instantly open. The blood-colored thunder that fell from the sky heavily bombarded the position, but it was unable to break through the defense. In the end, only the hatred dissipates. And at the moment, Wang Quan has come to Mjolnir with a sarcastic smile on his face. Countless virtual data flashed quickly in Wang Quan's eyes. In overclocking mode, Wang Quan's will is the will of Yuanshi Tianzuan, transcending space and time. He can even analyze the time magic of Ancient One and even the origin of all things in an instant. What's more, Q equals plus equals % a mere old false god, the spell engraved on this forging hammer. When Wang Quan's big hand picked up Mjolnir, the rune engraved on the hammer immediately disintegrated. The trembling Mjolnir, under the power of Wang Quan, gradually rises from the ground. However, this Mjolnir, the light that flickers, is not a blue thunder. Rather, a strange, viscous, blood-like substance. This light, as if it has an entity, turns into countless tentacles. Crazy erodes, greed devours, and quickly wraps Mjolnir. Then, in the big train, and the Red Queen watching, it started to lengthen, gradually stretched, and finally turned into a monstrous blood-colored spear. Your attack, but so. Now, it's my turn. Holding the blood spear, Wang Quan looked up at the sky covered with dark clouds, showing a crazy, cruel smile. At the moment, how arrogant he is. The exclusive skill called King of Wrath transforms the anger in his heart into a vast and infinite magic power. Wang Quan moved. He flipped this scarlet spear in his hand, raised it above his head, and made the action of throwing a javelin. The muscles on his body are tensing violently. Then, the bloody spear flew out of his hand, turned into a streak, connecting the blood light of heaven and earth, running through the clouds. Under the impact of the long spear, the tumbling thick cloud layer exploded in a ring in an instant, turning into the most primitive molecules. And the blood spear that escaped the gravitational force of the planet is at a speed that surpasses the speed of light. In the vast universe, smash the barriers of space and fly to the court of Asgard. And at the moment, on the Temple of Asgard, when that mortal took the first divine punishment, even Odin showed a surprised expression. But when Odin notices, when that mortal erodes Mjolnir with magical power, the surprise immediately turned into anger. He is the supreme god king of the 9 realms, standing above hundreds of millions of living beings. How can it be tolerated, a mortal man, provoking his supreme power? Angry Odin, hands up again. Prepare to summon a stronger thunder to deliver the second divine punishment to the Midgard world, where humans, Noahs, survive. But a miracle has appeared. A gleaming blood light flashed from the sky, overshadowing the sun's rays. At an extremely terrifying speed, it shattered the ceiling of the temple and stabbed straight towards Odin. Too fast. The speed is so fast that even the god King Odin can't react. His just raised arm was directly penetrated by the blood-colored spear and nailed to the throne behind him. Pain. 7. The shrill screams resounded throughout the holy place. Reverberating in the sky above Asgard, it has not dissipated for a long time. And on the other side of the distant galaxy, above the third planet of the solar system, when the dark clouds dissipated, the dazzling sun shone down on the earth again. Shine on the man who, despite his mortal body, dares to kill the gods. You and Asgard have become hostile. Congratulations, trigger the reward. With you have obtained level 1 reward. King's Treasure. 118. King's Treasure. A special noble phantasm from Kayatsuki. It was held by the tyrant Gilgamesh of Mesopotamia. As the origin of the earliest civilization born in the West Asia region, the status of that king, under the blessing of mythology, is above all living beings. Just like the arrogant king who claimed to have collected the treasures of the world. In his treasury, it is said that the original prototype of all noble phantasms is treasured, including the rudiments of human inventions, the treasures of the past and the present, and the invaluable treasures. Its meaning is beyond trivial. As long as you use the connected key sword to open the space leading to the treasure house, you can take out all kinds of treasures at will. The more treasures the owner has, the higher the level of the king's treasure. As for the attack method, it is more simple and clear. Treat the peerless gods in various civilizations as arrows, pouring out like a storm. Under the blessing of breaking the speed of sound, blast and kill all the offending enemies. And these peerless gods, after shooting the enemy, will wash away the lead and return to the treasure house to sleep again. It is definitely not a one-time consumable. Even Wang Quan himself never thought about it. Enemy with Asgard, this is just the beginning, and such a gift is given. He even began to look forward to when he led the Decepticons, slaughtered the 947 gods, and directly triggered Ragnarok. What about the rewards then? I'm starting to look forward to it. Wang Quan clenched his fists, looked up at the sky, and said to himself with a smile, now that Mjolnir no longer exists, Odin's plan to raise a son has declared bankruptcy. Wong Quan, just wait quietly, waiting for the angry Odin to send the destroyer armor to Blue Star. You can end the story of Thor 1 and get the plot reward, the god-killing gun. Hammer. How about a hammer? The Red Queen asked in confusion. The previous scene had shocked her so much that she was still a little confused now. So strong. The big train said sincerely, and he was completely amazed. The strength of this majesty has exceeded his imagination. With his simple and honest character, he can't think of any words other than admiration. At the same time, the vast and infinite universe. Captain Marvel, in the form of a double star, was already gasping for breath. On the opposite side of her, number 18 clasped her hands in front of her chest and did not look tired at all. Is this your limit? Number 18 asked with a light smile, with the blessing of Chi. Even in the cosmic space, she could make the other party hear her own voice. Today, let's stop here. Captain Marvel, looking at the woman in front of him alertly, said unwillingly. She couldn't see the upper limit of this woman. The 18th gave her the feeling that her physical strength seemed to be inexhaustible, and she was always at its peak. And it's not so much a fight, it's a one-sided play. Just like a cat that wants to prey on mice before enjoying a big meal, it's like playing with its prey. Captain Marvel wisely chose to retreat. It doesn't matter. 99. Anyway, my mission is to restrain you. If you are unwilling and want to come over to challenge, I will accompany you at any time. Number 18 rolled her eyes contemptuously, brushing the golden bangs on her forehead, without paying any attention to the opponent in front of her. Humph! Captain Marvel snorted unwillingly. After that, it turned around and returned in the direction of Shield at an extremely terrifying speed. And shortly after she left, number 18 also stretched and patted the dust off his body before flying towards Wong Quan's direction. After half a minute, number 18 steadily landed on the ground. Let her run away. What a cunning opponent. Number 18 looked away, pretending to be unwilling, and reported to Wong Quan. Wong Quan doesn't care about letting go of his opponent. What he cared about was the wound on number 18's face. You are hurt. Wong Quan walked towards number 18, raised, his big hand, and cupped number 18's cheek. There was a trace of scratches on her reddish pretty face, which made Wong Quan extremely distressed. Facing this master, he cared from the bottom of his heart. Number 18's pretty face became even more rosy. Don't get me wrong. This is not the injury caused by that stupid woman. It's a blood gun. If I hadn't dodged in time, I'm afraid even my head would have been pierced. I really didn't expect that there are such terrifying powerhouses on this planet. It's better not to let me know who is so ignorant of martial arts, or I'll make him look good. Thinking of this, number 18 clenched his fists in anger. However, her words made the expressions of the others present become extremely strange. Actually, that one. The naive big train raised his hand, ready to tell the story. But the Red Queen, with all her strength, stepped on the foot of the big train, so as not to give his left foot a scrap. Cough, cough, cough. The Red Queen, pretending to be coughing, was obviously reminding the big train. If it's not good for unity, don't say it. Yes, that's just abominable. When I get home, I'll wrap it up for you myself. Wong Quan took number 18 into his arms distressfully. His words were full of tenderness, and immediately let the pretty girl, falling into it, unable to extricate. Then, under the sad expression on the Red Queen's face, the big train sighed, shape-shifting into a space shuttle, carrying everyone, and heading in the direction of twisting at the same time. Tony, who hastily returned to the helicarrier, just took off his helmet. One automatic firearm was aimed at his head, and 10 elite agents wearing mobile armor immediately surrounded him. What do you mean? 99 Tony asked angrily, looking at the agent in front of him. His tone was extremely bad. The mobile armor on these people was designed by Tony himself. Mr. Stark, we suspect you are just like Nick Fury. It's that man who buried the inside of SHIELD! Please disarm, fully cooperate with us, and accept the investigation. Alexander Pierce, the old fox, came up to Tony with an arrest warrant in hand. It has the signature of Mr. President on it. Obviously, this arrest is legal. The loss of control of the chariot team caused an unprecedented disaster. A city reduced to ruins, hundreds of thousands of casualties. With the continued destruction of the Hun Tian leopard, this terrifying number continues to rise. Someone must be responsible for the atrocities committed by the chariot team. The planner of all these actions, Nick Fury, and the maker, Tony Stark, became the best victims. 119. Shield. Aware of the impending catastrophe, Tony is caught in a dilemma. If he stays here, waiting for his end, it will be court-martial and life imprisonment. If he escaped from here, it would be equivalent to confirming his identity as a criminal, and he will never be washed again. Those greedy rulers will openly annex the wealth of Stark Industries in the name of compensating the victims. This makes Tony, who is the richest man in the world, how can he feel at ease? What about Fury? Instead of disarming, Tony questioned Alexander Pierce. He needed an explanation. Alexander Pierce, the former SHIELD, the current Secretary of Security, has naturally become the current top executive. He's in the hospital. He hasn't woken up yet. Pierce, the old fox, answered Tony's question and made a silent gesture with his hand. The 10 agents who surrounded Tony immediately turned on the insurance and could shoot at any time. All right. Tony finally sighed. He chose to release this steel battle suit and became a prisoner of SHIELD Toit. We can only pin our hopes on Nick Fury. I hope this cunning mouse, and what other hidden backhands, can save it from danger. Seeing this superhero, such a cooperation, Pierce's face also looked a lot better. Take away. Pierce issued an order to the agents to escort Tony to the cell of the helicopter carrier, waiting for the subsequent trial. After doing all this, he sighed with mixed feelings. The feeling of being in power again makes him feel exhausted, because SHIELD's enemies today, the leader of the Decepticon, an opponent who can never be defeated, the other side. Because of the appearance of Wong Quan, the operation of the timeline has been modified. As a result, there was a slight deviation between the place where the Thor came and the original plot. New landing spot. It is a spiritual sanatorium called St. Elizabeth in Torio. That's right. It's the prototype of Arkham Asylum. The sudden phenomenon of heaven and earth alarmed the security personnel here. When a group of security personnel, armed with electric shocks, arrived at the scene. This Thor from Asgard is slowly standing up from the ground in the classic shape of Terminator. Although he has been exiled by the Father of God, his identity is detached, and he is still Thor of Asgard. Over 1,000 years, he has developed an arrogant character. Nothing has changed because of the deprivation of divine power. He raised his head arrogantly, like ordering a servant, and issued an order to the group of guarding security personnel. Stupid mortal, why don't you kneel down and salute when Thor comes? Aren't you afraid? I'll deliver divine punishment, Thor said proudly. But what responded to him was the bang-bang shots of this group of security guards. Electromagnet pieces hit Thor's body one by one. In this, Thor's dazed expression. Next moment, the high-intensity voltage made the Nordic Thor dance with joy and let out bursts of shrill screams. 18. Those cruel security guards did not stop attacking. Instead, he took pleasure in it and made a devilish joking laugh. BP. There are nurses passing by, but they don't make a sound to stop. Because the prestige of this madhouse not only resounds in the lighthouse country. Even other countries in the world have terrifying legends about it. It is a holy place for horror novels. It's home to urban legends. The Riddler's face changed. Batman looked and shook his head. Even the underworld of Norse mythology, compared with it, looks so harmonious. Finally, Thor, whose eyes were rolled, lay on the ground in grief and indignation, and fell into a coma with foaming at the mouth. Even in a coma, his strong body is still twitching instinctively. On the icy ground, in the laughter of the group of security guards, twisted into a funny shape. Here is a team that found the patient trying to escape. 9 seeking flowers currently subdued. Over. The security captain, through the walkie-talkie, reports to his superiors. After a minute, the medical staff who rushed to the scene placed the comatose Thor on a mobile stretcher and walked towards the ward. After verifying the identity, they will carry out the next step of treatment for the mental patient. That night, inside Wong Quan's villa, an internal meeting just ended. Alex placed a transfer document on the coffee table in front of Wang Quan, smiled, and said, "My lord, I have followed your orders. Acquired St. Elizabeth and officially renamed it Arkham Asylum." 39 Alex said with a satisfied smile. The smile on her face, with undisguised cruelty and the excitement of being a researcher. This time, you don't have to worry about the lack of experimental bodies. Wang Quan glanced at the document, showed a satisfied smile, and threw it back on the coffee table again. Because of the lack of experimental bodies, the latest C virus has always been in the clinical stage. In order to fill this vacancy, at Alex's request, acquiring the crazy asylum became the quickest solution. Just package yourself as a welfare institution and take in homeless people. Promise to give them food, shelter, free medical treatment. There will be a large number of experimental subjects that will be sent to your door on your own initiative. This is also Alex Westgear. After reading the history of the lighthouse country, he came to the most ideal and most environmentally friendly method. For hundreds of years, this self-proclaimed lighthouse country has always been so. Hey, the current Wang Quan, I'm afraid I never dreamed. As the protagonist of the Thor 1 plot, the Nordic Thor, just been imprisoned in this madhouse, which has just been renamed Arkham. For unidentified reasons, the candidate selected as the T-virus was detained in a public ward. So far, haven't woken up for a long time. 120. Early morning. Noisy sound, like a ghost-crying wolf howl. Thor, who was in a coma, woke up from his slumber and looked around vigilantly. Hiss. The pain in his chest made the Thor take a deep breath. Recalling what happened last night, he suddenly shivered and sat up from the bed with difficulty. Then, the prince from Asgard was shocked by the scene in front of him. Thor's public ward, including him, is only 6 patients, but his 5 roommates, but abruptly came out. A unique skill that 50 people can't think of. The fall of Asgard. Ragnarok. That's right. The public ward where Thor is held is a group of patients suffering from fantasy disorder. Odin, Loki, Hela, Heimdall. There is even a wizard who keeps writhing on the ground, thinking he is Jemingard. 947-inch. Thor's mouth is stunned. This sturdy man, sitting on the hospital bed, looked at his crazy roommate and performed hard. Shocked, speechless. A fat white man who called himself Odin ran over with joy when he saw Thor wake up. "Thor, my good son, I announce that you will become the next God King." The crazy fat white man used his wash basin as a crown and poured it on Thor's body along with the toiletries inside. This action thoroughly d off Thor, the real Thor. "I will never allow anyone insulting my father." Thor is like an enraged lion, staring at the roommate in front of him, and when the words fall, he pounces. The fat white man was thrown to the ground with such rapid force. But Thor didn't mean to let him go. With those clenched fists, he quickly made a swing. Hit this mortal who dares to insult the God King. Because of the excessive force, the sound of bone cracking even sounded. The white man who was beaten made a shrill cry for mercy, and his nose and mouth continued to ooze blood. But how could Thor, who was ready to kill, let him go? The heavy punch from Thor will turn into divine punishment. Even if he loses his powers, Thor's body density is 3 times that of ordinary humans. Even the current Thor can defeat Captain America, such as Super Soldier. What's more, a mentally unstable patient. The scene that happened in the public ward frightened the nursing nurses. After ringing the alarm bell in a panic, she fled to the outside of the ward in panic. "Murder!" The nurse shouted in horror, and the security personnel patrolling nearby rushed over immediately. This group of security personnel who broke into the room, regardless of the cause and effect, pressed the electric shock at Thor, who was hurt by rage. Subconsciously, Thor froze for a moment. He looked at the familiar small iron piece on his body and immediately thought of what happened last night. Again, Thor groaned angrily. Just as he raised his blood-stained palm, he wanted to pull out these iron pieces. The group of security personnel has pressed the activation switch. Next moment, Thor once again fell to the ground dancing, losing his ability to move. The Nordic Thor, who was electrocuted, looked at the security guards who rushed over and left 2 lines of clear tears. After half an hour, A death report from St. Elizabeth caught Wong Quan's attention. A 300-pound white man was killed with his bare hands by a mental patient who called himself Thor within half a minute. The attack is extremely cruel, and the decedent has no power to fight back. Thor. Wong Quan, who is familiar with the plot of Thor 1, immediately understood the cause and effect with a deep smile on his face. The current Wong Quan is in a hostile relationship with Asgard, the son of the enemy, in his hands. How much fun! Then, Wong Quan immediately asked Sonic to activate the land bridge. He is going to visit the legendary Nordic Thor psychotherapy room. Thor was bound to a hospital bed by 6 brawny men and put a funny electronic therapy device on Thor's head. Although he lost the ability to act, this Thor still kept his mouth shut. To everyone in the room, swearing, "I'm Thor, you can't do this to me." 99. I advise you mortals to be polite to me, otherwise, when I find Mjolnir, God will surely come down. Thor's threatening words have not yet fallen. Alex, who was in charge of debugging the instrument, activated the electric shock. All of a sudden, like countless needles, stabbing Thor's head. It hurts this Thor, tears streaming down his nose, and howling in pain. 3 seconds later, the stunner stopped, and Thor froze, staring weakly ahead, staring at the handsome young man wearing a black coat and smiling. Continue. Wong Quan smiled and gave the order. Then, the electric shock was activated again, and Thor's screams sounded again. Another 3 long seconds. By the time the treatment ended, the apathetic Thor and even consciousness had become blurred. Name? Wong Quan asked aloud. Thor Odinson. I am the son of Odin, the thunder of Asgard. 35 before Thor's voice could fall, the electric shock device on his head activated again, causing his whole body to tremble in pain. Whatever we ask, you answer. Don't say anything extra. Alex reminded with a sneer. As the supervisor of the hive, she is already familiar with the mutants who are disobedient to discipline. This femme fatale, regardless of Thor's identity, in her hands, is the experimental body of the virus. Under the continuous electric shock treatment, Thor's consciousness has become blurred. The mythical Thor, crying like a 1,500-year-old child. I'm going home. Thor cried out in pain. It never occurred to him that he was a Thor. In the world of Midgard ruled by the Father of God, this is how it will end. Go home. What home? You are now a patient. Stay here and receive treatment. Alex said with a sneer, then activated the shocker again. All of a sudden, Thor's painful screams echoed in the treatment room again, and even the security personnel outside shuddered. Finally, for point 8, Thor, who couldn't bear the treatment, fainted again. Only then did Alex accept her hand, and the soldier looked at Wong Quan with an excited look in his eyes. My lord, if you use him for the T-virus experiment. 39. I will definitely be able to cultivate the strongest biochemical weapon. 35. Alex said excitedly. However, Wong Quan shook his head, denying the woman's opinion. Because Thor's value will be far more than that. Wong Quan is also looking forward to the rich system rewards that this Thor can bring him. Just when Thor, in a coma, a photon screen appeared in front of Wong Quan, reporting new system rewards. You have become hostile to Thor. Congratulations, trigger the reward. You have earned level 1 reward, Polaris. 121. Polaris, daughter of Magneto. Unlike her elder brothers and sisters, she perfectly inherited her father's super ability. Manipulate the magnetic field. With full concentration, you can also use magnetic energy to perceive everything within a certain range. Although her ability, in terms of application, is far less than her father's, but still stronger than most of the mutant warriors. When he saw the system reward of level 1, Wong Quan was in his heart and asked the system curiously, Polaris, where are you now? After all, in the movie universe, there is no such youngest sister. Wong Quan wanted to know what method the system would use to make her integrate into the current world. Hint, the identity of Polaris to rewrite. Hint, her status in the current world is that of an abandoned orphan. Hint, imprisoned in St. Elizabeth for psychiatric treatment because of ability awakening. The system's explanation came faster than expected. Orphan, 22-inch, it's a convenient identity. Wang Quan murmured with a complicated expression. He glanced at Thor, who was unconscious, and gave an order to Alex. Let the people from the Assassin Alliance come over to guard. Until he loses his value, no one must be allowed to help him escape. After Wang Quan's order was issued, he thought of Loki again and felt a little uneasy. Then, under Alex's gaze, Wang Quan raised his left hand and summoned a general from the Shadow Kingdom. The shadows in the room, like boiling water, tumbled violently for a while. A samurai general with a ferocious blue face in samurai armor rose from the shadows. Master, please order. General Ika, kneeling on his knees respectfully, made the highest kneeling ceremony towards Wang Quan. As one of the 9 generals of the Dark Shadow Corps, he will swear allegiance to this master. Ika, you and your legion are hidden in the shadows. 99. As long as someone tries to take this man away, I allow you to kill first and then pay. 35. Wang Quan ordered coldly. The Black Shadow Corps is the insurance he left behind. They don't need to kill the enemy, as long as they can contain the opponent. Wang Quan will appear at the first time and capture the enemy. Follow your orders. General Ik and nodded respectfully, and then dived into the shadows. The 9 Sombra generals all have the ability to summon this Sombra Legion, and one is the Legion. Seeing Wang Quan, such a big battle, Alex was very puzzled. My lord, is it really necessary to be so serious? He's just a mental patient with a strong body. Alex, who didn't know why, asked curiously. Wang Quan showed a deep smile and looked at the sky outside the window. His eyes gradually became sharp. Necessary, because this man is really Thor. Wang Quan told the truth to Alex, because he knew that this smart and capable female supervisor would never betray him. Thor. Alex's eyes widened in horror. Then he looked at the man on the operating table, who was stunned by himself, and let out a disdainful laugh. That's it? Alex asked in disbelief. If this is the deity of the god, then he must be too weak. He's just been sealed with divine power, and once the ending is banned, ordinary people can't stop him at all. Wang Quan went on to explain. I see. Alex murmured thoughtfully. She suddenly had a hunch that only the shadow warriors of the Assassin League, plus the General Sombra, still had loopholes in defense. Sir, can the hunter be allowed to cooperate in defense? 39. Alex respectfully requested. As the director of this madhouse, she doesn't want any security risks to exist. I don't want some secrets here to leak to the outside world and cause unnecessary trouble. Tell me yourself to Estes. By the way, she is still troubled by the insufficiency of manpower. Wang Quan sighed and sighed helplessly. This is the movie universe, and the number of mutants is rare. Even if it is found, it will not meet her standard at all because the potential is too low. So, the current hunter organization, in fact, including Estes, there are only 3 people. Hearing Wang Quan sigh, the smart Alex suddenly remembered something. She felt that it was necessary to disclose this matter to the grown-up. Grown-ups, I may have a personal choice that I can recommend to you. Alex, with a look of fear on her face, looked at one direction of the lunatic asylum. After taking over St. Elizabeth, she was looking through the documents and saw an altered file. In the deepest underground of this lunatic asylum, there is a special cage. A mutant girl with unique abilities is imprisoned. Her code name is Polaris. After an hour, led by a white female nurse, Wang Quan walked along the stairs of dungeon towards the deepest part of the ground. Mr. Wang, do you really want to see her? The white nurse asked in a trembling voice. Obviously, she was full of fear for that girl. Can you tell me about her? Wang Quan kept smiling and asked gently, the white nurse who was leading the way. Lorna was sent here about 8 years ago, but over the years, no one has ever come to see her. Besides her, strange things often happen to 947. For example, iron cutlery, suddenly floating in the air, attacking people she hates. The white nurse shuddered and folded her arms in fear. Not everyone in this world knows the existence of mutant. Compared to this super ability statement, the employees who work here are more willing to believe in psionic power or evil spirit possession. These years, Lorna has almost become a taboo that cannot be talked about. As ability gets stronger, she can gradually handle larger and heavier iron objects. Desk, TV, steel pipe, iron gate. In order to prevent her from getting out of control, This girl was imprisoned here and was taken care of by several nurses. Wang Quan listened silently. On the one hand, he was surprised by the ability of the system alter reality world. On the other hand, realized that Polaris can be extremely aggressive. Under the guidance of this nurse, in the depths of dungeon, Wang Quan finally saw the isolation ward. The white nurse stood in front of the ward, swallowing saliva with some hesitation. She seemed to be rescued, and looked at Wang Quan behind her, hoping that this handsome man could give her some sense of security. Finally, in Wang Quan's smile, the turbulent female nurse raised her slender fingers and knocked on the iron door. "Lorna, are you asleep?" 122. The sound from the outside awakened the sleeping girl. Immediately after, from the thick cell door, there was a sound of activation. After more than a month, the prison door opened again. A cold air spread from the cell to the outside. The female nurse who led the way backed away in fear and hid behind Wang Quan. "Lorna, this Mr. Wang wants to meet you," the female nurse said in horror. And the girl who was rubbing her eyes raised her head curiously and looked in the direction of Wang Quan. This is a girl who is only 12 years old. She is petite, even a little thin. Maybe it was because she had not seen the sun for a long time. Her skin looked very pale. The dark green shoulder-length short hair was only casually grabbed a few times, exuding a lazy temperament. The most striking thing was the girl's green eyes. Dark deep, it is like a vigilant snake, ready to lash out and hurt people at any time. Unlike other patients, she wears a green isolation gown. On the slender pale neck, still bound, an electric shock collar. Obviously, this electric shock collar is to prevent her from using ability. "You're a priest, aren't you?" 55. The girl turned her head nervously, with an unnatural smile on the corner of her mouth. That look is as weird as a child who is possessed by demons. Either camouflage or be on guard. It can be seen that she is full of hostility to the outside world and does not trust anyone. Wang Quan smiled and shook his head, denying the girl's statement. He walked towards the inside of the cell, and under the hostile gaze of the girl, sat beside her. "I do not believe. People here have always thought that I was possessed by dirty things. Take me here, imprison me like a demon." 35. The girl didn't reject it, but raised her pretty face, stared at the man in front of her, and responded with alertness. "You're just born to be different. Children like you, there are still many in this world. It's like the glittering gold in the sun, mixed with billions of sand glitters by wicked urchins." Wang Quan explained with a smile and a deep smile. Under the girl's vigilant gaze, he slowly leaned down and whispered in the girl's ear. "I'm just like you. I'm very talented, and our ability also happens to be the same." Wang Quan's whisper, like the bewitchment from the Demon King, hit the girl's heart directly. "I can manipulate and move them without touching anything iron. Without any training, you can use magnetic energy to sense things around you. I can let bad luck befall the humans I hate. Let them hurt. I could even kill everyone if I wanted to. So, they brought me this, and they naively thought they could restrain me. What about you? Can you do it?" The girl narrowed her eyes in excitement, pointed to the electric shock collar on her neck, and questioned the man in front of her complacently. To this, Wang Quan just showed a doting smile. "Silly girl, what I can do is beyond your imagination." The voice falls. The cumbersome prison door behind Wang Quan was twisted into an unruly shape by an invisible force. Under the screams of the female nurse, in the shocked eyes of the girl, this indestructible prison door is collapsing rapidly, being compressed into a smooth, solid sphere, suspended in mid-air. "Is that enough?" Wang Quan asked dotingly, and raised his warm big hands to hold the girl's cold cheeks. The electromagnetic force turned into a weak electric light, shattering the operating device of the shock collar. When the shock collar that bound the girl fell to the ground, the girl's pale face immediately showed a sincere smile that she had not seen for a long time. "Who are you?" the girl asked excitedly. She chose to trust the man in front of her. "My name is Wang Quan, and I am your future guardian." Wang Quan revealed his identity and doted on the girl in his arms. "I hope that with my own temperature, I can give her some warmth and soothe the wounds of her soul in this cold dungeon." The girl rubbed her cheek against Wang Quan's clothes. Feeling this, she has never felt a sense of security since she could remember. "Today is my birthday. This is the happiest day of my limited life. The girl whispered softly. This is not to say that today is the day she came to the world, but the appearance of this man brought the first light to her dim life. From now on, she will be reborn. Hearing the girl's whisper, Wang Quan showed a distressed smile. I came too in a hurry to prepare a birthday present for you. Wang Quan sighed complicatedly and took off the black ring on his hand. One left hand, one right hand. This is a powerful piece of equipment. Name, magnetic gloves. It comes from the Cybertron on the other side of the starry sky, and it is a heritage relic. This magnetic glove has accompanied me along the way and has helped me defeat strong enemies many times in danger. 99 Wang Quan put the pair of rings in the girl's palm. Recalling the previous battles, he had a nostalgic look in his eyes. For Wang Quan, the bonus of magnetic gloves is already minimal. Instead of letting this inherited relic become a collectible, rather, give Polaris the magnetic gloves as a gift. With better assistance, she is still young and exerts the true strength of magnetic field manipulation. The girl froze. Looking at the ring in her hand, she curiously put it on her index finger. The nanomaterial black ring quickly began to shrink, shape-shifting into a file size suitable for her finger. Then, under the guidance of Wang Quan, she issued the start order. Magnetic gloves, start. When the command from Polaris, the instant it was issued, in the black ring, a large amount of nanoparticles immediately poured out, wrapping her arms and turning into a slender robotic arm armor. The green light pattern also lights up from the mechanical armor, different from Wang Quan's domineering appearance when equipped with power and oppression. This pair of mechanical arm armors by Polaris is more like a delicate work of art. Then, Polaris was shocked to find that his ability had actually received a terrifying increase. 10 times. Do not. 30 times more, or even more. Before the Polaris, it was very difficult to even lift the car. But now Polaris, with the enhancement of magnetic gloves, can control the magnetic field within a radius of 1 kilometer. She even felt. Now, Nolly's self, it is estimated that even the building can be lifted. This is too expensive. 35. Are people like me really worthy of such a strong, sacred artifact? Polaris said excitedly that the value of this gift was beyond her imagination. Instead, let her have a little doubt about her ability. Silly girl, you are worthy of this relic. One day, you will become a strong man like me. Wang Quan encouraged with confidence. He took the girl's delicate little hand and walked out of dungeon. The young Polaris raised her pretty face and looked at the tall man. The empty young heart is filled with happiness at this moment. She is a girl who is easy to meet. From now on, this man is the light in her heart and the meaning of her life. Whether it is a mountain of swords and a sea of fire, or a cliff full of thorns and broken walls, she will follow him without any complaints and face him together. 123. Outside world. The dazzling light caused the girl who lived underground for a long time to narrow her eyes in discomfort. Seeing this scene, Wang Quan used his tall body to block the strong light from the outside world for the girl. The smart girl, hiding in the shadow of Wang Quan, had a happy smile on her face. Sudden, silver flashes appearing in front of Wang Quan. Boss, look at my newly bought clothes, handsome or not. Little Quicksilver said excitedly. With a lively and active personality, he couldn't wait to show it to Wang Quan. This is what he bought with bounty. As the only non-staff member of the Assassin League, plus a direct disciple of Master Ninja Lei Xiaogu. Now he has made a lot of money by relying on the task. Although, a young Quicksilver, who doesn't like to kill. But if the target mission is Wang Quan's enemy, then it's another matter. Pietro, you're the only one who will show off. Little Wanda, whose hands exuded scarlet energy, descended from the air to the ground. Pretty little face, with the meaning of reprimand. Although, in the movie universe, Quicksilver is the elder brother, she is the younger sister. But as twins, the birth time of the two is actually almost the same, and, compared to his brother who is a speeder, Wanda has a relatively mature personality because of the ability of mental perception. But even so, at only 13 years old, she is still just a child. When she saw the Guardian again, she also showed that the flight she had just learned was capable of 960 force. Maybe a coincidence. The delicate little Wanda noticed the girl hiding behind Wong Quan. Who are you? Little Wanda looked at the girl, the black ring on her hand, and asked jealously. Lorna. Ability is control magnetic fields. Lord Wong Quan is my guardian. The girl looked at Wanda, who fell from the sky, and said her name. Because of the harsh environment of her childhood, Lorna is a very sensible girl. She didn't want to embarrass the guardian, so she told the story. That means you are also a sister? Quicksilver asked excitedly. Because of Wanda's precocious maturity, as an older brother, he has been unable to lift his head. If he has another sister, he can establish the prestige of his brother. Hey, this naive and silly kid doesn't know the character of Polaris yet. The pain she has endured is far greater than the two brothers and sisters who lost their parents. Although there is a year difference, it is Polaris to be more mature. Polaris did not speak, but looked at Wong Quan, waiting for the guardian to arrange a place for her. The young girl has already figured it out. No matter what this adult asks her, to do, she will do it unconditionally. Wong Quan looked at Polaris dotingly and stroked the girl's hair. Today is Lorna's birthday. Let's go to the city to celebrate. As for, magnetic gloves are my gift to her. Because of Lorna's ability, the same as mine. Wong Quan explained gently to the siblings. What about me? Brother? Mine? Little Quicksilver asked excitedly, his face full of anticipation. Looking at the little Quicksilver with gleaming eyes, Wong Quan tapped lightly on this little clever ghost's head. I prepared your gift a long time ago. But right now, you can't master it yet. Wong Quan said to little Quicksilver that his plans have never changed. He wants to cultivate Quicksilver into the god of extreme speed in this universe. Only he is worthy of the Savitar armor. Here. Quicksilver, covering his small head, sparkled with bright little stars in his eyes. Brother, can you reveal it first? What is the gift you prepared for me? 55 Little Quicksilver clenched his fists excitedly, looking forward to tiptoeing. If he could, he wanted a more cool battle suit. Maybe it's because of the Iron Man battle suit, or it was influenced by shape-shifting King Kong. He thinks that the mechanical battle suit is the coolest armor in the world, which is in line with his identity as a speeder. Secret. Wong Quan ignored Quicksilver and just rubbed his head. Then he took Wanda's little hand and walked towards the parking lot with Polaris, leaving the excited little Quicksilver, scratching his head eagerly. He kept guessing about the gift that he would not receive until the future. The other side, a distant kingdom, the Temple of Asgard. News of the attack on Odin quickly spread in the entire Asgard. A group of brave and belligerent warriors who are in the company of Thor are even more furious, and they want to defend the majesty of God. They found Loki. I hope the second prince can ask Odin for help. Send them to the world of Midgard to defeat the rebels. Although Loki promises. But in fact, in his heart, there is another taste. Under the training of Odin, he has always been self-sufficient, imagined himself to be a true god, and regarded Odin as the father of God. In his eyes, Odin is the omnipotent, omniscient, and omnipotent god-king of the 9 realms. But he is hurt now. The bloody spear thrown by the mortals from the Midgard world. But nailing this god to the throne almost killed Odin. Loki's faith collapsed. For the first time, he realized that Odin would be seriously injured too. There are still more powerful forces in the universe, and there are still more magical forces. He felt that he could not offend such a terrifying powerhouse. Loki, who doesn't want to start a war, just wants to live in peace. By the way, planning how to replace the stupid brother and become the new king of Asgard. Loki, full of ghosts and wit, travels to the royal court of Asgard, as usual, to visit the wounded Odin. Before he could enter the palace, he heard the cry of his mother from inside. Aware of the bad Loki, he pushed aside the guards and walked quickly into the palace. Then, he saw the old Odin, lying weakly on the bed. His wound, although not bleeding, showed no sign of healing. A strange blood-colored energy is eroding Odin's divine body. Even Odin can't get rid of it in a short time. Father, Loki's eyes turned red instantly. He quickened his pace and came to the frail Odin, trying to use his own magic to help his father and expel this alien magic. 18. Her mother cried to stop him. This extraordinary magic will devour foreign power to strengthen itself and bring Odin even more pain. That is to say, only Odin himself can get through this difficult time. But the price is that he needs to enter Odin's sleep and can't take care of the outside world. Loki, my good boy, Odin said weakly, and with difficulty he raised his hand and grabbed Loki's palm. Then, the God King said with an eager, trembling voice, I have an important task to entrust to you. Go to the world of Midgard and find your brother. Bring him back before he is mutilated by that mortal. 99. Just touching the lance of eternity can expel my seal. During my sleep. 35. You have to assist your brother to become a qualified new king. 124. Asgard. After walking out of Odin's palace, Loki, who looked sad, walked alone in the royal court. Seeing there is no one around, the sadness on Loki's face quickly faded. In its place is anger, is jealous, is sad. It's a complete disappointment to the God King, Odin. In the years of more than 1,500 years, he has been working hard, doing his best to be better, whether it's helping Odin, governing the things of the court, or go to war with your stupid brother, Quartet. He's been doing great all the time. Never let anyone down. Everyone has witnessed the talent of his second prince. But that old God King was so eccentric. I would rather recall the eldest son, exiled by his own hands, to be the new king of Asgard. I don't want to think about it. This outstanding second son is obviously the most suitable candidate. This problem has troubled Loki for a long time. 14. He felt that it was time for him to go and prove it. Treasures of the divine realm. The forbidden area of Asgard, where no one is allowed to stay except Odin. But now, the seriously injured Odin has entered Odin's sleep. The eldest prince, banished to the Midgard world. The only remaining royal family. Only the second prince, Loki, is in charge of everything. The guards of the treasury, who regard Loki as the prince, do not dare to stop him. That's it. Loki passed through layers of levels and finally came to the core area of the treasure of the divine world. A luxurious palace made of pure gold, almost storing Asgard, since its birth, all the treasures. Most of the treasures are from Odin's youth, fighting the sea of stars. Rare treasures plundered from various civilizations are of extraordinary value. And Loki's purpose is the treasure of the giants of Jotunheim clan. Icebox. Until now, I do not know how many years ago in ancient times, the giants of Jotunheim rose, and under the leadership of the giant king, they invaded the 9 realms on a massive scale. Attempt to use the ice treasure box to freeze everything and create a kingdom with only winter. As the god king of the 9 realms, Odin led an army to crush the realm, and in the world of Midgard, he severely damaged the giants of Jotunheim. And this frost artifact, and as it should be, it became a trophy and was acquired by Odin. How many years? It has always been a collectible. He was placed in the treasure house of the gods by the god king of the 9 realms, waiting quietly for the arrival of Ragnarok in the prophecy. According to legend, this is a treasure that can only be used by giants of Jotunheim. Ordinary creatures, even people from Asgard, will be frozen into an ice sculpture if they accidentally touch it. Even a necromancer with high mana must be careful not to be hurt by this frost artifact. Facing the crate of ice, the artifact of the giants of Jotunheim clan, Loki was too late to step forward. He is very clear. His next actions will completely change his destiny. I am the son of Odin, the royal family of Asgard. In my body, there is absolutely no way ice blood can flow. Loki murmured under his breath, as if doing so would prove he was a pure-blooded Asgard. But when his hands touched the ice treasure box, contained in this frost artifact, the power accumulated for thousands of years, as if found a host. Pour into Loki's body and bring him great power. Do not. It's not true. Loki watched in horror, as Baituan's skin turned into the dark blue of giants of Jotunheim. Feel the energy contained in the ice treasure box, and strengthen the power of blood in the body. All lies are shattered at this moment. Tears of grief fell from Loki's eyes, turned into ice crystals, fell to the ground, and shattered into ice flowers. Finally, Matt, why is the king of Asgard his stupid brother? Because he is an outsider. It is a giants of Jotunheim, adopted by Odin, with ice blood flowing, a poisonous snake that is destined to be unfamiliar. Oh, ha! Loki couldn't help laughing, but his face was full of mocking sadness. As the god of tricks, he was not incompetent and furious, nor did he go to Odin for a solution. He just kept quiet and put the icebox back in place. After, he turned his eyes to the back, the destroyer armor that accompanied Odin to fight in all directions. Loki's complexion once again returned to its previous appearance, but in his heart, the envy of Thor turned into hatred. "Father, I'll bring Thor back." Loki's smile gradually became cold and sinister. He will bring Thor's body back to Asgard and clear all obstacles until he can become the new king of gods. At the same time, Flower's comatose Thor awake again. He tried to get up and run, but found himself strapped to the seat. A group of researchers in white coats pointed at him and said some words that he did not understand. "You're awake?" Alex, after seeing this Thor wake up, showed a bright and excited smile. 18. After seeing the methods of this femme beauty, Thor can only be wary and angry at her. "You dare to attack the son of Odin. You stupid mortals. 99, you can't." Thor struggled, growling angrily. Then, he looked at Alex, took a pair of scissors, and walked in his direction. "What are you going to do?" Thor had a hunch that something was wrong, and he questioned vigilantly. "Don't be nervous, Lord Thor. I just wanted to take a little research sample from you. After all, 39 for humans, research materials like you are rare." Alex, who was holding scissors, smiled frantically and bowed in a pretentious manner. AJ, from the body of this femme fatale, Thor did not perceive any kind of awe. "I swear by Odin's beard, you won't cut my hair. Otherwise, when my power is restored, I will let you taste Thor's wrath." At a critical juncture, Thor still did not forget the thread of brilliance. However, Alex didn't care at all, but said something which made Thor scramble in horror. "I advise you, it's better not to move. There are more than 4 or 5 experimental subjects whose ears have been cut off by me," Alex said with a faint smile. After moving the scissors in the small operating room, there was a terrifying sound of click, click. Thor can't take it anymore. To him, Thor, this blonde hair, like Mjolnir, is his truest love. Now, the hammer is gone. Could it be that even this hair is going to leave him? "Do not. I beg you. I was bad before. Good-hearted person, beautiful sister. As long as you don't cut my hair, everything else can be discussed." Facing the woman who was getting closer and closer to him, Thor suddenly became anxious. "Do not. Don't come. 99. You have to come one by one, one by one." Thor's slaughtering scream resounded throughout the operating room, echoing in the sky above the lunatic asylum. It has not subsided for a long time. 125. A week later, late at night, 11:30. After a busy day, Alex Weskier drove a high-level sports car and drove out of the madhouse in awe of the security guards. Now she lives in Wong Quan's villa. On the one hand, it is the adult to enhance the relationship. On the other hand, some important genetic experiments are still carried out in the hive, which is safer. During this period of time, she can say that she has gained a lot. As a mortal, she was almost able to dissect the gods. Pity. Thor, who lost his power, is still worth using to that lord. Otherwise, she really wanted to see, where is the difference between the inner structure of gods and mortals? But opportunities like this will come. Alex, who was in a good mood, 967, played her favorite song and slowly drove out of the street. But she didn't notice an emaciated man in a tailored suit with a newspaper watching her secretly, until, after watching her disappear into the street, only then did he close the newspaper in his hand, revealing a sinister smile. When he got up from his seat, a faint green light spread all over his body. He actually turned into the appearance of Alex. Even the newspaper in his hand has become a document that seems to be very important. It's so heavenly. "Thor, you have today too." The fake Alex, with a mocking smile, laughed at his stupid, unpretentious brother. That's right. The guy who shape-shifts Alex is the god of tricks. In order not to frighten the snake, Loki did not use Bifrost to come to this planet. But through the 9 worlds, some space wormholes that are connected with each other. Sneak in quietly, the planets. After a week of investigation, he has confirmed the whereabouts of Thor. Also know, the news that happened in this world, and all the disasters that happened in the past 6 months. Unfortunately, the media reports are very vague. It didn't explain who was behind all this. But according to Loki, that sharp insight, he quickly determined that the person who caused these disasters was the strong man who almost shot Odin. At the same time, he's also interested in those shape-shifting kings. Not surprisingly, those ferocious mechanical giants should be the same as Asgard. It is also a high-level civilization entrenched in the depths of the universe with terrifying strength. If you can, Loki doesn't want to be the enemy of this mechanical god. Loki in disguise, walking in the direction of St. Elizabeth. Although this lunatic asylum has been renamed Arkham, but the local residents still used to call Roar here St. Elizabeth, because it's so famous. When stepping into St. Elizabeth, a sense of crisis approaching from the pavement made Loki shudder, and his face became a lot ugly. Even as the god of tricks, he was stunned by the atmosphere here. No matter how many times you sneak in, this weird feeling will only increase. If it weren't for helplessness, he would never go to such a dangerous area. Dean Westgear, why are you back? The person in charge of security asked suspiciously when they saw Alex, who had returned on foot. What you shouldn't care about, it's better to ignore it. Loki put on a vicious look and scolded the nosy security guards. Seeing the other party's pale face retreat, Loki showed a satisfied smile and continued to walk towards the interior of the hospital. During this week, Loki has infiltrated this lunatic asylum many times under different identities. He already knew the terrain, including Thor's ward. Why? He hesitated to take action. It's because the security here has exceeded his expectations. Those ostensible security guards are naturally not worthy of Loki's attention. But, in addition to the security personnel, there are hidden warriors hidden in the shadows. The group of people wore optical camouflage, mobile armor, and every shadow warrior was injected with strengthening potion. When Loki pretends to be a practice nurse, witnessed, a homeless person who refuses to receive treatment, threatens the caregivers to tell the outside world all the secrets here, to mobilize the power of the media to expose the tragedy here. Then, the shadow warrior who suddenly appeared, lifted the disobedient patient into the air with ease, and brutally crushed the wanderer's neck. But the other caregivers, like they were used to it, skillfully cleaned the scene. Not just this shadow warrior. In this madhouse, there are even more terrifying legends. The demon hidden in the shadows is watching everyone. As a famous necromancer in the 9 realms, Loki's perception has also arrived, and there is indeed an unknown danger lurking in the shadows. There is a thing that is half human and half ghost, hiding in the shadows. There are so many of them. It seems like a steady stream. Even the god of tricks, his scalp felt numb. Besides, what really scares Loki is that special team called Hunters. Mutant. It was a hunting team composed of 4 mutants with unique abilities, just as a last resort to hunt down infiltrators like Loki. 1 week. The more Loki knows, the more difficult it gets. I want to break through the blockades and escape from here with Thor who has lost his strength. It's more difficult than climbing to the sky. But, from the beginning, Loki's real purpose was not to rescue this brother. He only needs to use the hands of the Hunter team to kill Thor, and it will be 4.8. And you have already thought about the plan to get out. Inside Thor's ward. After a week of torture, this Thor has a profound understanding of the sufferings of the world. He opened his mouth blankly, lying on the hospital bed, quietly thinking about life. For a week, he thought of countless means, trying to escape this hell. But it suffered a lot. At the moment of Thor, his mind has become clearer, and he has deeply realized his own mistakes. All the time, they are all praying for the forgiveness of the Father of God. Pray for the gods to come down and take him to escape this hell-like prison. Unfortunately, the rescuer has disappeared, but the evil star who is urging his life has quietly descended. 126. The sudden opening of the door caught Thor's attention. When seeing Alex, who had left, leaning on the door frame with one hand on her hips, Thor immediately held his head, curled up at the head of the bed like a helpless girl. Isn't today's treatment over already? Thor growled angrily. After more than a week of torture, he had only resentment and jealousy towards this woman. Loki was also stunned. The appearance of the man with the shaved head in front of him still had the aura of Thor. The way he feels now. Why are you like a shaved pig? Where's your hair? Loki removed his disguise and used extremely sharp words to complain about his brother in front of him. Loki. Thor saw the look of Loki and immediately left tears of excitement. My dear, Luo 22 Key, I really miss you. Thor choked back tears just as he got up from the hospital bed, ready to pounce on Loki. Variation happened. From the shadow behind Loki, a shadow soldier in samurai armor appeared. It raised a sharp dagger and slashed at Loki's head. A sharp, cold light slid across Loki's body. The head that fell from the neck still maintains its previous expression. Loki dash. Thor roared in grief. The sound alarmed the security system, and the whole building rang alarm bells for a while. But Loki's headless corpse turned into an eerie green glow and disappeared into the room. Fake. This god of tricks always used tricks. Puff. The sound of the sharp blade piercing into the body suddenly sounded from the back of the somber samurai. It lowered its head blankly, looking at the sharp blade that pierced its chest. Next moment, bursting into torn shadows and disappearing in the hallway. Loki let out a disdainful laugh. He's never been afraid of anyone when it comes to sneak attacks. What are you still doing? Hurry up. Loki looked at the sluggish, stupid brother in the room and immediately scolded him. There is not much time left for the two to escape. Right. Heimdall, turn on Bifrost. Thor's reaction was very quick. He immediately opened his arms and shouted excitedly towards the ceiling above. He believes. Now that Loki is here, Odin must have forgiven him too. It's time for Roar to call Heimdall to turn on Bifrost and return to Asgard. But, angrily, Loki walked into the room and grabbed Thor by the collar. Are you crazy? If it could be used, I would have used it. 99. Do you know that the enemy you face is a mechanical Protoss? In that mysterious civilization, there are strong men who can severely damage Odin. Asgard, the current situation is very dangerous. We must not let these enemies lock the coordinates of Asgard. So, before coming, I warned Heimdall. Loki grabbed Thor's collar and fled towards the outside world, angrily scolding his useless brother. Thor is silent. It was only then that he realized what a risk Loki had taken to come and save him. The two left the ward. Get ready to escape down the narrow hallway and escape the day. A statue of Shadow Warrior emerged from the shadows, blocking the way for the two of them. Loki frowned, ready to turn and flee from behind. After, there is also at the back. Thor's eyes looked back, and he saw it immediately. The same Shadow Warrior emerges from the wall. Strike back and forth. No solution anymore. Loki sighed, and he threw the sharp blade in his hand towards the front. A faint green light flashed from the blade, and the blade was shape-shifting in an instant. 1 becomes 2, 2 becomes 4, and then 16. 16 sharp blades turned into 256 in Roar's whistling flight. A sharp blade, clear the scene in an instant. With the defensive power of the Shadow Warrior, it is simply no match for Loki's artifact blade. Walk. Loki grabs Thor and rushes forward. Before this group of Shadow Warriors can be assembled again, the two must hurry. On the corner of the hallway, a faint green light flashed through the two. After, another Loki grabbed Thor by the collar and flee in the opposite direction. Loki tried to use this method to hide people's ears. After a week of diving and observation and countless simulations in his mind, Loki has already figured out the changes in the terrain here. As long as there is a pair of duplication, can escape from here. So, he will activate the transfer magic, switch places with duplication, and escape from here. He had a good plan, but Thor didn't think so. Why don't you just use magic to blow up this place? Thor asked suspiciously. He is very aware of the strength of this younger brother. They can completely blow up this place and escape openly. 18. Loki glared at Thor fiercely and yelled angrily. Have you been deaf to what I said before? 39. You stupid 977 pig. Do you want to provoke a war of the gods? Did Asgard perish, and you stupid father and son can open their minds? As Loki reprimanded, he grabbed Thor and hid in the storage room beside him. At the same time, He created a fake heat source and hid it in a locker outside. Soon, two shadow warriors who removed the optical camouflage appeared in the corridor. Through thermal induction, they pulled out the high-frequency vibration particle light blade behind them and split the locker in half. 18. There is nothing inside. Just when these two shadow warriors fell into doubt, another two sharp blades attacked from the rear, piercing through their bodies along the splicing gap of the armor. Just as Thor, thinking the crisis is over, is about to praise Loki, but Loki covers Thor's mouth hard and makes a hissing gesture, pulled him quietly along a window, and fled outside the building. Just when the window closed, a silver flash appeared at the attack site. The ruthless little Quicksilver, at the moment, is already holding a sharp blade, flashing rapidly around. Pry open the lockers, look for the intruder, and Thor on the run. Hunter. When the alarm sounded, even they were alarmed. 127. Loki grabbed Thor by the collar and landed on the ground. Then, Loki turned around quickly, released his magic power, and swept the sick building behind him. The whole building rose from the ground and was completely shrouded in a faint green light. After, just like a Rubik's Cube, start turning. Quicksilver, who was locked inside, suffered a big loss. Every second, the topography of the building changes, like an endless maze. No matter how he runs or how fast he runs, he is imprisoned inside and cannot find any exit. The only thing he can do, it is to wait for the rescue from the outside world, or the magic disappears on its own. After sealing the Quicksilver, a successful smile appeared on Loki's face. For the magician, with thin skin and crispy meat, Quicksilver, who is a speeder, is a deadly threat. Timely. Now Quicksilver, still a child? It won't last long here. Walk. Loki pulled Thor and continued to run forward. Although this team called Hunter is composed of mutants, they are essentially just a group of children. In front of Loki, the god of tricks who has lived for more than 1,000 years, he still looks a little immature, far from enough to see. Only one step away from realizing the plan. 18. A discordant magnetic female voice suddenly sounded in front of the two of them. Who allowed you to come out? The indifferent female voice exudes a suffocating chill. In the white ice fog, Iceberg One is in wearing a white military uniform, and in the ice-blue pupils, there is a biting, killing intent. Even the Bloodline Awakening's Loki shuddered, and Thor, who was beside him, had his lips turned purple from the cold. Estes, when the alarm sounded. She waited here, because this is the shortcut to the outside world. According to the instinct of the hunter, she knows the prey and will definitely flee here. Damn, Loki screamed badly, cursing fiercely. From that woman, he noticed an extremely terrifying strong aura. Use your magic, Loki. Thor is also a little panicked. He doesn't have any ability now. He can only pin his hopes on his younger brother. 18. Loki laughed and turned to look at Thor. You're right. Although I left behind, I'm afraid I can't take you and leave together. Sorry, I tried my best. Loki sighed regretfully. Although doing so may spark Odin's wrath, but Asgard needs a truly talented king to be on the road to revival, and this candidate is none other than him. As for Thor, it's just a piece of stone that stands in the way. From the beginning, Loki planned everything to use the hunter knife to kill Thor for him. Now, here's your chance. Detect Loki, use magic. As the leader of the hunter squad, Estes is quicker to respond. The wild sword worn on the back of her waist quickly popped out a blade that flashed with cold light. The ice-blue sword energy flashed by. A trace of blood flashed from Loki's neck, and he stared blankly at Thor beside him, as if to say something. But the next moment, his head fell from his neck. Loki's headless corpse collapsed in Thor's arms, and it all happened so quickly. Do not. Thor hugged his brother who died tragically, knelt down on the lawn, and roared in grief. But, after a short minute, Loki's head turned into an unfamiliar face. Including the corpse that Thor was holding in his arms, he also turned into an ordinary man. Fake. Thor's cries came to an abrupt end. He threw away the body in his arms in disgust, and hurriedly got up from the ground. Call, cunning necromancer. You can't escape. After realizing that he had been deceived, Estes immediately showed an expression of disgust. He turned around angrily, tapped his toes on the ground, and jumped up from the lunatic asylum. The water molecules condensed in the air turned into a sacred and luxurious frost ladder. The Queen of Frost, stepping on the stairs, moved quickly in the air, looking for the true whereabouts of Loki. She believes that the body of the necromancer should be around here. To deal with the enemy, she will use the most cruel means. She's going to cut off each other's head and hang it in Thor's ward. This is a warning to the Thor. This will be a disobedient end. Esther's left. Only Thor is left on the ground. Thor glanced at the magic building that was still spinning behind him, with a successful smile on his face. Thanks, brother. When I find Mjolnir, I will teach you a lesson. Thor fled in the direction of the exit, saying cruel words, seeing the exit just ahead. He showed a long-lost excited smile. But a tool hammer suddenly rotated and flew over. Hit Thor directly in the head. The Thor's movements were stagnant, his body fell backwards, and his eyes rolled into a coma. At the moment, Polaris, which was flying in the sky, slowly fell to the ground. Take this idiot back. She rolled her pretty eyes and complained about the unconscious man. Then, a statue of Soul Shadow Warrior rose quickly from the shadows. With Thor in a coma, he was sent back to the previous ward again. The rescue operation ended in failure. Pedestrians are still crowded on the streets at night. The drunk old alcoholic fell on the foul-smelling garbage heap, muttering these words that normal people can't understand. Estes, who flew from the sky, patrolled the streets, searching for the whereabouts of the necromancer. She glanced in disgust at the alcoholic who was dumped in the garbage. Then he put his eyes on other people and disappeared into the night. No money. It was not until long after Estes left that the sloppy old alcoholic got up from the ground, supported the wall, and walked towards the alley. After confirming that no one is around, a faint green light flashed past the old drunkard. Heimdall, turn on Bifrost now. Loki, who turned into an ontology again, immediately contacted Heimdall to activate Bifrost's authority. This dangerous planet. He is a moment and does not want to stay longer. Sudden, Loki seemed to sense something, and he said it again immediately. Wait, I changed my mind. Heimdall, teleport me to Jotunheim, and I'll be able to get back. 99, just after Loki's order was given. A bright 7-color light descended from the sky and enveloped Loki. When Loki disappears, the laser bird falls from the sky and starts the scanning function to faint. Pass the scene picture to its owner. 128. Dark Peaks. The data from Laserbird was uploaded to Sonic at the first time. The sound wave projected the news onto the stereoscopic screen and displayed it in front of Wong Quan. Can you lock the teleportation coordinates? Wong Quan asked to the soundwave. He had long expected that Asgard's people would come to save Thor. Wong Quan wanted to determine Loki's teleportation coordinates. Taking advantage of the weakness of Odin, lead the Decepticons personally and capture Asgard in one fell swoop. Sonic was about to speak, but Starscream jumped out first. Your Majesty, my people have confirmed the teleportation location of the prey. As long as you want order, all the Decepticons will surely defeat the enemy for you. Starscream said excitedly. Even Sonic nodded seriously, agreeing with Starscream's point of view. The new arc reactor temporarily relieved the energy crisis of the Decepticons. At the moment is the time when morale is high. Now, the Decepticon camp can be described as strong and strong. This group of brutal, despicable King Kong has long been unable to hold back. War, plunder, destroy. All Decepticons, including Starscream, long for a real victory. A grand war that can be included in the Epic of Cybertron, 987. Go and notify Shockwave. Let him activate Cybertron's space bridge and send the Colossus, Iron Armor Dragon, over there. Let me appreciate the true strength of the Colossus weapon. Wong Quan, who was sitting high on the dark throne, raised his legs lazily and gave an order. After hearing this order, an expression of fear immediately appeared on Starscream's face. Even the silent sound wave was sluggish for a moment, but didn't say much. The always shrewd god of tricks has yet to realize it. Now he has become a coordinate, and the Decepticon Legion, which is rapidly gathering, is about to arrive at the scene. Jotunheim, one of the 9 kingdoms ruled by Odin, the kingdom of winter in the eternal night. The frigid temperature, as low as -120 degrees, will never see the light. For any creature, it is a forbidden area of death. But it's home to the giants of Jotunheim. Since the era of chaos began, before the God King conquered the 9 realms. For innumerable years, the giants of Jotunheim, who have eternal life, have lived here. They drank blood. In a tough environment, hone your strength. Tame the violent frost beast, and after countless years of development, a unique tribal civilization was born. However, thousands of years ago, the war with Asgard, the giants of Jotunheim have suffered heavy losses and have yet to recover. But even so, Lauf, the king of the giants of Jotunheim, still has ambitions and dreams that one day he can overthrow Asgard. Use the power of the ice treasure box to freeze 9 worlds and build a frost empire on top of the ruins of everything. Loki descended on Jotunheim and patted the dust off his body. Because of the awakening of Ice Bloodline, he is no longer afraid of severe cold, and even his strength has greatly increased. But he hates this power so much. Because of his childhood education and the relationship with his family, he firmly believes that he is a person from Asgard, the son of Odin, the future king of gods. I have to hurry up and get out of here. Loki looked a little flustered and muttered to himself, just as he took a step and was about to leave. There was mocking laughter all around. Look, who's here? Isn't that exactly Odin's second son? A hoarse, dull laughter, coming from above, caught Loki's attention. When he looked up, the burly king of the giants of Jotunheim was smiling mockingly at him. Under the bonus of ice, snow, and cold, at the moment, the king of giants, with a height of more than 5 meters, exudes a strong sense of oppression. Lauf. Loki raised his head in shock, looked at the king of giants of Jotunheim in front of him, and clenched his fists subconsciously. A flame called hatred ignited in his heart. BP. He knew very well that the giant king in front of him was his biological father. Don't be so cranky, Loki. My proud son. Now we can be allies on the same front. Lauf had a grim, smile on his face. He raised his hand and tried to rub Loki's head, but a faint green light flashed. A scratch appeared on Lauf's face, while Loki's hand had 2 more sharp blades. Go away, Loki said in a bad tone. He has no spare time to accompany this group of dirty things, chatting and having fun. In the giants of Jotunheim clan that respects martial arts, there are very few people with necromancer ability. And Loki is such a lucky one. It took him 1,500 years to prove his spell ability. Except Sorcerer Supreme. Rarely will there be a magician stronger than him. He even called himself the first magician in the 9 realms. It can be seen that he has confidence in his own strength. But who could have imagined this, the brilliant god of tricks? He was ruthlessly abandoned by his biological father, curled up on the altar of the temple, crying helplessly, waiting for death to come. Odin saved him, brought him back to Asgard, gave him legal status. The mother who loves him the most teaches him how to use magic. And his brother, and all things Asgard. It can be said, Loki has no affection for the giants of Jotunheim, only disgust and hatred. Facing Loki's threat, the king of giants of Jotunheim, clutching the wound on his face, his expression gradually turned hideous. Court death. He clenched his fists angrily, ready to teach this arrogant son a lesson. 18. A bright light shone from the sky above everyone. That is a portal with a length and width of a kilometer. It's a space bridge from Decepticons. A pair of scarlet eyes lit up from the portal. A hoarse screeching sound, like some kind of giant insect. Loki's pupils kept quivering. Oops. They really tracked down the coordinates of Bifrost. Loki murmured in a panic. Then he ignored the king of giants of Jotunheim, turned around hastily, and fled into the distance. Damn, Loki, how dare you plot against me? Lauf at the moment also realized why this prince of Asgard dared to be alone, came to confront him. This is a trap. He rage-grabbed an ice crystal and smashed it in Loki's direction. Roar's whistling ice crystals penetrated Loki's chest unhindered, as if through the air. In his angry eyes, Loki's body turned into a faint green light, dissipated. Fake. Back in Loki, when attacking him, this shrewd god of tricks has already used invisibility magic, leaving a duplication to attract hatred. Damn it, 95. Call all the clansmen at once. Awaken all the frost behemoths. We must drive out the invaders. The giants of Jotunheim raised their heads, looked at the portal above, and roared angrily. Jotunheim, their home, and out of here, they'll have nowhere to go. Just when the order of the king of the giants of Jotunheim came, the dense robot insects are the first to emerge from the portal. These monsters from Cybertron opened their monstrous fangs and rushed towards the giants of Jotunheim below. They are hungry. 129. In the dark sky, a flash of electric light illuminates the entire area below. In the blizzard, the densely packed robot insects rushed towards the giants of Jotunheim below. Go away, go away, you monsters. One named Giants of Jotunheim, wielding a weapon, struck the robot insect with a dull, loud noise. However, this group of steel monsters made of Cybertron alloy has no fear at all. In the eyes of robot insects, over 13 meters in size, these giants of Jotunheim are like crispy and delicious roast suckling pigs. Food eat. The robotic insects let out a hoarse cry, their ferocious sharp teeth opened to the limit, and bit the giants of Jotunheim with one bite. A large piece of flesh and blood was brutally torn off directly from the neck. The shrill screams resounded through the entire Frost Mountain range. Too much. The number of this group of robot insects is simply too many. They are not hungry predators. Whether it is organic or inorganic, their appetite can be digested. Then store the pure energy in the body and transport it back to the mother nest. Just like ants. Whether it is the structure of the ethnic group or the number of ethnic groups. Lauf, the king of giants of Jotunheim, is stronger than everyone else. It punched directly through a robotic insect that was pounced on him and flew several meters away. However, more robot insects are swarming. These steel monsters, like zombies, are crazy and greedy. Accidentally, there were 3 more ferocious wounds on the body of the king of giants, and blood kept oozing out. Ice burst. In a hurry, the king of giants had to resort to witchcraft. A dozen giants of Jotunheim being eaten by robot insects. Their bodies suddenly swelled rapidly, then burst out. Back then, more than a dozen robotic insects were blasted beyond recognition. But even so, they did not die, but looked fiercely at the giant king. Monster. Lauf cursed in horror. He turned hastily and ran away. If he continues to stay here, his fate will be extremely miserable. Detecting the prey and trying to escape, dozens of robot insects immediately flapped their wings and chased after the king of giants. A robotic insect with high-level intelligence, shape-shifting into a robot form, with a ferocious left claw, shape-shifting into a beam cannon. Aim at Lauf's calf and shoot a purple beam. The king of giants of Jotunheim, unable to dodge for a while, was shot through his calf in an instant and fell to the ground screaming. Your Majesty has an order to catch the alive. Robot insects in robot form give orders to their companions. Lauf, who was crawling on the ground, was relieved when he heard the news again. As long as it becomes something of these monsters, even as a prisoner, Lauf recognizes it. A robotic insect that stabs its claws into Lauf's arm. Take this prisoner and fly towards the direction of the portal. The portal in the sky is still expanding. Huge swathes of robotic insects, like there's no end to them, constantly fly out from the inside. 1,000, several thousand. This group of robotic insects has no natural enemies in Blue Star. On the life planet with sufficient material and energy, the reproduction speed is simply amazing. Lauf witnessed this scene in horror. His body was trembling. This group of mechanical monsters, the number is too much. Wherever you go, there are bones everywhere. Asgard's God's Domain guards are amiable and friendly in comparison with them. They are a group of killing machines born for war. Dark Peaks. When the king of giants of Jotunheim, through the portal, was pressed here by the robot insects. Because of the climate change, his burly body, like melting, quickly shrank to 3 meters. Even in shape, they all look very thin. He was thrown from midair to the ground, and he rolled around for several times before he stopped in pain. The severe pain caused him to bark in pain for flowers, but what they got was the ridicule of the Decepticons. You also deserve to be called King of Giants? Then am I not? The chariot team's fraud, looking at the embarrassed Lauf, couldn't help but sneer. But an elbow hit him in the head, and the deceitful laughter came to an abrupt end. He grimaced in pain and sobbed a little aggrieved. But what you get is not sympathy, but a warning from your companions. The person who shot it is the commander of the chariot team. So even that His Majesty has yet to speak. At this time of deception, jumping out to mock the enemy's king is simply too stupid. You are. Lauf. Wang Quan supported his cheeks with the back of his hands and lay lazily on the throne. He ate the grapes peeled on the 18th and looked down at the prisoners below. Lauf in the cinematic universe. The body is far less huge than in the comics, and the strength is even weaker and pitiful. As the king of giants of Jotunheim, he can't even beat Robot Insect, let alone other giants of Jotunheim. Their town artifact, Ice Treasure Box, is still in Odin's treasury. How could it be the opponent of the fighting-spirited Decepticons? This so-called war is, at best, a slaughter, a feast for robot insects. Right. Frost King Lauf, kneeling on the ground in humiliation. He raised his head unwillingly, looked up at the king on the throne of darkness, and clenched his fists. 18. His hostile behavior. Immediately, he was perceived by the monstrous star-raced beast. This sleeping mechanical evil dragon opened its blood-red pupils and looked down at the Frost King below. The mechanical body that was hundreds of meters long made Lauf open his mouth in astonishment. This moment, he refreshed his understanding of this mysterious mechanical race for a long time. 130. Dark Peaks. After Lauf recognized the difference between each other, his attitude became obviously more respectful. The mysterious powerhouse sitting high on the throne, the aura exuded, is only stronger than Odin in his heyday. And the mechanical army under his command is far beyond the armament strength of Asgard. Asterisk hashtag. It's all that little b asterisk 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 d, the culprit. He made Jotunheim a scapegoat. Originally, this army of machines should be heading for Asgard. Great King, it's all a Loki trick. 5. The giants of Jotunheim have no intention of being your enemy. Lauf, King of the giants of Jotunheim, I swear to you that we will never offend your majesty. You must never fall for the other party's tricks. 99. Lauf explained in a trembling voice. 993. No matter how stupid he is not stupid enough to be the enemy of this level of powerhouse. AJ. Lauf's filial eldest son has already planned everything since he came to Jotunheim. He just wants to keep the giants of Jotunheim, clan, and Wang Quan's forces alive. A dull sound came from the direction of the portal. Then, a strange spherical object flew out of the portal and rolled down to the bridge of Dark Peak. That's a ball shape of 6 robot insects hugging each other. The harsh gnawing sound continued uninterruptedly. But apart from the scattered sparks, there was no substantial damage to the monster inside. The hot flames burst out suddenly. The 4 robot insects attached to the front melted directly into a pool of molten iron. In the burning air, a thick armored giant showed a hideous figure. It grabbed the robotic insect behind it and brutally tore it into 2 pieces in front of a group of Decepticons. Destroyer armor. The treasure in Asgard's treasure house of the god realm. The strongest armor worn by Odin when he conquered the 9 realms. Made of rare materials such as ulu metal, it is almost indestructible, and it can destroy all known substances by itself. Its power comes from Odin, and it is the ultimate weapon made to fight the gods. Other gods can also be driven, but their strength will be reduced a lot. That's right. This destroyer armor is controlled by Loki. Ferocious monsters like robotic insects are completely vulnerable in front of this armored giant. Arrogant Loki, remotely controlling the destroyer armor, from Jotunheim all the way back to the Dark Peak. At least 40 or 50 robotic insects died at their hands, showing the strength of this armored giant. Buzz one by one. Destroyer armor once again began to charge. This time, the target aimed at is the dark throne above. However, Wang Quan was unmoved, and even had a sneer and a bit of contempt in his eyes. You soulless puppet, who allowed you to raise your head? A majestic voice sounded from the throne. All of a sudden, golden ripples spread out from the sky, and dozens of peerless divine soldiers protruded from the treasure house. Under the magic blessing of Wang Quan, It turns into a golden flash and shoots at the destroyer armor below. Too fast. Even the god of trick, who was far beyond the control, didn't react. A Fontaine-painted halberd directly cut off the right arm of the destroyer armor. Before waiting for this armor, it began to heal the wound. The dozen or so divine soldiers that followed directly smashed the destroyer battle armor into pieces and scattered them on the bridge below. The head of the destroyer's armor is still gleaming, but a Qinglong Yanue saber carried a 10,000 force and fell from the sky. Directly split the head of the destroyer armor in half and rolled down. Half of his head rolled in front of Lauf. That cold touch made the Frost King tremble in fear. Immediately slammed his head on the ground, never dared to raise his head again, and looked up at the brutal king above. Instant kill. Lauf was horrified, watching this scene. As Odin's former mortal enemy, he knows better than anyone the terrifying power of the destroyer armor. This invincible killing machine fell in front of him in this way today. No wonder this man, with such courage, dared to challenge that god king. After today, I am afraid that the 9 realms are about to change. Great king, please listen to me. It's a weapon from Asgard, and has nothing to do with us giants of Jotunheim. Lauf kowtowed in horror, begging in a trembling voice. He couldn't imagine what terrifying disaster would be brought to Jotunheim by offending this king. On the throne, for your sincerity, I can give you a chance. Wang Quan looked down at Lauf below and said with a faint smile. He turned his gaze to the red spider below. Starscream, push that thing out. Wang Quan jokingly gave the order before he and Asgard officially fought. Jotunheim was a good test subject. Yes, my king. Starscream smiled slyly and bowed respectfully. Then, Starscream, clap your hands. 2 Decepticons, pushing the giant turntable, came behind Lauf. This scene let Lauf, who has little knowledge, show a confused expression. As if seeing his doubts, Starscream walked up to him with a smile and pulled him off the ground with sharp claws. On this planet, there is a game called Lucky Roulette. It's just getting the participants, throwing flying darts. Which area you hit will get the corresponding prize. Look, the 6 areas above correspond to the ending of Jotunheim. Starscream explained kindly. He raised his sharp fingers to signal the king of giants of Jotunheim, and 4.8 looked at the lucky roulette in front of him. Lauf looked forward blankly. ###. His pupils contracted violently, as if he saw something terrifying. The other Decepticons, after seeing this scene, also burst into laughter of schadenfreude. On the white turntable, there are 6 areas in total. Each corresponds to a Colossus weapon. Earth Blast, Neutron Kill, Nanoplague, Heaven is Majestic, God's Judgment, Anal Angel. Each superweapon comes with a brief description, but without exception, they are all star-level superweapons. Now, but let the King of Giants of Jotunheim decide the fate of the entire race and the Jotunheim with this small game. It's simply murdering the heart. 131. Lauf is in a hurry. My lord, we are innocent. This is so unfair to us. The person who offends you is the person of Asgard. Lauf begged bitterly. No matter which choice it is, it will ruin the future of the giants of Jotunheim clan. I know, but Loki is your son, isn't he? When your son did something wrong, isn't it right that you, your own father, should bear the guilt? Wang Quan replied indifferently. This move is undoubtedly the last hope left in Lauf's heart. Lauf lowered his head in despair and looked at the wreckage of the destroyer armor under his feet. He didn't even dare to resist. Please. Starscream pretended to open his hand and handed a specially made flying darts to the King of Giants of Jotunheim in front of him. It is good. Lauf murmured miserably. After taking the flying darts tremblingly, he turned around again and looked at the lucky roulette behind him. To him, Anal Angel is undoubtedly the best choice. Participate in the game, and there is a 1 in 6 possibility to keep your home. If you try to resist, there is a 100% probability that he and his clan will surely die. 22 thought of this. Lauf grabs the flying darts in his hand and shoots at the spinning Wheel of Fortune. Puff! The flying darts hit the Wheel of Fortune and caught the attention of all the Decepticons. The speed of the roulette wheel was getting slower and slower, and Lauf's heart sank to the bottom. Finally, The wheel of fortune that stops spinning, the flying darts that shot out stopped on top of the nano-plague, which immediately caused a voice of disappointment. This group of brutal Decepticons is eager to see the mountain of corpses and the sea of blood. See the spectacle of Jotunheim's day of destruction. Such a result, they can only congratulate the king of the giants of Jotunheim and their people for being part of the glorious evolution. Become a subsidiary mechanical civilization of Cybertron. The result is out. Lauf smiled sadly. He turned around slowly. Looking up at the cruel and cold-blooded king sitting high on the throne, he knelt on the ground again. "O King of Heaven, please show mercy. Please allow me to be with my clan. At least, before assimilation, we can rest in our homeland." Lauf bowed respectfully, put his head on the icy bridge, and said his last extravagance. For a while, the whole bridge became silent. All the Decepticons looked at Lauf in front of him. This king of giants of Jotunheim, the truth revealed at this moment, made the previous mockery disappear. Instead, it's a matter of respect. Wang Quan's order resounded throughout the dark peak. "Compassion as you," Lauf said respectfully. Tears of despair were falling from the corners of his eyes, turning into ice crystals and falling to the ground. "Your Majesty, please allow me to give him a ride in person." Starscream rolled his piercing eyes and suddenly knelt down on one knee, begging Wang Quan for his life. "Go." Wang Quan waved his hand and granted Starscream's request. "Although I don't know what the first adjutant is, what the hell is going on?" But the appearance of the chariot team allowed Wang Quan to see the talent of Starscream. This time, Wang Quan is also looking forward to. Starscream's tricks can bring him unexpected benefits. "Your Majesty, you will not be disappointed." Starscream gave a treacherous smile, not a warrior but a strategist. He firmly believes in strategy, which can achieve greater benefits than force. With permission, Starscream patted Lauf on the shoulder, comforting the king of giants. After the two got up from the ground, they walked together. "Let's walk in the direction of the space bridge, together." Jotunheim. Loki, who was hiding in the dark, avoided the slaughter of robot insects by virtue of his body size. When Perception lost contact with the destroyer armor, his face was instantly pale and bloodless. Even Odin's god armor can't hold the next turn in that man's hands. Now Asgard, who was his opponent? Thor. Do not make jokes. He couldn't even escape the madhouse by himself and was tortured by that man's loyal dog. But, according to Loki's guess, that terrifying Mechanicus, the coordinates of Asgard, should not be confirmed yet. Temporarily can't find a way to invade. That is to say, Asgard, it should be safe now. As long as these hunters leave, Loki can pass through the wormhole and return to Asgard. He just needs to hide here and not be found. But a miracle happened. Loki can feel the ground shaking, and the gravitational pull of the planet Jotunheim is changing terribly. The mountains in the distance are beginning to collapse. Massive glaciers, carrying sea water, began to flow against it. As if having a premonition, Loki raised his head in a panic and looked at the sky above. What is that? Loki doesn't know, because he's never seen such a horrible thing. The terrifying ring-shaped structure rises from the distant surface and quickly covers 2/3 of the sky. The whole Earth was plunged into absolute darkness. It's a mechanical planet. Its appearance directly affects the gravity of the planet. Loki standing in the mountains, you can even see the mechanical lines on it. What the hell is this? Loki murmured in horror, but more terrible things were yet to come. Those cruel predators suddenly abandoned their prey and scrambled to pass through Portal 993 to escape Jotunheim. Even they are afraid. Star Destroyer. Loki suddenly realizes what that crazy man wants to do. He's going to blow up the whole planet. Loki didn't care to continue hiding and hurriedly ran on the ground towards what he knew, the space wormhole leading to Asgard. Not Loki, not flight. But he can't fly. The sky has long been the territory of robotic insects, and any creatures that fly will become their food. However, an F-22 Raptor flying in reverse and noticed the Loki below. "I found you." Starscream let out an excited laugh and swooped in Loki's direction. As he leaps over Loki's head, he quickly shapeshifts into robot form. Boom, one by one. Starscream landed from a height of hundreds of meters, and stopped firmly in front of Loki. The powerful impact swept through the ice and snow, causing Loki, who hastily escaped for his life, to blow a somersault and fall to the ground in a panic. Damn! Loki cursed with a wicked expression. Just as he summoned two sharp blades, he was about to make a gesture with the mechanical giant in front of him. Starscream smiled and waved his hand, conveying his kindness. His Royal Highness Prince of Asgard, I have no intention of being your enemy. What I'm here for, it's to help you escape from here. 132. Jotunheim. Loki looked at the mechanical giant in front of him warily. Although he is not as strong as the machine insect, the breath he exudes is more dangerous than that group of monsters. Even, Loki smelled a similar breath from him. Oh, you are so kind? Loki sneered and asked back. It was this similar aura that made him more wary of this mechanical giant. But Starscream didn't care, sitting in front of Loki, and took 2 boxes of cans from his body and threw them into Loki's arms. Loki froze for a moment. He touched the warm can, and his stomach suddenly sounded hungry. Relax, I don't even bother to poison it. After a busy day, you haven't eaten yet. This is canned food for humans. As long as you open the package, you can eat it. Do you need me to open it for you? Your Highness, your Starscream teased Loki, showing sharp claws. In order to make the 2 cans of food taste more delicious, he also deliberately heated them. Presumably this tiny move was enough to prove Starscream's sincerity. Unnecessary. Loki turned the blade in his hand, spun it around the can, and removed the top lid. A rush of heat. The aroma of beef stew with potatoes made Loki swallow instinctively. Loki used a spell to conjure a spoon, glanced at Starscream on the opposite side, and ate it. In the cold frozen country, you can eat a delicious hot meal. It is a kind of happiness. My name is Loki, how about you? While eating the can, Loki asked curiously the mechanical giant opposite. Starscream, first adjutant of His Majesty Wong Quan. Starscream smiled and identified himself. You're that man's adjutant. Looks, doesn't seem to be very strong. Loki looked at Starscream questioningly and sneered. Starscream didn't get angry when he heard the words, but made fun of Loki. Aren't you the same? The second prince of Asgard can't even lift his brother's hammer. Starscream laughed and teased. He learned many legends about this god of tricks from human books. As Wong Quan's first adjutant, during this week, he passed the land bridge to St. Elizabeth. Get information about Asgard with that Thor in the usual way. Depressed Thor, tell him many things, very many, about him and his brother. Cough, cough. Starscream's words broke Loki's defenses, and a mouthful of spicy soup slid into his esophagus, causing him to cough continuously. So what? It's not that Odin is partial, if I really are his son, Loki retorted angrily. At the end of the words, he squeezed the spoon unwillingly and took a few mouthfuls of things into his mouth. His face was full of reluctance, and his pupils were red again. Starscream sees everything in his eyes. He shifted his position, closing the distance between him and Loki. Maybe, from Loki, he also perceives the breath of similars. A cunning man, like a dying old man, also remembers the past. Hundreds of millions of years have passed since my fire was born. 9. You are not the first civilization in this universe to call itself the God race. Before contacting you, I have seen the fall of thousands of gods. Most of the reasons for the demise are sibling rivalry, father and son killing each other. A guy like you is really greedy and insatiable. Starscream sighs at Loki, not knowing how to appreciate what's in front of him. As the life form of Cybertron, he has now 180 million hail. In the long years, I have seen countless civilizations rise and fall, deeply aware of how fragile and short-lived these civilizations are. He also had questions. Why is such a short life, these lives, fighting endlessly? Hundreds of millions of years, how dare you say? Is there no person or thing that you remember deeply? Loki rolled his eyes, ignoring Starscream's age, and asked about Starscream, something else. Asgard's civilization is not necessarily that long. This mechanical giant really dare to say. A person or thing. I used to have a lot of respect for someone. Until he started that war. A civil war that lasted millions of years. I thought he was getting old. The Decepticons, under my command, will end this war and move towards a better and brighter future. 35, but I was wrong. Without that man, the Decepticons are just a piece of sand. Starscream exclaimed complicatedly. He grabbed a handful of ice and snow from the ground and raised it towards the sky, as if mocking himself. I'm not like you. Thor is an incompetent man. No one knows better than me. 35 Asgard. Only under my leadership can it be revived again. 35 Loki used his body to protect the food in his arms and complained to Starscream. I know. I've seen your brother. He may be a valiant warrior, but he is not a qualified king. Your civilization, under his leadership, will only go to extinction. Starscream shook his head in disappointment, clearly disliking Thor. That idiot, and the big train-some fight. By no means a qualified king. So what? The corners of Loki's mouth rose, and he looked up at Starscream beside him. He knew from the beginning that this treacherous mechanical giant must have plans for him. By now, Starscream didn't want to, and continued to hide it. I can assist you in ascending the throne. 35, in return, you will give your loyalty to my majesty. 5 Starscream said directly his request. But what he got was a roll of eyes from Loki, and a sneer of contempt. Asgard, not the giants of Jotunheim, the lingering savage race. They have advanced civilization, the most brave warriors, and the strongest god king. Surrender? This is simply a fool's dream. 0. Starscream looked at the Colossus in the dome, as if he had expected it. Hope you see the next scene. I can still be as confident as I am now. 133. Jotunheim. Loki followed Starscream's gaze to the dome above. Seeing this shocking scene again, his confidence was shaken. What is that? Loki looked at the giant, mechanical planet, and asked Starscream beside him. The Colossus. You can, too, call Roar, iron-armored dragon. Like me, he is also the life form of Cybertron, and the enemy you will face in the future. Starscream explained thoughtfully. In fact, his mood at the moment was as shocking as Loki's. As a base King Kong, the former iron-armored dragon is already big enough. And now, under the strengthening of His Majesty's power of heavenly venerate, the shape of the iron-armored dragon has become even more terrifying. Hearing Starscream's answer, Loki put down the can in his hand. You, ready to blow up the planet? Loki asked in a trembling voice. Facing this giant, the only weapon he could think of in his head was the Star Destroyer. To this, Starscream smiled and shook his head. Blowing up the planet is just one of 6 options. But there are more efficient means. Like assimilation, Starscream explained contentedly, with a cruel smile on his face, standing on the towering mountains, looking down at the ice field below. Do you want to transform the life on this planet? Loki asked in horror. Such a huge renovation project cannot be completed without more than 10 years of time and a lot of hard work. How can this be called efficient? But Starscream's next words shocked Loki even more. At first, the energy storage of this weapon will take at least 3 months. But our great scientist, Shockwave, has carried out several transformations on the iron-armored dragon. With the blessing of new energy, he can launch with only 1 hour of energy storage. Almost, it's about time. Starscream heard the roar from above, Sedge, and immediately grabbed Loki in his hands. What are you doing? Loki questioned Starscream, but Starscream made the boo gesture. Then, the cunning Starscream took out a mechanical disc and fitted it to his chest. Supreme God Armor, start. Pieces of alloy, ejected from the inside of the disc, quickly wrapped Starscream's body. The speed was so fast that even Loki didn't react. As human Loki, at the moment becomes Starscream's appendage and is also protected from it. He looked up at the transparent cabin above and looked at the sky suspiciously, mouth open in astonishment. Without any warning, a silvery white snow fell in the dim sky. These snowflakes, in the dark, exude a faint light. Mixed with ice and snow, a piece of falling. This situation and this scene can only be described as beautiful, to describe this dreamy scene. At the moment, with the retreat of the robot insects, the giants of Jotunheim, who were hiding in the dark, came out of the cave one after another. They also saw this dreamy snow scene. Many young giants of Jotunheim disregarded their parents, happy running into the ice and snow, cheering with joy, and celebrating the departure of the enemy. Too bad they don't know. These silver-white snowflakes are actually countless nanorobots hugging together. When these silvery white snowflakes touched the children's skin, the original icy blue skin quickly turned into gray-blue steel. Assimilation starts here. Surprised by the physical changes, the children looked at their parents anxiously. I was horrified to find out. Their parents had already completed assimilation ahead of time. It has become a machine creature with no emotion, no pain, or even memory. Although, it still retains its previous appearance. But they are already dead. It's just nanorobots adapting to new bodies after assimilation. These assimilated giants of Jotunheim are striding in the same direction. At the moment, Loki and Starscream on the mountain. In the dreamy ice and snow, hundreds of giants of Jotunheim walking in their direction. Starscream had his hands behind his back, a complacent smile on his face. With the protection of the supreme divine armor, he is not afraid of the nanoplague. As the 13 ancestors of the past, the sacred object created by Sai Tianjiao himself, its power is needless to say. Loki climbed hard, from the palm of his hand to his head. Then, he saw a terrifying scene. The previous giants of Jotunheim have been assimilated into machine life forms and slowly move forward. In this group of people, Loki saw the figure of the old king of the giants of Jotunheim. Like his tribe, he has been eroded by nanorobots. Lao Fei Dash. 35 Loki looked at his biological father and roared with red eyes. It's not emotion, it's not anger. The resonance from the blood makes him instinctively sad and wants to cry for the people in front of him. It was as if he heard Roar shout. The assimilated Lauf turned around with a blank expression and looked in the direction of the supreme god armor. A trace of crystal tears slipped from the corner of his eyes, as if it were his last emotion. After, the dumb Lauf followed the others and continued to move forward. Where are they going? Loki was lying in the transparent cabin, watching the terrifying scene outside, questioning Starscream. Containment area? Wait for this planet to complete assimilation. There will be special transport ships that will pull them to Cybertron. They will be cheap slaves, building new cities on Cybertron. 35 Starscream answered Loki's question. The voice turned. Starscream smiled treacherously again, addressing Loki sullenly. Maybe someday in the future. This scene will also happen in Asgard. Reconsider my previous suggestion, wise second prince. 134. Dark Peaks. Thor 1. The story mission is over. Stop Thor, defeat the destroyer armor, and fulfill the mission conditions. Congratulations, get the final reward. The Gun of Longinus. The Spear of Longinus, the god-killing spear in mythology, contains the energy called destiny, and is an extremely terrifying artifact. The rewards of the system are displayed in front of Wang Quan in the form of a photon screen. Wang Quan opened the king's treasure house, and a blood-colored spear was held in his hand. The Spear of Longinus. From the classic shape of EVA, the blood-colored appearance, the spiral double gunblade design. It is the only weapon that can directly break through the apposition and cause damage to the apostles. Now, this artifact is owned by Wang Quan. The material that made it is not clear when he stepped forward, but Wang Quan was able to perceive it. This is an attack specialization artifact, a special effect weapon for gods. Simply put, this spear can restrain the divine nature of the gods. Let the gods lose all abilities and become flesh and blood mortals. Wang Quan fondly stroked the gunblade. A revelation from the future flashed in his mind instantly. Aging Odin, pierced through his chest. The Overlord of the world is pierced through the body. Demon King of Hell, kneel down and beg for mercy. Master of Darkness, mournful wailing. Fragments flashed quickly. It seemed to be some kind of prophecy. Prophecies that happen in the future. In the dark, this spear of destiny has arranged the final outcome for those who claim to be gods. And its owner is the executioner. What a nice weapon. Wang Quan stroked the gunblade with a cruel arc on his face. He does not reject fate, because these appearances are the stumbling blocks on his road to becoming king. On the bridge below, the big train and the Red Queen looked at the scarlet spear in Wang Quan's hand. Subconsciously stunned, even number 18 next to Wang Quan touched his cheeks, as if he knew something. For a while, a lovely crimson color appeared on number 18's pretty face. He pouted angrily, turned his head to the side, and sulked alone. The big train looked at the Red Queen with a face ashamed, hoping that she could think of a way. But the Red Queen sighed sadly, looking helpless. This little episode didn't last long, because Starscream is back. At the moment, Starscream has lifted the Supreme God armor and returned to the peak of darkness with a contented expression. You don't have anything to report to me. Wong Quan looked down at Starscream below, half squinting his sharp eyes and showing an expectant smile. I am afraid. It will take a while to see the results. His Majesty, Starscream said respectfully. Judging from his self-satisfied look, it was clear that he had made a deal with Loki. I hope that when the time comes, it will be as you wish. Wong Quan rolled his eyes at Starscream. He was very tolerant of subordinates with ability. King, what are you going to do with these fragments? Starscream looked at the scattered destroyer armor wreckage on the bridge and asked Wong Quan above. Destroyer armor, the strength shown before. All the Decepticons are there for all to see. Even if it is a fusion of King Kong, facing this armor, I am afraid it will be a tragic battle. Unfortunately, its controller is too incompetent. The enemy they face is too powerful. But even so, it still can't hide its halo. As long as it is slightly modified, it will definitely bring additional surprises to this Majesty. Hearing Starscream's words, Wong Quan also began to ponder. Right at the moment, Starscream suddenly took out the shape-shifting disc of the Supreme God armor from his arms and offered it with respectful hands. Your Majesty, I have a proposal. As your domain expands, the battlefield is no longer limited to this planet. 35. I think you need a real commander-in-chief. Come to command the Decepticon army for you, and bring you victory and glory. Starscream spoke with great respect. His remarks immediately detonated the atmosphere of the scene. Diggers, chariot teams, big trains, even robotic insects or other elite squads. All the people started to talk about it. Wong Quan listened to Starscream's proposal, and the corner of his mouth raised a contemptuous arc, looking down at the scheming adjutant below. Actually, Starscream's proposal, Wong Quan had considered it long ago. Asterisk asterisk. He really needs a commander-in-chief to manage and train the Decepticons for him. However, the current Decepticons, no one can take on this responsibility. Starscream, do you think you deserve it? Wong Quan questioned sharply. Although Starscream has always been the second-ranking leader of the Decepticons, but there are a lot of people who don't obey him. The Digger, the Chariot team, and the two combined King Kong. Let's not talk about it for the time being. Sound waves, shock waves. In the field they are good at, they are even more successful. This guy? In addition to conspiracy and tricks, there is only a stomach of bad water. Although he has made extraordinary achievements many times, he does not have the style of a general. He is just a strategist who makes good use of poisonous schemes. In the face of His Majesty's questioning, Starscream did not become angry. 000 because he has experienced so much. He knows where his upper limit is. I may not be worthy of, but I know that someone must be worthy of. Having said this, Starscream looked at the Decepticons gathered on the bridge with a wicked look. These former loyal ministers. To this day, no one has ever dared to mention that person's name before this Majesty. On the contrary, Starscream, the former rebel, was the first to mention it. On the throne, Wong Quan heard Starscream's words and obviously understood what he meant. You mean Megatron? Wong Quan said the name of the former leader, which made the Chariot team loyal to him, and the Diggers, immediately a little anxious. After all, it was His Majesty who resurrected them. They didn't want to see that the old and new leaders, because of the struggle for power, caused the Decepticons to fall into infighting again. Even Sonic, Shockwave, these loyal ministers of the former dynasty have stood up to stop, because they know Megatron's character better than anyone else, and that monarch will never be willing to submit to a human subordinate. To this, Wong Quan didn't care, because even Cybertron was under his control. He can directly control all the sparks of Cybertron life and destroy them on a physical level. Even Starscream, such a rebel, was loyal to him. What's more, Megatron is such a bloody, dignified, and powerful warrior. Fan. 135. Dark Peaks. Starscream's proposal aroused strong resistance from others. Starscream, you are confused. This kind of thing, even my big train understands. How can you not see through it? The big train spoke quickly, and as a Decepticon King Kong who got along well with Starscream, he scolded eagerly. That's right, Your Majesty, it is enough to have our chariot team. The commander of the chariot team immediately stood up and expressed his attitude. These 5 delusional kings were reborn again because of the gift of this majesty. And us, diggers. The digger also stood up and showed his loyalty at the first time. They died in that civil war that lasted millions of years, and now it's all just getting back to stability. They don't want to see the 007 incident inside the Decepticon. However, but Starscream raised his head and yelled loudly at the group of short-sighted companions in front of him. Madness! Your Majesty is the incarnation of Yuanshi Tianzuan, the savior of Cybertron. Even I, Starscream, understand. How could Megatron not know? I know him better than anyone. He is the most suitable candidate to be the Commander-in-Chief. Your Majesty, for the sake of your great cause, please consider it carefully. Starscream persuaded again. Hashtag, the treacherous Starscream, who would make this move, was not risking his own death to remonstrate. Rather, he had long seen that this His Majesty's gaze was by no means limited to Sai Shing. In order to restrain this group of lawless Decepticons, don't cause him trouble. He needs a commander with ability and decisive action to command the Decepticon King Kong and bring more victories. Megatron, it is definitely the best choice for this Majesty. It is precisely because of this discovery that Starscream, who cherished his life, dared to say these words. You are really the roundworm in my stomach. That's what I meant. Shockwave, Megatron's new body, forged by you. Remember, all parts and materials must use the best. Wong Quan looked down at Starscream with an approving smile on his face. He had been waiting for the Decepticons to advise him, but never thought it would be Starscream. Wong Quan's order made the other Decepticons stunned. Aware of the shock wave of Wong Quan's mind, he also changed his mind and asked respectfully, Your Majesty, Starscream's request is logical. Please allow me to use the remains of the destroyer armor as one of the materials. In addition, I also need the Supreme God armor as a strengthening armor. Shockwave turned his gaze to Starscream, the Supreme Divine armor in his hand, and said his request. Allow. Wong Quan granted Shockwave's request, and then thought of a rare metal that exists on Blue Star. Shockwave, do you know vibranium? 99 Wong Quan smiled expectantly and asked the chief scientist of the Decepticon. Shockwave nodded, took the Supreme Divine armor from Starscream's hand, and responded respectfully. Nature knows, but your current funds have been officially frozen. We don't have enough money to buy vibranium. Shockwave said bluntly. Just a few minutes ago, the Decepticon's intelligence officer, Soundwave, quietly sent him an email and discussed the information with him in private. An hour ago, the Senate of the Lighthouse Nation passed it almost unanimously. Freeze all property of Stark Industries. The reason is, because the new weapon of Stark Industries went out of control, Albuquerque City fell in the war. They will auction all the stocks of Stark Industries, including all patent rights, according to law. Highest bidder gets it. All the money from the auction will be used to rebuild Albuquerque and pay pensions. Including Wong Quan's shares worth hundreds of billions of dollars. Even those ignorant members of parliament are also eyeing the arc reactor and Kim Byon's legacy. I also want to send Wong Quan to prison and sentenced to life imprisonment. Soundwave, who has always been taciturn, found Shockwave, who doesn't know how to read words, and came to discuss countermeasures. It's true. Wong Ba looked at Mung Bean and met his eyes. That's why Shockwave would say such disappointing words on the day of the great victory on the throne. The smile on Wong Quan's face stopped, and he turned his eyes to the direction of the sound wave. Sonic did not dare to neglect and immediately displayed a virtual projection in front of Wong Quan. That was the scene shot by Laserbird, and it was also the scene when Stark Industries was banned. Even a police car is driving towards the company of Vank father and son, because they feel that this is a company funded by Wong Quan and also a subsidiary of Stark Industries. Simply swallow this cake. After all, Vank father and son's arc reactor and exoskeleton armor technology, those greedy worms, also want to take it for themselves. If the Beacon country can have one, allegiance to the president's armored guard. Then they will be invincible on this planet and become the real masters. After knowing the details, Wang Quan's angry palm slapped on the throne, with crazy killing intent flashing in his eyes. These low-powered bastards are shameless. Wang Quan cursed angrily. He even felt that he was too kind. What caused these greed, in the face of interests, forgot the strength he showed earlier. Your Majesty, as long as you give an order, you don't need to take action for this kind of trivial matter. Wang Quan took a deep breath, got up from the throne, and looked down at a group of indignant subordinates. A trace of cruelty flashed in his eyes. Starscream glared at Shockwave, an idiot who couldn't see anger, and nearly ruined his plan to resurrect Megatron. Sonic, go and inform the Assassin League. They know what to do. All the Decepticons, immediately capture the enemy's lair for you. 35. He can only bite the bullet and prepare to teach this group of humans a little lesson. So, 18. 136. As a traveler, Wang Quan is well aware of the disgusting face of the lighthouse man. In their eyes, there are only interests and no morality. When the profit exceeds 10 times, they are even willing to sell their relatives. Stark Industries, the world's largest arms company, a rising new energy company, is also a cutting-edge technology company. At its peak, Stark Industry almost monopolized the global arms trade. The weapons sold by this company exist in every war on this planet. To this day, Tony's arc reactor is destined to become a leader in new energy. As the largest shareholder, the true owner of Stark Industries, even this super genius has no idea how rich he is. Tens of billions of dollars to build an armored team. All can be detonated in the air and turned into splendid fireworks, just for the fraternity to smile. Not to mention, the massive Stark Industries is here. Competitors from all walks of life have long wanted to tear him to pieces. Now, they finally got their chance. Tony assisted SHIELD in the manufacture of Chariot Team 22, which caused this catastrophe. No doubt, give these interest groups a chance to start. Joker, who was lurking in the dark, jumped out one after another and couldn't wait to share the cake. Build a city? Don't be kidding. They don't care. The lives of those civilians. That's just an excuse to carve up Stark Industries. Office of the President. The middle-aged president was lying comfortably on the seat, swaying golden high-level champagne in his hands. As one of the beneficiaries of Stark Industries, he seems to have foreseen that tens of billions of dollars will be deposited into his secret account tomorrow. Even in a high position, in the face of this amazing wealth, he still couldn't help but open a bottle of high-level champagne as a celebration wine during working hours. Sniffing the fruity wine, he was already a little drunk before the wine entered his mouth. Just as he opened his fat lips, ready to drink wine, a knock on the door came suddenly. "Please come in." Mr. President put down the champagne in his hand and said solemnly. The door opens. The easygoing Rexiego walked into the president's office. "Who are you?" The lighthouse president looked at the stranger in front of him. His face became a little ugly, and he immediately asked, "It doesn't matter who I am. The important thing is the order from the master. Please, Mr. President, go to the mansion of my master." 99. The ninja master, Lei Xiaogu, elegantly invited Dao, like a capable butler. Ridiculous. Is it an assassin sent by Stark Industries? Come on, come on. 9. On the forehead of the lighthouse president, fine cold sweat overflowed. His lips were trembling, and he shouted out the door. This is the most heavily defended place. Unless this group of assassins can go to heaven and earth, it is impossible to sneak in. It must be inside. There has been a traitor. It was only created for him. This short-term assassination opportunity. Where are people? Come on, people. The lighthouse president shouted sharply, but half a minute later, there were still no security personnel. A terrifying guess that made him tremble all over. The timid beacon president suddenly slumped to the ground and slumped to the bottom of the table in horror. Come on, someone. Come on, someone to protect me. What about people? The president of the lighthouse, hiding under the table, screamed mournfully. The fear in the words made Lixiegu smile contemptuously. You are the last person alive in this building. 39. I advise you to be obedient and at least suffer less. Lei Xiaogu kindly reminded the ugly president of the lighthouse in front of him. After all, The master he is loyal to is not an elegant and easygoing good man. Realizing yourself, you are about to lead the way. The president of the lighthouse, who jumped over the wall, tried to take out the gun in the drawer and fought back. Damn it. 35, you thought I would. The grim-faced beacon president hid under the table, awkwardly stretched out his stubby hand, and groped for the direction of the drawer. A cold light quickly flew out from Lei Xiaogu's hand. That's a handle, sharp flying darts. Nail the palm of the lighthouse president directly on the drawer of the table. The severe pain made this man who had never endured hardship let out a scream like killing a pig. Xiaogu showed a playful look of contempt and walked up to the crying lighthouse president. He directly grabbed the other person's hair and dragged the president above 10,000 people from the ground. Forgive me, please. They all did it better than me. I don't want to be your enemy. Please, please. The president of the lighthouse cried mournfully, with tears streaming down his nose. How could he care about his own identity? How ruthless is this group of assassins? How could he not understand? Falling into their hands, there is only a dead end. Sudden, an icy sharp blade rests on the neck of the lighthouse president. The mournful cry stopped abruptly. Obedient. Don't cry anymore. My master, I want to see you by name. It's a blessing that you have cultivated in several lifetimes. Don't be shameless. The corners of Lei Xiaogu's mouth raised a sinister arc, softly reminding the president of the lighthouse in front of him. The strengthening of the pool of Lazarus has allowed him to survive for hundreds of years. In the long years of 007, he assassinated many important people, active in the world in various capacities. A puppet president like this has already surpassed the number of hands. Had it not been for an order from his master, he would have died long ago. I'm obedient. I am willing to cooperate with you, and I am willing to explain the identities of those people. Don't kill me. As long as you don't kill me, I'm willing to tell everything. The lighthouse president tremblingly begged for mercy, but Lei Xiaogu shook his head with a light smile. It's not up to us loyal dogs to decide whether to kill you or not. But as long as you cooperate obediently, my master will not embarrass you. 35, Lei Xiao said with a faint smile. After that, he dragged the lighthouse president's hair and walked out of the house. Hand. 35, my hand. The lighthouse president screamed mournfully. His stubby right hand was pinned to the desk drawer by the flying darts. Lei Xiaogu raised his brows and said indifferently, "Such an inconvenience, just abandon it." The voice fell. The three-footed blade in his hand slashed towards the right arm of the lighthouse president. The sound of blood separation was accompanied by a piercing scream. The echoes reverberated in the president's office, and they did not subside for a long time. However, Tim, the journey to hell has only just begun. 137. Honeycomb. A large test site. The president of the lighthouse with the broken arm was thrown out by Xiaogu at will. He clapped his palms in disgust, as if he had finished disposing of the garbage. Good man, spare your life. I was also coerced by others to offend you all. The lighthouse president, begging for mercy, terrified. He crawled hard, trying to grab Xiaogu's trousers, but the ninja master easily dodged it. In the darkness, a suppressed laughter suddenly sounded. A young man in a black coat appeared beside the two with a smile on his face. "It's ugly, Mr. President. I originally thought that you could be tougher and bring me some fun." TSK. Wang Quan looked at the lighthouse president who was kneeling on the ground begging for mercy with disgust, and the sarcastic smile on his face did not hide at all. It's you." Hearing the sound coming from behind, the lighthouse president crawled in a panic, raised his ugly and twisted face, and looked at the man in front of him. "Who allowed you to look up?" Wang Quan looked at this disgusting face, raised his feet in contempt, and stepped on the face of the president of the lighthouse toward the ground. 39, the shrill scream sounded again. "I was wrong. I knew I was wrong. Please, don't kill me. I don't want to be your enemy. That group of people forced me. They forced me to do this." The lighthouse president clutched his broken nasal bone and cried mournfully, begging for Wang Quan's forgiveness. However, Wang Quan stepped on his head disdainfully, with his hands on his back, and walked in the direction of Lei Xiaogu. Someone always says, the world suddenly becomes mild-mannered when we treat it with ferocity. I think this sentence describes this situation. Wang Quan looked down at the man who was still rolling on the ground, and the killing intent in his eyes became stronger. Mr. Wang, please, give me a chance. I am willing to follow you and point out all those who try to be your enemies. The Beacon president pleaded with a trembling voice of fear. He endured the pain, knelt on the ground, and kowtowed in the direction of Wang Quan. But the contemptuous expression on Wang Quan's face grew stronger and stronger. He turned around again and walked towards the Beacon president. No one is qualified to be a dog. Since you want to be so, let me hear how the dog barks. Wang Quan showed an expectant smile, bent down, and looked at the president of the lighthouse in front of him. After hearing Wang Quan's words, the lighthouse president was stunned. A humiliating anger emerged from his body. The reason why he is willing to kowtow is because he is not bound by the traditions of Daxia. But learning to bark, this kind of behavior that tramples on his self-esteem, he will never give in. But now is the time of life. What is self-esteem? As long as he can please the Dark Emperor, then he will not only survive, but maybe continue to be re-elected. Why not do it? After realizing this, the lighthouse president opened his mouth tremblingly. Wang, Wang Wang. As a dog lover, his barking can be described as vivid. To prove his loyalty, the president even stuck his tongue out. Unfortunately, Wang Quan shook his head in disappointment, raised his left hand, and clasped the head of the lighthouse president. Wrong, wrong. Dead dogs don't bark. As soon as the voice fell, his right hand suddenly exerted force. Come to the strengthening of Krypton bloodline. Let the power of Wang Quan have already reached the realm of terror. The terrifying sound of torn flesh and blood sounded from the room. The still-breathing head, along with the spine, was pulled out by Wang Quan and threw it into the shadows in disgust. In the shadows came screams. But it stopped abruptly, as if someone had forcibly stopped it. Next moment, isolate the light in the lab and turn it on suddenly. Dozens of legislators kneeling on the ground sobbed in horror as they looked at the tossed head. Some people with poor mental ability vomited on the spot. And they? It is the group of roars who are the loudest, who want to freeze Stark Industries and share this cake. As early as the arrival of this Mr. President, they came here first, and there were several corpses lying on the ground. They were all arrogant idiots who refused to cooperate. The previous scenes were all watched by them. This man's cruel methods refreshed their cognition and made them even more regretful for the stupid decision they made before. This is the fate of insufficient people. The snake swallows the elephant. Wang Quan looked forward indifferently to the group of counselors who were kneeling on the ground. Perhaps in the outside world, they are all elites, the people of the lighthouse country. But here, they're just a bunch of pigs to be slaughtered. Wang Quan looked down at them and said in an indifferent tone, "You call yourself an elite, a beacon that guides mankind forward. You are arrogant and see others as incompetent. Those who think that their race and civilization are above all things, and that they are favored by the gods. 5. In that case, prove it to me. Where is your so-called higher level reflected?" The voice falls. Wang Quan raised his left hand and snapped his fingers crisply under the gaze of the group of congressmen. The lights in the isolation laboratory instantly turned bloody. A harsh alarm sounded, then sounded. The ceiling above suddenly opened. A heavy object, the dull sound of falling, then sounded. In the flickering red light, the fallen objects staggered and climbed up, making a low, deserving whimper. Infected. They are failures of genetic experiments. It is a walking corpse with no intelligence and no thinking, occupied by a virus. There is another, familiar name. Zombie. The bloody smell that permeated the laboratory stimulated the ferocity of this group of zombies. They opened their ferocious canine teeth, let out a dull low roar, and rushed towards the group of parliamentarians in front. Terrible scream. Greedy gnawing sound. Two terrifying voices, intertwined, echoed in the narrow laboratory. Wang Quan took off the blood-stained leather gloves and threw them on the ground in disgust. Then 10. He looked at the horror scene in the distance, with no sadness or joy on his face, but gave orders indifferently. Let Alex, don't rush to clean up the trash. These walking corpses will come in handy sooner or later. 138. The next day, all the news media began to scramble to report. The president, along with dozens of congressmen, were rushed to the hospital emergency room because of food poisoning. The current situation is not optimistic, and the vice president will take over the affairs for the time being. The shrewd vice president held a press conference on his first day in office, point all the faults to the Western European countries, saying that this is their conspiracy. Then, he revoked the property freeze on Stark Industries and called Tony Stark a superhero, grateful for everything he does. That press conference was like a confession meeting for fans. The shrewd vice president, with all sorts of compliments, praised Tony and Stark Industries. For a while, bring Iron Man to the forefront and become the clown everyone shouts at. Many people associate the assassination of the president and members with the boss of Stark Industries. I think all of this is controlled by him behind the scenes. The former superhero, under the condemnation of the public, 013, became a notorious villain. Gatherings even broke out in various places to denounce Tony Stark, but they were dispersed by riot police. The whole lighthouse country has turned into a pot of porridge. Only that man, lurking in the dark, taking advantage of the fishermen, a hospital, intensive care unit. After more than 10 days of replying, Nick Fury has woken up. He was in a coma due to angina pectoris, and after several days of recuperation in the hospital, his condition has gradually stabilized. Damn it, this treacherous B*** D actually pushed Tony out as a shield. Hiding in the back and taking advantage of the fishermen, this B*** D is really hateful. Nick Fury watched the news in the newspaper and his heart started to hurt again. Pain. So painful. The thought of Chariot Team made him tremble with anger. Even if he wanted to break his scalp, he couldn't guess how that man did it. Maybe Tony, the genius, is right. Perhaps after the artificial intelligence is loaded, there will be no such situation of possessing others' body. Right at the moment, the door was pushed open from the outside, and Hill, with an ugly face, walked in from the outside. Behind her, Black Widow followed. But Black Widow did not enter the ward. Instead, they chose to stay outside and take care of security. Nick Fury looked at his former subordinates, staring blankly, showing a puzzled look. How did you come? I remember that I've been fired now, haven't I? Nick Fury said blankly. He is a prisoner now, and according to reason, Hill is in a high position, and it is impossible to meet him. But Hill clenched his fists and looked at Nick Fury with suspicion and anger in his eyes. Congratulations. Director Nick Fury, you are now officially reinstated. Hill's tone, with a bit of tone and deep disgust and disdain for the officer. Nick Fury was stunned. He did not understand why his most trusted subordinate in the past would confront him tit for tat. Someone has kept you, and I hope you, sir, will continue to serve as SHIELD Chief. 99. That person is Mr. Wong. Hill said here, his face flushed. If it wasn't for Sedge, she, who has been controlling her emotions, would have slapped this traitor in the face long ago. Now, SHIELD up and down, already know. Nick Fury is the Decepticons inside their informant. Otherwise, why does the man, by name, want Nick Fury back? It's impossible because Nick Fury, the long SHIELD, is too incompetent. May's fake. Wong Quan, you're tricking me. 35. Nick Fury's nose almost crooked when he heard what Hill said. He clutched his chest, and his expression became extremely grim. Hatred. He can't wait to slash that man with 1,000 swords. 1,000 times. Not enough. This is simply too humiliating, making him change from a beloved director to a rebel. I hate it so much. I won't take my revenge. I, Nick Fury, swear I'll never be a man. Nick Fury angrily smashed the bedboard in front of Hill, incompetent and furious. I'm just here to inform you. I'll report back tomorrow. Nothing else. Hill sighed in disappointment, then turned around angrily and walked outside the ward. Thinking back to the director, those previous practices, it's really like the enemy is placed in SHIELD's inner response, whether it is asset transfer or the previous Chariot Team, including now the lawless man, directly blackmailing the highest level to restore Nick Fury beyond the identity of inner response. Hill really can't think of a whole series of things Nick Fury has done before. With such a mood, she left the hospital angrily, preparing to take the elevator to the underground garage. 18. When she was about to press the elevator, a big hand grabbed her palm from behind. Hill frowned immediately, as an agent's instinct. Letting her raise her hand was an elbow strike. It was her nightmare. Hill turned his head and scolded the strange man behind him. X. The strange man behind her. But it was easily picked up by the opponent's other hand. But when she saw clearly the face of the other party, unprecedented fear filled her heart immediately. The guard she had built up earlier collapsed in an instant. 139. Wong Quan. Hill murmured in horror and said the man's name. As the supreme commander of the helicopter carrier, her important position in SHIELD is only under the commander of SHIELD. She knows better than anyone how cruel this man's methods are. In his eyes, human life is just a pale number. The strength of this man is so strong that even Captain Marvel is no match. His strong men are gathered, and he can even reverse black and white overnight. At the moment this man appeared in person, as an ordinary person, Hill can only be reduced to a prisoner in front of him. What do you want to do? Hill asked with a pale face, her trembling voice tinged with fear. I want to invite you to afternoon tea. By the way, like asking something, 35 something only Shield knows. Wong Quan half squinted his eyes and showed a deep smile, looking at the beautiful commander in front of him. Don't think about it. In Hill's eyes, a stern look flashed. Her heartbeat began to speed up, and she was hesitation in her heart. Should she bite the poison pill hidden in her mouth? As long as she bites through the special poison pill, the poison released instantly will make her pass away peacefully. But humans are life-threatening creatures. Especially when you are in a state of fear, the more you cherish your life. Just at Hill, a moment of hesitation. Wong Quan took the first step. He squeezed Hill's chin, pulled down gently, and put his hand deep inside. After activating the ability of manipulating magnetic fields, he took out the special poison pill. Then, he looked at the crowd around him and whispered softly against Hill's cheek with a magnetic calm voice. Hill, you don't want this place to become a purgatory on Earth. 35. The threat from Wong Quan made Hill sluggish in place. She looked at the man in front of her in horror, and she obviously knew what he would do next. I promise you. Hill bowed his head in shame and agreed to Wong Quan's request. In the eyes of outsiders, the small movements between the two are just flirting between lovers. No one cares. After half an hour, inside a coffee shop on the corner, the steaming soft and tender muffins look extra tempting after being drizzled with secret maple syrup. After cutting it out and putting it in his mouth, Wong Quan squinted his eyes in satisfaction, showing a look of happy enjoyment. He is a man who likes to enjoy himself and is unrestrained. Everything you do is entirely up to your own will. He would leave thousands of dollars in tips to the chef because of a delicious meal. Thousands, or even tens of thousands, may be killed indirectly or directly because of a battle. And, without any guilt, Hill sat opposite Wong Quan, her body still trembling slightly. This is her first time encountering this man head-on. But this man, with the invisible aura he exudes, has already made her horrified. What do you want to know? Hill looked around and asked Wong Quan softly. Wakanda. Wong Quan smiled and said the real goal of the trip. He needs the coordinates of Wakanda so that Sonic can open the land bridge and transport the Decepticon warriors silently inside. Destroy that country in the shortest time possible. Take the vibranium mine they own for your own use, and give all the Decepticons an upgrade. As one of the strongest metals in this universe, even the Decepticon from another universe regards it as a treasure, and his eyes are very hot. The funny thing is, the people of Wakanda turned vibranium into a spear and a decoration, but it didn't show its proper value at all. Only in the hands of Decepticons, and using the technology of Cybertron, can the value of vibranium be fully exerted. For the next 4 years, Wong Quan is ready to wage war on Wakanda. Dream. Hill refused to answer the question without thinking. She is not stupid. Almost instantly, Hill was aware of the man's true purpose. Vibranium mine. His dark forces are already so terrifying. Let him obtain the vibranium mine, then the human civilization will no longer have any chance of winning. In any case, Hill will not betray information. Wong Quan smiled indifferently, still enjoying the happiness brought by the food. Hill sat tormented across from Wang Quan, looking around the shop with worry. This man can threaten her in the hospital. The same can now be done. His strength is so strong that he can even repeat the tragedy of Sokovia. As an ordinary person, does she really have the courage to reject this cold-blooded tyrant? 4 flowers. Hill reached out and grabbed the coffee cup on the table. The temperature passed on the cup wall made her pale complexion look a lot better. Hashtag, even the trembling body has temporarily returned to normal. I can tell you Wakanda's whereabouts. But you have to commit to stop continuing to destroy. Hill mustered the courage to speak his terms. Although her behavior seemed innocent, but beyond that, she had nothing to do. Even though there is only a 1 in a billion probability that she is willing to try it. After hearing the conditions proposed by Hill, Wang Quan put down his knife and fork gently and looked at Hill gently. Is there a possibility? The disasters caused by me are all because of the hostility you showed me first? 0. Is there a possibility? Are all these disasters now your own fault? Wang Quan stared at the opposite Hill and asked gently. This. Hill frowned, though reluctant to admit it. But what Wang Quan said is true. I don't want to be your enemy, because I know the weakness of human beings. I just want to convey goodwill and end the endless struggle. Hill speaks out what he really thinks. Unfortunately, Wang Quan sighed, raised his hand sympathetically, brushed Hill's cheek with his fingers, and wiped the water stains from the corner of her lips for her. I like girls like you who know right and wrong, good and evil. 39. Like a rose blooming in the wilderness, it is both strong and fragile. Would you like to think about it and work for me? Wang Quan asked sincerely. He is a greedy person, whether it is talent or treasure. He only wants the best. Forget it. At least for now, we are still enemies. When the day comes when even Shield has fallen, I will consider your suggestion. Hill shook his head with a wry smile, politely rejecting Wang Quan's proposal. 18. She has made a decision in her heart. That is to use the specific coordinates of Wakanda to make a request to the man in front of him. I can tell you where Wakanda is. In exchange, I hope the future you can respond to my request. Even if, only once. Fan. 140. Inside the cafe, hearing Hill's request, Wang Quan showed a playful smile. Are you requesting? Miss Hill, I hope you can understand one thing. A request for this kind of thing is different from a wish. Wang Quan reminded the woman in front of him that although the contact time was short, the performance of this woman was very flattering. I know. I haven't naively thought. The chips in my hand are so important that I can negotiate terms with you. If that's the case, then it's better to retreat. As long as someday in the future, you can listen to my request. That's it. Hill clenched the fist of 017 and explained with a serious expression. Sure, I like a woman like you who knows what to do when she sees it. Wang Quan smiled with satisfaction, agreeing to Hill's request. As for accepting or rejecting this kind of boring question, or wait until that day to think about it. Actually, the coordinates of Wakanda, right at. Hill looked around and whispered the coordinates of Wakanda to Wang Quan. She is naturally not a good person who can be the highest commander of the helicarrier. She is a high-level agent. Although she is an auxiliary type, her hands are also full of blood. Selling a hidden small country like this in exchange for one's own interests. She didn't know how many times she had done it. Already well acquainted, Hill was afraid of Wang Quan and didn't hear it clearly. The two exchanged their mobile phone numbers on the spot and stored them as important contacts. For them, this is the first step in building a friendly relationship. As long as it can be maintained, someday, this relationship will bring unimaginable rewards. At least, for Hill. After getting what he wanted, Wang Quan immediately sent a message to Sonic. After, he picked up the knife and fork again and ate the food in front of him. Holding the warm coffee, Hill watched Wang Quan's actions. You have already obtained the information you want. Why stay? Hill asked suspiciously. In her mind, Wang Quan is a decisive person who will never waste time on boring things. And because of this, he can always walk in the front and win again and again. Hearing Hill's question, Wang Quan swallowed the food in his mouth and answered with a smile. You know what, Hill? Muffins, if they are not eaten while they are still hot, will greatly reduce the taste of happiness. 55. If it's because of a war that is destined to have no suspense, and to live up to the food in front of you, but you will go to hell. Wang Quan explained with a look of enjoyment. The knife and fork fell, and another piece of muffin with fragrant heat was brought into his mouth and tasted beautifully. No suspense. 99 Go to hell. Would a man like you be afraid of going to hell? 39 Hill shuddered, muttering bitterly to himself. She thought of robot insects, of Starscream's Raptor Brigade, and of King Kong. Hard to imagine. Wakanda kind of hidden small country. What kind of strength and what kind of hidden trump card to show up to compete with this man? Hell, it's a nice place. When I finish dealing with the 9 realms, I will think about it. Wang Quan replied with a light smile. Mephisto, the demon lord of hell, may be able to bring him a lot of fun if he is an enemy. You must be crazy. Really, I still can't accept that a man like you is my new boss. Hill complained bitterly. When others mention hell, they either don't believe it or they are afraid. Only this man is thinking about how to invade, how to conquer hell. Should he be said to be ambitious, or should he be said to be invincible? You're wrong, Hill. The world is more colorful than you think. 55. There are not only humans in the universe, but this civilized group. 39. Magic and miracles are real. As for the price, the corner of Wang Quan's mouth raised an evil and charming smile. An invisible pressure radiated from his body and swept towards the opposite Hill. In Hill's dull look, Wang Quan raised his big and powerful palm, lifted Hill's chin, and continued to speak in a deep and low voice. The future you will know. At the same time, after receiving the signal from Wang Quan, Sonic immediately informed Starscream. Very good. It's time for humans to see the true strength of the Decepticons. The time of allegiance to His Majesty, the warriors of the Decepticons, has finally come. 99 Starscream said excitedly. For point 9, the Decepticons adjutant, standing on the bridge below the Dark Throne, roared impassively at everyone on the field. For your Majesty! For your Majesty! 9 An excited roar erupted from the Decepticons gathered here. Even this Sonic and Shockwave were slightly affected by the high-spirited atmosphere of the scene. Right at the moment, Starscream turned around, facing the direction of Shockwave and Sonic Wave, waving forcefully, giving a strong command. Take it as, that person, the opening ceremony before returning. Open the bridge. It's time, let the Retribution debut. 141. Retribution number. After the Battle of Cybertron, Megatron used the body of the Iron Armored Dragon and transformed it into a battleship. Using space shuttle technology, it can perform super-light flight and space wormhole shuttle. A fully loaded Psyching weapon can wipe out a Psyching city in a short time. It is a devastating blow to human civilization. Total length over 4.3 kilometers. Wingspan over 2.8 kilometers. Altitude is approximately 2.4 kilometers. No matter which civilization it is placed in, it is a well-deserved air fortress. This battleship can accommodate 200 Decepticons and dozens of logistic support members. Since the completion of the large space bridge on the Dark Summit, the Retribution has been secretly transferred to the Blue Star. All along, this battleship is sleeping in the hangar of Dark Peak. 20. It was Retribution when it appeared. Wakanda. Today, as always, is another quiet and peaceful day. As the royal city of Wakanda, the most important main city. The architectural style here is based on sci-fi, and 22 incorporates tribal charm. The civilization here is ahead of the outside world by at least a scientific gap of hundreds of years. People here are proud of this. Treat the outside world as a barbarian. No matter what happened, even a world war, they stayed on the sidelines. It has been like this for hundreds of years, a paradise isolated from the outside world. Hey, this peace is destined to be completely broken today. On the square, a soldier on vacation is heading to the nearest store with his children. The sky suddenly darkened. The doubtful daughter raised her dark face to the sky above. Then, the candy she was holding in her hand fell to the ground below. The girl seemed to have seen something very terrifying. Frightened and stunned, his body trembled violently. Faya, what's wrong with you? The father asked his daughter suspiciously, but her daughter looked at the sky above, shivering like a demon. At this time, father only noticed something, raised his head suspiciously, and looked at the sky above. Then, he was also stunned in place. His mouth opened wide in astonishment. his pupils kept trembling. Not just the father and daughter. Strolling in the city square, more and more people, noticing the vision in the sky, raised their heads in confusion. The blue dome, like a mirror, is full of tiny cracks. The dazzling green ripples cover the brilliance of the sun, forming a terrifying dream arc in the sky for thousands of meters. A gigantic black battleship from the green arc showed a hideous face. Hashtag, has the energy barrier that enveloped Wakanda been dismantled from within? Space teleportation technology. Even today's Wakanda has not yet mastered. Does the human civilization in the outside world already possess such amazing technology? Just when the city fell into trembling and shock, the smooth voice of Starscream came from the battleship. Citizens of Wakanda, please be quiet. I came here with His Majesty's will, and I have no intention to be your enemy. From today onwards, the territory here will belong to His Majesty. People of Wakanda, please bow down in awe and give thanks. As long as you lay down your weapons, we promise that no life will be harmed. 35 Starscream's gloomy voice, with the blessing of amplifier equipment, echoed throughout the city. Those who are not strong-willed have long been completely frightened by the retribution that fell from the sky. The servility in their bones made their knees weak, and they fell to the ground one after another. The retribution battleship in the sky is enshrined as a god. Battleship command room. Starscream looked at the ground. More and more people, kneeling in awe. A smug smile quietly emerged from his thin cheeks. With his hands on his back, he looked at the chariot team behind him and sneered disdainfully. Did you see it? This is the defeat without fighting. This is the display of wisdom. Starscream said complacently. That arrogant face made everyone in the chariot team feel a fire in their hearts. Sadly, that's the truth. The bones of this group of Wakanda humans are too soft. He was actually scared by the retribution that fell from the sky and lost his courage to fight back. Pity, although people are afraid. But the king of Wakanda was unwilling to surrender. Dedicate the extraordinary wealth here to a stranger. In order to protect this treasure, he has already made a plan to lead his loyal servants to fight to the end. In the city below, piercing air raid sirens began to sound. The giant forts scattered in the city turned their muzzles one after another. Aim at the battleship Retribution in the sky and shoot bright beams. These laser weapons, seemingly gorgeous, did not penetrate the armor of the Retribution. But this is undoubtedly a signal to declare war. The battleship that was bombarded immediately issued an early warning, reminding the Decepticons to counterattack. Battleship command room. Hateful. These idiots are water in their heads. How dare they? Don't you realize the difference in strength between the enemy and us? Starscream reprimanded angrily, punched the podium, and the previous smug face was instantly replaced by anger. Ha ha. Starscream, your funny ability is still so wonderful. How does it feel to be slapped in the face? What did you just say? Don't fight the soldiers. Everyone in the chariot team laughed happily and ridiculed Starscream. Shut up. Since 020, these people are shameless. Then don't blame me for being cruel. Starscream gritted her teeth viciously. Through the virtual screen, he looked at the laser cannons below and gave instructions angrily. Recharge the naval gun. Boom. Starscream ordered in exasperation. This humiliation of being beaten in the face needs to be repaid with the blood of these idiots. Outside world. Intensive beams, like raindrops, hit the giant battleship above. But a few minutes passed, but the black battleship did not suffer any damage. Attack doesn't work. The weapon technology that Wakanda should be proud of has no effect on the enemy's warships. Next moment, a bunch of bright purple beams light up. From the flank of the Retribution, dozens of atomic beams were shot out, passing through the giant fortresses below. Wherever the beam passed, the forts were destroyed in an instant. Almost in an instant, Wakanda's ground-air defenses were completely destroyed. Even the old king, his eyes widened in horror, stood up trembling from the throne. The terrified old king looked out the window in the distance, the city being burned by fire, and slumped on the ground in fear. This is the absolute crushing of the technical field. Today's Wakanda, with the armament, is no match for this mysterious battleship at all. Wakanda #T. 142. Ground. When the war started, the citizens who were kneeling on the ground screamed in horror and fled in all directions. The terrified father threw off his daughter who was in the way, screaming and fleeing to the building ahead. When he thought he had escaped doom, the purple light beams quickly passed from above and flew towards the end of the street. In an instant, on the whole street, all the buildings exploded in an instant. During the fire, the father let out a shrill scream of remorse. The daughter, who was so frightened that she was abandoned in the square, sat on the ground helplessly and cried out in choked fear. Messed up. The order of the whole city is out of control at the moment. The elite guards loyal to the king rushed to the scene as soon as possible. They put up the vibranium shield in their hands to resist the attack from the sky. But when the purple light beam crosses the square formed by the vibranium shield, the indestructible shield actually dissolved into a pool of scalding liquid and fell from the sky. What? My face. My hands are burnt. Painful screams constantly sounded. This Wakanda's strongest king's guard tumbled painfully in the magma, turning into scorched corpses that were scalded to death by vibranium. Wakanda's technology built on vibranium. When vibranium dissolves into a liquid at high temperature, Wakanda people's self-confidence completely disintegrated, escape. Whether soldiers or citizens, they are like a group of headless flies, screaming and fleeing in the city that has turned into a sea of fire. At the moment, in the command room of the battleship Retribution, Starscream looked down at the purgatory-like scene and let out a contemptuous laugh. This is the end of the fight against the Decepticons. Inside Wakanda's royal palace, His Royal Highness, the young prince, hurried into the palace. When the Prince T'Challa saw the king collapsed on the ground, he rushed over anxiously. Father. T'Challa choked with heartache. He walked towards his father sadly, holding the weak father in his arms. T'Challa, quick, take your sister, get out of here. Wakanda dying. Our weapon, not the enemy's opponent. The weak king smiled wryly with purple lips. Seeing the destruction of his home with his own eyes, his proud armed forces were vulnerable in the face of the enemy. Unable to bear the blow, he was already furious, and his life was not long. Do not. I want to be with Wakanda forever, T'Challa said sadly. His Royal Highness, a passionate prince, will never leave his clan and his relatives behind and run away like a coward. Silly boy, as long as you are here, Wakanda will not perish. The old king took off the ring in his hand and gave it to T'Challa tremblingly. After, he looked at the throne above with a sad smile on his face. Help me up. Even if I die, I will sit on the throne. The old king said unwillingly. He didn't know where the enemy came from, but their purpose was very clear. It's for the vibranium mine. In a distant country, there was a saying, every man is innocent, but he is guilty. It is Wakanda, the most realistic portrayal. Father, T'Challa said with a sob. His eyes were red and he looked at the outside world, the city that was occupied in the sea of fire, and the black battleship suspended in the air. A bold idea quietly emerged in his mind. Take the ship. Warriors of Wakanda, mighty and mighty. As long as he leads 300 warriors, he will surely be able to capture that battleship. As long as you control the enemy commander, you can end the war. That's right. This is the only way to turn defeat into victory. T'Challa looked at his father sadly, and after he helped his father to the throne, he wiped his tears and ran outside. 3 minutes after the battle started, the Decepticon soldiers in charge of the reconnaissance work through the battleship radar detected the enemy's flight device, which is approaching. Obviously, on the ground, after being unable to gain an advantage, these pathetic and stupid Wakanda are trying to go alone and take control of the battleship. Madness. Let the elite team strike, and don't let anyone go. Starscream looked at the virtual screen, and the flying fish fighters gave orders with a sneer. Decepticons, as air overlords, have never been afraid of any opponent in air combat. At the moment, the elite warriors of the Decepticons are already ready. This group of silver-gray Decepticons, directly shape-shifting into F-22 Raptor, roared into the air. After equipping new arc reactor, their combat ability has been greatly improved. Even the speed is several times faster than before. They broke through the resistance of the wind and flew around, searching for the location of their prey. The group of Wakanda fighters that had just launched into the sky had the determination to die. The funny thing is, they still don't know what a cruel warrior the enemy attacked in front of them. Battleship Command Room. Everyone in the Chariot team has already reached the limit of their patience for Starscream's command. They are the villains among the Decepticons. How could they miss this crazy war? I can't wait. Send me to fight. Yes, we are His Majesty's strongest weapon. The Chariot team, invincible. Everyone in the Chariot team roared at Starscream. I'm bored. Go if you want. Starscream waved his hand in disgust. He is fundamentally different from this group of idiots who advocate force. As the commander of this battle, Starscream has no intention of playing around. He just wants to occupy Wakanda with the fastest speed and bring victory to His Majesty. After being authorized, everyone in the Chariot team is gearing up for it. It's finally time for the Huntion Leopard to show off its mighty power. 5 minutes have passed since the battle started. At the moment, above Wakanda, Raptor fighter jets, shooting purple beam cannons, wiped out the Wakanda fighter jets in the sky. Even if you use a little, the vibranium, the armor protection strength of the fighter is improved. But under the particle beam, with Decepticons, it's just a punching bag. A Wakanda fighter plane, under the coverage of dense fire, fell from the sky. Prince T'Challa, who piloted the fighter plane himself, has red eyes. Cover me. T'Challa ordered the others. Procrastinating like this is extremely unfavorable to Wakanda, even if it is only him. As long as you can reach the enemy's battleship, as long as you can rush into the enemy's battleship, it can make them mess up. This is also Wakanda's last chance. The rest of the fighters, after receiving the order, the protector, Prince T'Challa, who is not afraid of life and death, rushed towards the enemy's battleship. Inside the fighter, T'Challa took a deep breath and turned on the autopilot function. Quickly put on the battle suit made by my sister. With the protection of this vibranium battle suit, ordinary weapons can't hurt him at all. For Wakanda, he will be invincible. 143. On Wakanda's sky, the tragic aerial battle, with a one-sided disadvantage, overwhelmed the Wakanda side. Warning, the 2 flanks have fallen. Warning, 3 flanks crashed. In the communication platform, the bad news of the death continued to come, and T'Challa, wearing the Black Panther helmet, had already burst into tears. They had never met such a ferocious opponent. The opponent's driving skills have reached an extraordinary level, as if they are integrated with the fighter plane. Before the attack is close, the enemy has already predicted it and launched the attack first. Hunt and kill, like a cold-blooded bird of prey, culling a fledgling that has just learned to fly. The fierce attacks, such as mountain torrents and tsunamis, are continuous and do not give the opponent a chance to breathe. Too strong. The strength of this group of invaders that appeared out of thin air is terrifying. But even so, the brave warrior of Wakanda still used his life to open up a safe passage for the young prince. At the end of the channel is the enemy's battleship. With the strength of this highness, coupled with the strengthening of the vibranium battle suit. As long as you can get there, that place, as long as you can break through the enemy's battleship and kill the enemy's commander, to end this war once and for all Wakanda warriors hold the same belief 020 for their wives, daughters, and children. Anyway, I will also stab His Royal Highness into the enemy's chest like a sharp knife. Finally, Wakanda's fighter jets have arrived over the enemy's warships. 18. The defensive guns of this retribution have been waiting for a long time. One after another, blood-colored beams shot straight into the sky, under the lock of the intelligence system, accurately destroy the Wakanda fighters. Looking at the blood-colored light beam, it keeps zooming in front of you. Black Panther presses the eject button without hesitation. Together with the seat under you, it bounces like a sky. Almost the next second, the Wakanda fighter plane below him was smashed into pieces of the sky, and together with the firelight, it fell towards the bottom. A cold sweat fell from T'Challa's forehead. The enemy's weapon, far stronger than Wakanda. As long as he is a little wrong, he will die without a corpse. Before waiting for the ejection seat, the emergency parachute popped up. In T'Challa's vibranium battle suit, 10 vibranium claw blades popped out, forcibly ripped off the seat belt, and jumped from the sky with a roar. Behind him, one after another Wakanda's fighter jets exploded above Sedge. But all Wakanda warriors have no regrets because they finally did it. Send the strongest prince to the enemy's battleship. Hateful, I will never forgive you. The young T'Challa, after landing on the bridge, roared with tears in his eyes. He ran on the enemy's bridge, as if he had entered the kingdom of giants. But fortunately, his strong physical strength is enough to support him, rushing on this huge warship, searching for the whereabouts of the enemy. Get out! Where are you bastards hiding? T'Challa growled angrily. Killing intent has eroded his sanity. He just wants to tear up all the enemies cruelly and send them to hell. However, a dull loud bang sounded from the front entrance. In the dim shadows, a lanky blue robot, with heavy steps, appeared in front of T'Challa. This creepy Decepticon. No words, no actions. Its face without facial features is a narrow and long display screen, flashing a sound wave operating frequency path. It's just coming out of the shadows. Let the young Black Panther stop hastily. T'Challa raised his head in horror, looking up at the Decepticons in front of him. The unprecedented sense of crisis made this young Black Panther's body become incompetent. The air was filled with a deadly breath, like a substance, pouring into T'Challa's nasal cavity, making his roar inhalation extremely difficult. The trembling hands can't even be clenched into fists. His legs were like lead filled. He knelt down on the ground. Even if he let out a hoarse growl, he couldn't get up again. Will die? Must die? What kind of monster is this weird blue mecha? Incompetent tears fell from Black Panther's eyes, and instead of the mouth Roar used for his nose to suck, bloody saliva flowed out. That Decepticon, with every step forward, his heart beat faster. Messy heartbeat, constantly echoing on the battleship, as if to jump out of the chest. When this Decepticon came to Black Panther, raise your slender palm and hold Black Panther's head. When the Prince of Wakanda was held in the air in humiliation, Black Panther's heartbeat is like being suddenly grasped by an invisible palm. There was no more ups and downs, and the whitening of the eyes passed out. Enemy, clear it. The sound of electronic synthesis reverberates on the deck. A portal opened beside Sonic, and he was like throwing garbage. He threw Black Panther, who had fainted in his hand, into the interior at will, allowing him to self-destruct. Sonic looked at the city below, which had completely fallen. Immediately send a message of victory to that majesty. 13 minutes after the war started, Wakanda was completely occupied, and only the Pantheon Leopard was left to unilaterally destroy the building. When Starscream leads Sonic and the Digger team to Wakanda's palace. When this group of Decepticons entered the luxurious palace hall, from the throne above, a weak curse sounded suddenly. The intruder. You devils, you can't die. The old king stared at the Decepticons below, cursing with malice. I heard a weak voice from the throne. Starscream walked in the direction of the throne, expressionless. The 10-meter-tall Starscream, although slender, is equivalent to the height of a 4-story building. For the weak life of human beings, there is a natural deterrent. The old king, his eyes widened in horror, shivered on the throne. The venomous swearing from before, because of Starscream's approach, immediately disappeared. Who allowed you to sit on the throne? Who gave you the guts? Za? The voice falls. Starscream looked down at the human king below, and the blood-colored pupils were filled with crazy, killing intent. This throne is too small and too dirty. Before His Majesty comes, I order you to create a more luxurious throne at once, immediately. Starscream put his hands behind his back, looked at the Digger squad, who came with him, and gave a strong order. He waved his palm violently in the direction of the king, smashed the old king sitting on the throne into a pool of splattered blood, and let his blood flow down the steps. 144. Inside the cafe, Wong Quan forked the last muffin and put it in his mouth. Feeling the warm food, in the process of chewing, it turned into a fragrant and sweet sense of happiness. Wong Quan squinted his eyes in enjoyment. Hill, resting his cheeks on the back of his hands, sat opposite Wong Quan, showing a bitter smile. Wong, you are so confident. Don't blame me for not reminding you. Your opponent is Wakanda. Although Wakanda is isolated from the outside world, its technological level is at least 500 years ahead of the outside world. 5. Your mechanical army is unmatched in the outside world. But if it's Wakanda, I'm afraid it's not enough to watch. After all, the vibranium mine that even you desire and get dash. Wakanda has been mastered for thousands of years and has long since been integrated into all aspects dash. 35 Hill explained with a look of emotion, obviously not believing in Wong Quan's strength. How strong is Wakanda? Even the lighthouse country has to be in awe of 3 points, and it has been too late to take action these years. Otherwise, how could they be willing to give up this vibranium mine? In the market price, only 1 gram of vibranium is worth $10,000. This scarce metal makes it more desirable than oil. It can make the lighthouse country extremely jealous. Wakanda's strength can be imagined. Wong Quan didn't answer, just picked up the napkin and wiped the sugar stains from the corner of his mouth. Hill still wants to continue to persuade. But her phone suddenly rang. Hill glanced at Wong Quan. Hesitation took a moment to answer the call, and then his eyes widened in horror. She looked at the man sitting opposite her in disbelief, her body trembling instinctively. Back in time, 3 minutes ago, the helicarrier that was flying over the west coast suddenly detected a strong space fluctuation above it. An emerald green portal opens. The Black Panther in the vibranium battle suit fell from the portal, just like a corpse, falling on the deck of an air carrier. Such a bizarre scene immediately caught the attention of the agents. These agents took off the Black Panther battle suit with great devotion. Looking at the black face with 7 orifices bleeding, he immediately confirmed the identity of the man through the face recognizer. His Royal Highness the Prince of Wakanda. Chala. The agents raised their heads and looked at the closed portal in horror. Realizing that something was wrong, they immediately dialed the mobile number of Supreme Commander. Time back to the present. Hill held the phone dully and looked in the direction of Wong Quan in horror. From the moment she told the man the coordinates of Wakanda, only 10 minutes had passed. 18. His Royal Highness the Prince of Wakanda is now dumped on SHIELD's helicarrier like garbage. His vital signs are almost zero. With the medical level of SHIELD, it is unknown whether it can be rescued or not. Too fast. Fast like a nightmare. Absurd and bizarre. You know it's Wakanda. Even a small and impoverished country. In just 10 minutes, the whole territory was occupied. Somehow it's incredible. At the moment, Wong Quan put down the napkin and looked at the woman who looked panic in front of him with a smile. It's the Prince of Wakanda. I don't know if Miss Hill likes this local product. Wong Quan said softly. Obviously all of this was within his expectations. How did you know? The air carrier has turned on optical camouflage and has the most advanced signal shielding. How did you know its coordinates? Hill asked in a trembling voice. Her first reaction was that a traitor appeared in SHIELD. Someone must have leaked the voyage route of the helicopter carrier. Nick Fury. The ugly face of this shield immediately came to her mind. But Nick Fury, who has been recuperating in the hospital during this time, can't possibly know the flight route of the helicopter carrier. Could it be that? Insider of SHIELD, who else? Hawkeye, Black Widow, Phil Coulson may? Familiar faces quickly appeared in Hill's mind, but they were rejected by her one by one. Just when Hill was about to be frightened and crushed her heart, a pair of big hands suddenly slapped her face. The pain in his cheek made Hill stunned in place, seeking flowers, staring blankly ahead. At the moment, that handsome man was holding her cheek and gently wiping her, symbolizing weak tears. It's an energy response. You guys are also equipped with a new arc reactor. As long as the moving high-energy body is detected, I can confirm your coordinates at any time. Wong Quan explained the situation with a light smile. Now is not the time for Black Widow to be exposed before she creates the greatest benefit. She is still a secret move. Energy response, Hill murmured dully. Then she broke free from Wong Quan's palm, covered her blushing cheeks with both hands, and let out a bitter and miserable laughter. This means that, as long as the aircraft carrier runs, the enemy can accurately grasp the coordinates. 0. There is no hope. Even Wakanda perished. Even the coordinates of the helicopter carrier have been locked by the enemy. Today's SHIELD has completely lost its trump card against this man. Already hopeless. After realizing the desperate reality, Hill raised his head curiously and questioned the man in front of him in a trembling voice. Your current strength. It should be very easy to destroy the world. Hill trembled as she said what she had been worried about all along. At the moment, how much he wished this man would deny it. 18. Wang Quan showed a playful expression and whispered softly in her ear. Why would I do this? I haven't had enough fun yet. I'm still looking forward to you. You can bring me more fun. Wang Quan's joking whispers like an evil god made Hill's mind go blank, and he didn't recover for a long time. Wang Quan got up with a smile, took out two brand new $100 from his wallet, and placed them on the clean and tidy dining table. Zia. He walked past Hill and walked towards the door of the cafe. An emerald green portal enveloped Wang Quan, who was walking forward. Next moment, Wang Quan disappeared in the cafe. Hill was left alone, still immersed in infinite fear. Can't get away. Where? 145. Wakanda. When Wang Quan appeared in the palace, the Decepticons who ended the battle even prepared a welcome ceremony. Scarlet ornate carpets lead to the pure gold throne on the stairs above. The air was filled with the fragrance of roses, apparently to cover up the previous bloody smell. From these small aspects, Starscream is really attentive. A famous Decepticon warrior, like a giant steel sculpture, bowed respectfully on one knee on both sides. At Starscream's direction, the Digging Tiger team blew the musical instruments made of pure gold and played the magnificent music of celebration. This is the enthronement ceremony prepared to celebrate Wang Quan becoming the new king of Wakanda. You really care. When Wang Quan walked to Starscream's side, he praised the subordinate with satisfaction. This is the honor you deserve, Your Majesty, Starscream said in awe, 023 on her face, but she was already smiling. After experiencing these several incidents, his position as first adjutant must have won the hearts of the people. Wang Quan nodded with satisfaction. Under the watchful eye of the Decepticon King Kong, he walked up the steps. In the end, he sat on the throne made of pure gold and looked down at the people below with majesty. From today, the mining of the vibranium mine will be handed over to Starscream. Digger, you stay here and be responsible for rebuilding the city. After meeting the test requirements of Shockwave, I allow you to use vibranium to strengthen your armor. Wang Quan looked down at the subordinates below and issued the latest order. He is a heroic king, always generous to his subordinates who have meritorious deeds. After hearing Wang Quan's order, all the Decepticons were excited roar. Your Majesty hail! Your Majesty hail! A famous Decepticon, Gao roars said from the heart. At the moment, in the hearts of this group of Decepticon King Kong, this Majesty has been firmly regarded as the savior of Cybertron. After solving the energy problem, this Majesty also generously rewarded vibranium to help them strengthen their armor. This kindness is worth their lives to report this wise Majesty. Vibranium, one of the hardest metals in the universe. The special molecular structure makes this unique metal almost indestructible. It hardly conducts heat and kinetic energy. This magical property allows it to absorb heat, energy, and even kinetic energy. Unfortunately, this unique metal does not exist on Blue Star. The vibranium mine in Wakanda originated from a giant meteorite that fell from the sky millions of years ago. When in contact with the ground, it changes the local topographic structure and forms natural mineral veins. The Wakanda people, it took centuries to master the fur of vibranium. But Wakanda's technology level, compared to Cybertron, is simply worlds apart. That is to say, only Scythian technology can perfectly control this peculiar rare metal. And the amount of vibranium storage here, sufficient enough to allow Shockwave to create the strongest giant ferocious army. For years, after the story of Thor 1 is over, from the beginning of the big event, there will be a 4-year blank period. Let Wang Quan build his own army. For years later, if nothing else, the cunning god of tricks will invade Blue Star with the army of Chitauri. Anyway, no matter what the price is, when that day comes, Wang Quan will also get those 2 infinite gems. In the Decepticons, after the celebration, the commander of the chariot team attacked, but suddenly said, Your Majesty, after we occupy this place, What should we do with the Wakanda people here? These Wakanda people have lost their homes, and I am afraid they will hold a grudge against you, Your Majesty. As a typical perfectionist, Assault is a good commander, considers the direction of things, and is more comprehensive. Hearing his subordinate's question, Wong Quan frowned slightly when he was about to give an order. Starscream, but stood up. Such a stupid question. Do you think I haven't thought about it? Starscream stared at Attack with a vicious expression, warning him to shut up quickly. After, he rubbed his hands flatteringly again, and his face was full of a pleasing smile, responding to the doubts of His Majesty. His Majesty, over the past few months, Shockwave has produced small-scale nanonuclear weapons by researching superweapons. 5. Although the power is far inferior to the nanoplague, but with just one, all the Wakanda people can be transformed into mechanical life. Be your most loyal servant. Starscream clenched his fists confidently, a wild smile on his thin face. Before the war started, he had already figured out how to deal with the prisoners. This is not killing, but sublimation. Assimilate these weak Wakanda people into eternal mechanical life forms. After hearing Starscream's proposal, Wong Quan showed a relieved smile. Just do as you say. Everything here is up to you to decide. 9. Wong Quan praised Starscream wrote, and at the same time thought of the Decepticon scientist who was far away from Saishing. By the way, ask Shockwave if you're interested. Transfer Saishing's laboratory to Blue Star. Wong Quan's eyes turned to the direction of the chariot team and then to the digger. It is said that the fusion technology was invented by Shockwave. If that's the case, let Shockwave create more integrated King Kong for him. Flying tiger, soaring into the sky, begging for rain. Not just the Decepticon fit King Kong. As the master of Cybertron, Wong Quan is also very envious of the Autobot combination King Kong. Starscream, who is best at observing words and colors, immediately sensed His Majesty's intentions. Your Majesty, I will inform Shockwave. Just please, look forward to it. Starscream immediately graciously took this matter to herself. His humble and flattering appearance made the other Decepticons cover their faces speechlessly. The slightest sense of awe at Starscream just now vanished. That night, Black Panther, who was in a coma, suddenly woke up from his sleep. 4.9. The Prince of Wakanda, gasping for breath, looked around in a panic. The unfamiliar ward, all kinds of old-fashioned and outdated treatment equipment, are reminding the prince, here? Not Wakanda. Oops. Father. Sister. I have to go back. I have to go back and save them. Prince T'Challa got up from the hospital bed in a panic, not bothering to change his clothes. When he was about to escape from the ward, he suddenly realized that his actions were hindered. The sense of restraint on his neck made him raise his hand in astonishment and touch his neck. A steel collar, used to bind large animals, at the moment is binding his neck and connecting the wall behind him. ITT, Prince of Wakanda, captured by outsiders like prey. 146. Airship. Who are you? Come on, let go of me. 35. You know who I am. Prince T'Challa, tearing the steel collar around his neck vigorously, roared at the outside world. But the Prince of Wakanda, after all, is only a mortal body and does not possess the power of Superman. All he did was just incompetent rage. Finally, the sound from the ward alarmed the agents outside. This group of agents notified the Nick Fury, who had been reinstated for the first time. 10 minutes later, Nick Fury came to the outside of the ward, looked at Prince Wakanda inside through the closed hatch, and sighed with a complicated expression. You. Who are you? T'Challa growled angrily. He couldn't stand the humiliation. The Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Service. You can call us ROAR. Shield, Prince T'Challa. In view of your current mood, please forgive me for not being able to untie you. Nick Fury answered. Damn, this is an unforgivable shame. Outsiders, do you want to be enemies with Wakanda? T'Challa reprimanded with red eyes. His vibranium battle suit has been confiscated by the other party, and his own strength alone cannot break free. 22. So, he can only show his identity to act as a deterrent. Unfortunately, while he was in a coma, he still didn't know what was going on in the outside world. Wakanda is no more. Nick Fury showed a sarcastic smile and told the truth directly to the still living Prince T'Challa. After hearing this answer, Chala froze for a moment, and then the anger he showed was even crazier than before. Do not. It's not true. You are lying. How could Wakanda perish? 35, wee. Chala growled wildly. But that terrifying black battleship and the tragic death of the tribe, that tragic aerial battle, and the Wakanda that turned into a sea of fire at last, that terrifying Decepticon came to Chala's mind. The emotion of fear in the heart of this prince madly breeds and grows savagely, directly destroying his reason. Dash. Chala knelt on the ground in horror, his throat stuck in pain, his eyes widened, and his mouth opened in pain. Huh. Roar. Roar, huh. Chala's struggling roar sucked. Daudu's cold sweat slid down his dark forehead. Hot tears of despair overflowed from his eyes. It seems to be the most real mockery of the weak self. He is so weak. That blue Decepticon and those mysterious enemies are destined to be the nightmare of Chala. Chala's performance made Nick Fury sigh in disappointment. He had thought that Chala was a good fighter. Now it seems, but a weak prince frightened by his opponent. Hey, send him ashore sometime. Nick Fury sighed in disappointment. He has always been cold-blooded and ruthless towards the useless waste, which is the fundamental reason why he can become a long shield. But he hasn't gone far yet. Chala's low roar sounded again from the ward. Give me back my battle suit. I'm going back. I'm going back to Wakanda. I will avenge my dead people. I will perish with them. Chala growled angrily. Unwilling tears overflowed from his eyes. He didn't care about wiping away his tears and slapped his face with a slap. I want my weak self to regain fighting spirit quickly. Nick Fury's footsteps didn't stop. He just turned his head to look at the ward contemptuously. What battle suit? We don't know at all, so don't talk nonsense. Nick Fury pretended to be a hypocrite of justice and scolded Prince Chala inside the ward. Joke. That's a pure vibranium battle suit. The black technology used inside. Even Tony Stark can't understand it for a while. If you pass Tony, you can crack the various black technologies of the vibranium battle suit. So, the overall strength of SHIELD will be greatly improved. How could Nick Fury willingly return the vibranium battle suit to this prince who has lost his country and his family and has no power and power? Nick Fury's shameless words made Chala laugh contemptuously. He has seen it. These greedy guys are definitely not good people. Do you really think that I have nothing behind? With your backward technology, can you really crack the technology of the Black Panther battlesuit? Ridiculous. I'll detonate it, and you won't get anything. Chala sneered sarcastically and pricked up his ears, listening to the sounds coming from the corridor outside. As predicted, immediately, the sound of hurried footsteps sounded in the corridor. Wait a moment. Please wait a moment. Prince Chala, we can talk. Nick Fury's voice, with a sort of urgency, was evidently beginning to rush. Decades have passed since Nick Fury joined SHIELD. During this long time, he knew this group of selfish Wakandas. Dare to smuggle vibranium, you will be hunted endlessly. It is better to destroy vibranium than to be acquired by others. Not to mention, technology from Wakanda. When Chala said he was going to ruin the vibranium battle suit, Nick Fury knew it wasn't a false threat. His Royal Highness, this prince really has the ability to do it. Even the phone has a password. What's more, such a sophisticated vibranium battle suit. Talk about. What do I have to talk about with you? Chala sneered and sneered. He had no good feelings for these hypocritical people. Nick Fury was not offended by the sarcasm of the prince. His Royal Highness Prince. Don't you want to know who destroyed your kingdom? Nick Fury is now outside the cabin door and asked with a smile. Who is it? Chala looked grim and asked with gritted teeth. Wong Quan. He is a supervillain who is powerful and intelligent. We've been fighting him all along, and the situation is unclear, but we haven't lost yet. Prince Chala, if you really want revenge, then you need the help of SHIELD! Nick Fury sighed complicatedly. He heard the biting hatred contained in the words of His Royal Highness. He also knows that, if you want to crack Wakanda's technology, this prince is the fastest shortcut. Nick Fury made a difficult decision. He wants this Prince Chala to join his Avengers. Wong Quan. Chala murmured the name, clenching his fists angrily. As soon as he remembered those delusional kings, He gritted his teeth angrily and looked at the outside world with red eyes. He needs strength. Even if he cooperates with this group of people and sells Wakanda's technology, he will avenge his clansmen. Thinking of this, Chala stopped his impotent rage. He took a deep breath, looked at the outside world with red eyes, and said firmly, "I promise your terms." At the same time, Wang Quan, who has returned to the villa, was just lying on the sofa. A photon screen appeared in front of him. Occupy Wakanda and become mortal enemies with Black Panther. Congratulations, trigger the final reward. You have received the final reward, Paradise Island. Paradise Island, home of the Amazons, the legendary land of gods. 147. Paradise Island, the mythical home of the Amazons. It is a special ethnic group formed entirely by female warriors. They are the children of the gods, and they are blessed by the gods to keep them young and immortal. Because the entire island has been set up with a powerful magical position. With the current level of human technology, it is still impossible to explore the location of this island. So, thousands of years have passed, and it is still isolated from the world. Like the dead Wakanda, it is a real paradise. Inside the villa, Wang Quan looked at it in surprise. The virtual panel in front of him did not expect. A small Wakanda can bring such an unexpected final reward. Paradise Island, a bit interesting. Wang Quan stretched lazily, dispelling the system prompt in front of him. At the moment, he couldn't wait and wanted to go to that Paradise Island to find out. Number 18, who was cooking in the kitchen, saw Wang Quan get up to leave, hurriedly grabbed the hem of his skirt and chased after him. Any enemy? Number 18 asked suspiciously. She hurried to Wang Quan's side, staring at Wang Quan with questioning eyes. This master's actions did not seem to be in a hurry no matter what. More like a cat that wants to steal fish. I want to go out for a walk. Wang Quan avoided number 18's eyes and made a random excuse. At least for now, he didn't want other people around him to know the location of Paradise Island. Because, with what Wang Quan knows about these women, after knowing the news of Paradise Island, I am afraid most people will go crazy. After all, eternal youth, immortality. No matter which one it is, for them, they are all out of reach. The 18th gave the owner a pair of pretty little white eyes. After that, he raised his thin white hands, grabbed Wang Quan's coat, and walked towards the kitchen. It's about to be eaten, but is there anything important? Can't we wait until we finish eating before going to action? In order to take care of your picky appetite, I have learned to cook on purpose. Owner, you don't want to see your cutest maid looking disappointed. The corner of number 18's mouth twitched, and he threatened with a very unhappy mood. It would be a shame to let her call herself a maid. 2. This man who doesn't care about his family doesn't know how to be considerate, and the hard work she paid. As an artificial human, number 18 will really go berserk because of this. All right. Wang Quan sighed complicatedly, and distressed rubbed the pretty girl's head. The fresh fragrance wafting out from the long, supple golden hair made this greedy tyrant lift the indignant number 18 high into the air. What are you doing? Number 18 held down the hem of her skirt angrily and turned her head with blushing cheeks, looking at the prankster below. But in response to her words, it was a more wicked ridicule. Are you ready? 9, take off. Wang Quan lifted his feet off the ground, with an embarrassed pretty girl suspended in midair. After, ignoring number 18's cry, I flew out of the villa. The speed of the two is getting faster and faster. After breaking through the atmosphere, it turns into a shining meteor and crosses the silent night sky. 3 minutes later, Wang Quan and number 18, suspended above the black ocean. Is this what you mean by surprise? The embarrassed number 18 clenched Bai Chen's pink fist tightly. The corners of his mouth twitched and looked at the man beside him. But Wang Quan took the lead, took her palm, and moved forward. Do not move. Wang Quan reminded with a faint smile. According to the system prompt, this is the central area of Paradise Island, and the magic barrier set up here has no effect on him. That is to say, Wang Quan can come and go freely, and even bring other people too. The originally calm night sky became like water, with ripples. The substantive touch made number 18 widen his eyes in astonishment, and looked at the man behind him vigilantly like a panicked kitten. She had never encountered such a bizarre event. A fear of the unknown and an inexplicable sense of excitement made her show an expression of pure anticipation. Don't blink. Next is the moment to witness the miracle. Wang Quan spoke softly beside the excited girl's ear. Then, he took number 18 with him. Follow the spreading ripples and enter the interior of Paradise Island without hindrance. At the moment, inside Paradise Island, a grand celebration is being held. A tall female warrior, dressed in wild leather armor, was dancing around the bonfire. Several beautiful singers are singing moving ballads in a mysterious and ancient language. Here, there is no sign of any modern civilization. Time seems to be frozen, and everything remains the same as when it was born. These Amazons just want the elves in the wasteland and the jungle. Confident, free and easy, beautiful, powerful, the gods of heaven, when they were created. Give these children the best character imaginable and generous. Here, it is the last pure land in the world. What a nice view. Number 18 looked at the mountains in the distance, the magnificent megalithic temples. There are also those Amazons who sing and dance and exclaim from their hearts. The enthusiasm in her heart was also exaggerated from the outside world. He even wanted to break free from Wang Quan's embrace and join the crowd below. Obedient, Wang Quan patted number 18's head to stop the girl's rude behavior. He and number 18 landed from the sky. Appearing in front of this group of Amazons attracted everyone's attention. But the weird thing is, the girls are still dancing, and the beautiful voices of the singers have become more powerful. Even, a group of fully armed female warriors, accompanied by the Honorable Queen Hyberida, walked towards Wang Quan and number 18. Your Majesty, I am waiting for the clansmen to welcome your arrival. Queen Hebrida, as well as a group of female warriors, bowed respectfully on the ground, offering the highest level of etiquette to Wang Quan. This grand gesture made number 18 look at Wang Quan with some doubts. Why they call you God? 18 asked in a low voice. And she watched vigilantly, and the Queen of Hebrida in front of her had an alert look in her eyes. She didn't understand why the mythical Her Majesty actually existed on the blue star. Again, Wang Quan rubbed number 18's head, soothing the emotional girl. He looked up at the starry sky with pride, and his eyes exuded infinite wild hope. Because I am, stay on this planet. The last god. 148. Wang Quan's words made number 18 sluggish. But before she could regain her senses, two lovely girls took her by the hand and walked towards the bonfire. There are sweet wines, fresh fruit, and sumptuous dinners. Today's celebration is a blessing for the last god. As the maid of the gods, the 18th is also an important guest. And many more. Don't tear my clothes, it will tear. I like it a lot, no? I mean, number 18 reluctantly talked to the group of girls and looked at Wang Quan eagerly at the same time. She forgot to say, in the cooking pot in the kitchen, beef is still stewing. That was the hard work that she finally boiled after a busy day. Maybe it was the reluctance of number 18 that caused the dissatisfaction of some Amazon female warriors. As a group that worships the gods, they envy the pretty girls in front of them, who can accompany the gods all day. A grumpy female warrior, ready to get up, but a slender palm burst out with terrifying power, forcibly pressing her back. Diana, that should belong to you. Don't you envy you? After all, you have half the blood of the gods, and you are the most ideal companion for this goddess. 027. The female warrior persuaded a little impatiently. Since the beginning of the banquet, she has been a listless friend. But the answer to her was a helpless rant. We Amazons are not like the delicate blue star women. We are the children of the gods, the bravest female warriors. If I were to wear that kind of clothes and serve the gods, I would rather cut off Ares' head as a gift to the gods. The talking woman, named Diana, she is the daughter of Queen Hippolyta and the god King Zeus, and is the strongest female warrior in Paradise Island. A true demigod. For thousands of years, she never left the island. The Lord God who came was also the first man she had ever seen so far. The speaker has no intention, the listener has the intention. Even in such a lively environment, Wang Quan and number 18 heard her complaints almost simultaneously. The eyes of the two, invariably, looked at the female warrior. Diana also noticed. He also raised his head and looked at the god and the beautiful girl in maid costume. Is she Diana? Wang Quan smiled and asked the Amazon queen beside him. Yes, this child is rebellious by nature and arrogant. I also hope that under the crown of the gods, she can be punished lightly because of her young age. The Amazon queen quickly pleaded for mercy. Wang Quan waved his hand indifferently. He smiled expectantly at the Wonder Woman and said loudly, Diana, since you are dissatisfied with my maid, I can give you a chance to prove yourself. As long as you can defeat her, I will grant you one wish. 55. The voice falls. Wang Quan turned his eyes to the direction of number 18 and reminded very quietly, be careful not to hurt her. Hearing Wang Quan's whisper, number 18 immediately gave the owner a pair of pretty little white eyes. Know it. Don't worry about me. Number 18 put his hands on his chest, blowing his hair with a sad face. She can perceive the particularity of Diana, and her body contains a mysterious power. Unfortunately, she failed to fully develop. This Wonder Woman, perhaps for ordinary people, she is already extremely powerful. But in front of the android, number 18, his strength is far from enough. This is a comprehensive suppression from the comprehensive field. Desire. Can you really grant any of my wishes? Diana stared at the god in front of her with a questioning expression on her face. As a demigod, she knows very well where the upper limit of the gods is. God, just a higher civilization. They also have an upper limit, and they are not omnipotent in the true sense. Unfortunately, this innocent girl doesn't know yet. Unlike those false gods, Sedge, Wang Quan, who holds Cybertron, is the supreme god in the true sense. That's right. Even if you want the stars in the sky, I can pluck them for you. 35. Wang Quan smiled lightly and answered the girl's question in a witty tone. After hearing what Wang Quan said, Diana moved her fingers and got up from the ground full of fighting spirit. In that case, I want to try the most delicious food in the world. The confident Diana casually said an unimportant wish. For thousands of years, she has been on the island, honing her fighting ability, practicing swordsmanship, and learning how to fight against all kinds of enemies. Coupled with the artifacts bestowed by the gods, Diana has incomparable confidence in her own strength. Even if she is the maid of the gods, she is not afraid at all. Fight, girl. Diana, show her how amazing the Amazons are. 35. You must not lose. Diana, you are our pride. The other Amazon female warriors also began to stand by, cheering and cheering for their female warriors. The atmosphere of the scene warms up quickly. Queen Heberda, showing a bitter and helpless smile, had to invite everyone to the arena on Paradise Island. There, it is the fate of the warrior. After half an hour, the arena on Paradise Island was full. Ladies of the Amazons, excited roar, this upcoming battle. From the Amazons, the strongest female warrior, against the maid from the gods, number 18. In the excitement of roar, the giant wooden gate slowly lifts up. Fully armed Diana, with full fighting spirit, is equipped with almost all the artifacts she has. In this battle, she will spare no effort and go all out. But when Diana came to the arena, she looked at the opponent in front of her in amazement. The expression on her face was instantly replaced by humiliation and anger. Where's your weapon? Where's your armor? 99, could it be? Are you going to fight me like this? 35. Diana questioned number 18, and even the clenched Vulcan sword trembled with anger. That's right. At the moment, number 18 is still dressed as a maid. That is to say, in the next battle, she will use this posture to compete with Diana. Hearing Diana's questioning, number 18 just breathed lazily. I don't need that kind of thing. Number 18 raised his head contemptuously, looked at Diana, who was fully armed, and struck mercilessly. Diana's mouth twitched. She looked at the arrogant girl across from her with a lazy attitude. My sister's hand was not serious. She was beaten and hurt, so please don't cry. Well, and throw that divine power shield at random and set it on the wall of the arena. She moved her neck, made a crisp sound, and said with a bad face, Today, BB, close combat. He simply inserted the sword of Vulcan into the ground beside him. 149. Diana, as the daughter of the King of Gods, from the moment she was born, she received blessings from the gods. The goddess of agriculture endowed her with extraordinary powers, making her as powerful as Hercules. The goddess of wisdom endowed her with extraordinary wisdom. She could see through the truth, and most of the mental attacks would not work for her. The god of beauty gave her a beauty that even the gods were amazed at. The god of Vulcan gave her the courage that would never go out like a holy fire. The goddess of hunting gave her the ability to communicate with all things, giving her perception and insight. The god Hermes bestowed her with divine speed and flight ability. She can catch incoming bullets with the fastest speed and can approach the speed of light. Under the blessing of the gods, young Diana stood out from the clan. She even defeated Queen Hebrida and became the strongest female warrior in the tribe. However, that's not all of her power. As a child favored by the gods, she possesses a large number of artifacts. Lasso of Truth. Almost indestructible, even the gods will be forced to tell the truth if they are caught. Guardian Silver Bracelet. An artifact forged with the shield fragments of the God King, which can prevent her from being approached by bullets. When they collide together, they will also release the Guardian Divine Power from the God King. Causes a wide-ranging shock wave. Even Superman has suffered. The Sword of Vulcan. Cuts iron like mud. Is invincible. Can cut off subatomic objects. And even cut off the arm that destroys the sun. In addition to these commonly used artifacts. And also, Divine Shield, Starlight Crown, Champion's Helmet, Winged Shoes, etc. It has to be emotional. Some are in Rome. Some are born mules. Looking at the current movie universe, except for the Captain Marvel and the infinitely enhanced Hulk in a state of rage, there is really no superhero on this planet who can be her opponent. Not including Awakenings, Thor. Arena. Hearing Diana's provocative words, number 18 brushed his short golden hair and hooked his fingers provocatively. Then try it out. Show your strongest strength, lest you lose later and feel unwilling. Number 18 said contemptuously, motioning to Diana to attack first. Just when her voice fell, Diana has disappeared from the spot and appeared in front of number 18. She has no intention of keeping her hand. Diana, who is faster than the speed of sound, is ready to end the battle with one blow. But her speed, in the eyes of number 18, was still too slow after all. Number 18 crossed his hands, and light blue energy rose from the surface of his body. Apparently, he was going to take Diana's blow hard and try her strength. Diana, who surpassed the speed of sound, turned her clenched left fist into a white flash and hit number 18's wrist directly. The internal energy carried by this punch turned into a tyrannical shock wave that directly penetrated number 18's body. Boom! This supersonic punch, the shock wave generated by it, emits a white light, covering the entire arena from the core of the fierce battlefield. The dazzling light made the female warriors of the Amazons close their eyes one after another. A wave of powerful annular impact air waves, centered on the two, constantly spreads wildly around. The arc-shaped sound barrier visible to the naked eye, carrying high-frequency sound waves that shatter the eardrums, attacked everyone in the venue. Many weak Amazon female warriors were stunned on the spot and unconscious. In the highest audience seat, an excited smile appeared on Wong Quan's face. Diana's strength did not disappoint him. Using every joint in your body, focus your entire body on one point. In a split second, constantly increase speed and power to the limit. What a terrible fighting ability. Wong Quan praised her with admiration. She is indeed a female warrior who has practiced for thousands of years. Her use of martial arts has reached the realm of the gods. Diana's extraordinary power can even lift millions of tons of meteorites. Even with mercy, this terrifying punch still possesses an astonishing power. But unfortunately, the enemy she faces is the cyborg from the Dragon Ball universe. A splash of dust obscured the battlefield below. A petite figure, in the tumbling smoke, is retreating at an extreme speed. Under the rapid impact of the air waves, the shoulder-length blonde hair of number 18 flew freely. In midair, she unloaded the power carried by this punch, and like a butterfly wearing a flower, she pressed the hem of her skirt in the air and landed firmly on the ground. She looked at her clothes with an angry look on her face. Diana's straight punch is so hard to beat her maid skirt. Is this all your strength? Number 18 showed a playful smile, patted the dust off the skirt lightly, and continued to provoke Diana. So strong. Diana widened her eyes and sighed from the bottom of her heart. She never thought that someone could resist her blow. Because this is the sure kill punch she learned when she fought against the giant sea monster. For flowers, I never thought that such a petite girl could take her attack so easily. But Diana's trump card shows only the tip of the iceberg. This brave warrior, with sudden force on his legs, rushed to number 18 again at a speed that broke the speed of sound. Since the opponent is so resistant to beatings, then she doesn't have to show mercy. The swift swinging fist, carrying more terrifying power than before, swiped towards the side face of number 18. But number 18 just turned slightly sideways, then easily dodged. But Diana, as expected, the other hand, like a python coming out of a hole, quickly grabs it forward. The speed of this blow is so fast. Even the spectators didn't see it clearly. But number 18 just took a step back and then cleverly dodged again. 0. Both attacks were easily dodged by the opponent. Diana's competitive spirit was successfully activated. She let out a high battle cry, stepped forward with her left leg, and threw a punch with all her strength. But number 18 still dodged easily. Unwilling Diana, attack again. Swing, uppercut, grab, side kick. She skillfully uses her fighting ability. But limited by the disadvantage of speed, it is always impossible to touch the enemy's body. Too slow. Your speed is too slow. Number 18 folded his arms in front of his chest. His feet flew off the ground, suspended in midair, and stared at Diana below. Compare Diana, who is taller than 183 cm. The height is only about 160 cm on the 18th. Looks very petite. This also makes her dodge more flexible. Diana's speed, with the blessing of the divine weapon, was only close to the speed of light. And the opponent in front of her is an artificial man whose speed can break through the speed of light, and has infinite physical strength and infinite energy. Although she has an advantage in strength, her speed is too slow. She is barehanded. Facing the provocation of number 18, Diana calmed down the slightly disordered roar's inhalation and said a bit bitterly, "That's it." Diana sighed, and in the brief contact, she already felt the difference in strength between the two. If it's on the battlefield, I am afraid that the moment the two fight, the outcome has already been decided. In fact, from the very beginning, it was at a very dangerous disadvantage. Her movements, in number 18's eyes, were like slow motion. 150. Victory and defeat. But such a takeover has made many Amazonians feel a little regretful. But they are not stupid. That petite maid girl, being a servant of the gods, naturally has its strengths. Neither side did their best, but just tested each other. Such a sad ending is the best outcome. Not only save the face of the gods, but also let the gods see the strength of the Amazons. Number 18 glanced at Diana and flew in the direction of Wang Quan. "What's your name?" Diana stared at number 18's back and asked this young human girl who looked young. "The android." 18th. 18th answered indifferently. The name is just a code name for her. She is a human being of mechanical ascension, the most perfect form, a face that hardly ages, close to eternal life, retain all human emotions, and even have the ability to reproduce, as well as terrible combat power. Number 18 is very satisfied with her current self, 030. But when Diana heard this answer, she was obviously stunned. Cyborg. Number 18. Diana murmured the girl's name, and she couldn't help thinking, after the girls, is there still number 19, number 20, or even number 21? Besides, is the model in front of her as powerful as her? Although she doesn't know what artificial man is, she knows about divine weapons like War Colossus. Come to think of it, it should be almost. Thinking of this, she turned her eyes to the highest auditorium and looked up at the last god. She longed to know about the deeds of this god, also eager to learn from more strong people. In the top auditorium, Wang Quan noticed the look of Diana below. He thought it was time. "Diana, your strength and wisdom make me proud. I ask you, would you like to be my bodyguard? Write a new legend for you Amazons in the modern world?" Wang Quan asked directly. Although his subordinates are numerous, their strengths are uneven. Specifically can be divided into the following levels. D class, twist about the underground, researcher at the Hive. Class C, biochemical infected, assassin league, King Ada, Vank and Son. Class B, Decepticon soldiers, mass-produced robotic insects, assimilated slaves, giants of Jotunheim. A level, Starscream, Sonic, Shockwave, and other Decepticons high-level, hunter organization. S-Class, combined King Kong, Estes. SS Class, base King Kong. SSS Class, 18th. The three brothers and sisters of Quicksilver who are not yet adults have extremely high potential. However, it is still in the development stage, and the future can only be expected. The subordinates above S rank already have the ability to destroy the city, and the Hauntian Leopard is the best example. SS-level subordinates have the power to destroy planets. The higher you go, the stronger your strength will be. 18. The current problem facing Wong Quan is the lack of a strong top-level combat power. Just like number 18, the top powerhouse who can directly suppress the opponent. No doubt, if this Wonder Woman is willing to play for him, this gap can be filled. Hearing Wong Quan's question, Diana was stunned for a moment. After, she recalled the Vulcan sword and the divine shield. Diana looked up at the god above, kneeled on one knee with a respectful expression, and performed the most solemn etiquette for a warrior. I would like to serve you. From now on, I will be your blade. We will live and die, and we will share weal and woe. Diana swore solemnly. This performance made her mother smile with relief. Including the Amazon female warriors present, they all sent out excited joy roar and rushed to the heartfelt joy for Diana. The oath is over. Diana got up from the ground. Although she was thousands of years old, she was still a simple girl. She doesn't know anything about the outside world. Apart from this god, I haven't even seen any other male. But in her mind, there seemed to be a mysterious voice that was constantly admonishing her. Only follow this god. The Amazons of Paradise Island, were constantly in the human world, can have a bright future, no matter what the cost, even with blood on your hands. But all this is for eternal peace. Wong Quan smiled with satisfaction. He turned his eyes to the Queen Hyberida beside him, as well as the group of brave Amazon women warriors. They have ageless looks and long, nearly eternal lives. Thousands of years of fighting ability have made every Amazon here a master at the level of Master Ninja. Just watch the strengthening serum for them, and just put on the latest power armor. They will become the death god on the battlefield, a true killing machine. After realizing this, Wong Quan exclaimed complicatedly to the Amazon queen beside him. Honestly, your backward weapons are no longer able to fight against the steel legions of the outside world. If outsiders know the whereabouts of Paradise Island, I am afraid you will usher in the darkest ending. The look on Wong Quan's face didn't mean the least bit of a joke. Hear this voice. The face of the Amazon queen also became extremely pale, and she shook her head helplessly and sighed. The gods have disappeared. You are our last protector. No matter what order you give, we will unconditionally obey. Queen Hebrida said respectfully. It's so interesting to see this queen. Wong Quan also smiled. He communicated directly with the fire of Soundwave and ordered him to open the land bridge, knock down the idle ones and wait for others, and call them over to carry out the task. After half a minute, the emerald green portal appears on the arena below. Knocked down with a confused look, took his assistant to death, and walked out from the inside. What a fresh air. Knocked down and stretched with enjoyment. He liked the environment here more than the dark peak. But a deadly hostility came from in front of him, causing him to take a few steps back. Titans. Diana took a defensive posture. She looked up at the mechanical giant in front of her and was ready to fight. Calm down, little sister. We serve the same majesty, so we should be allies of mutual trust. Knockdown quickly explained. His eyes looked at the Vulcan sword in Diana's hand, and a fearful expression appeared on his face. He saw it right away. That weapon can sever subatomic objects. It is also an excellent and precious weapon in the Cybertron. If it was cut on him, God knows how long it would take to restore it to its original shape. You, not a warrior. Diana looked at the knockout, frowning and speaking out her judgment. Then definitely, I'm a medical officer and a scientist of Cybertron. His Majesty asked me to come. Let me come to you, to create new weapons. knocked down and rolled his pretty white eyes, and his words were somewhat filled with tired complaints. Your Majesty, 4.9. Always good style. That is, use good steel on the blade, and use it to death. It's not. The new arc reactor has just completed mass production. As the main hero, he was summoned here before he had time to relax. Wong Quan ignored the complaints of the knockout. Starting today, Knockdown, you are the scientific research commander of Paradise Island. Knockdown, with a confident face, bowed and saluted, and took over the task. Diana looked at Knockdown with some doubts, obviously not trusting the ability of this Decepticon medical officer. I am afraid. I'll give you 4 years to teach the Amazons to use new weapons. Wait until 4 years from now. Wong Quan looked down at the knockout below and asked this low-key, yet outstanding Decepticon doctor. When she returns to Paradise Island, again, she will
If you're enjoying the story so far and want to hear the next parts, don't forget to like the video. It really helps the channel grow. And if you'd like me to continue the series, drop a comment below letting me know. Your feedback and support keep these audiobooks going strong. Thanks for listening, and I'll see you in the next one.